In the absence of leadership, and under the condition that any attempt to band together would be met with assault, the once million-strong army of the Kingdom of Stefano fragmented into countless warlords of various sizes. The largest amassed force, which once numbered 400,000, accepted an invitation from the Panbos kingdom. They headed to a region near the border, attempting a massive retreat. But the retreat was stopped. As they tried to cross the river, the ferries and the troops waiting to cross were subjected to a fierce air raid by the Wind Falcon. The troops on the opposite bank, waiting to provide support, were attacked by paratrooping elite forces and were forced to withdraw. Then, facing the lack of supplies and the loss of all hope, the remains of Stefano's army, under the assault of multiple armored brigades accompanied by infantry divisions, ultimately had no choice but to surrender unconditionally. Afterward, the forces of the alliance left behind only a small contingent, leading troops gathered from the Luman kingdom, as well as defectors from within Stefano's camps of prisoners of war, to form the defense army. This was to ensure the maintenance of the capital and its surrounding areas, as well as the logistical supply lines. The rest of the troops regrouped once more, setting their sights on the neighboring Hagian Star's largest kingdom, Panbos. At this time, the kingdom of Stefano, having been reduced to the brink of extinction in a mere 47 days since the war began, had already sparked a political tempest, its appalling military records swiftly spreading across the world. The king's council was frightfully panicked, even emitting desperate cries that the Rage Owl Star people will rule the world. Meanwhile, some kingdoms took more practical measures. In fact, within the Pincer Palace at this very moment was not just one queen, Isabel. 13 nations had either sent their monarchs or dispatched high-ranking ambassadors to the place. These were mostly minor states. Among the 7 most important kingdoms on Hagian Star, only Luman and Stefano were present. At the same time, the King's Council, which had previously broken off diplomatic relations with the Luman kingdom, saw the other 5 major nations also sending diplomats. This was what Gu Hang had been busy with during this period. When he finished signing the last document, he finally lifted his head and looked towards the Iron Curtain Queen, speaking. "Thank you for waiting. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. There's no room for bargaining. This is a unilateral notification. You only have the choice to accept or not." Isabel took a deep breath. "I understand, please speak." What the governor was about to say concerned the fate of her nation. Although she couldn't change anything and could only passively accept the judgment of destiny, she was still extremely solemn. "First of all, every kingdom will be preserved." This first sentence from Gu Hang brought Isabel a great sense of relief. This was a matter of utmost survival. Her greatest fear was that the governor was intent on annihilating the kingdom of Stefano. Although she rationally judged that the likelihood of this happening was actually very low, if it did occur, Stefano now had no capacity to resist. Isabel's expression was fully captured by Gu Hang. He sighed softly to himself. If possible, wouldn't he wish to implement the administrative system of the alliance directly on Hagian Star, to wholly replicate the set of policies from the alliance government here, ensuring that a highly centralized government with strong control over local civil administration, industry, and military could be established on Hagian Star? But that was unrealistic. The reason Gu Hang was able to build up such a system from scratch on Rage Owl Star was that he truly, from top to bottom, spent 2.5 years overturning almost all of the existing ruling classes on Rage Owl Star. It might sound exaggerated, but it actually wasn't. Rage Owl Star was indeed an entire planet, but firstly, with a population of only 45 million, it wasn't as vast as one might imagine. Secondly, given the largely wasteland environment of Rage Owl Star, the existing ruling class there was quite fragile, making them easy to overthrow. Hagian Star, however, was different. Here was a fully fledged feudal society, deeply entrenched with an existing ruling class. To completely eradicate them would be too challenging for Gu Hang. If he had sufficient strength to capture and hang all the nobles, that could be a viable approach, but he did not. Although the productivity of Rage Owl Star had indeed developed much more under his years of management than on the feudal world of Hagian Star, the issues of a smaller population and shorter development time objectively existed. For a population of 55 million to swallow up the 400 million people of Hagian Star was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It wasn't that he couldn't swallow it, but to expect immediate digestion was unrealistic. It was difficult enough to remove the local ruling class. For example, although the kingdom of Stefano is already crumbling, with 200,000 people captured in the capital and 400,000 more during the border retreat. Those scattered noble warlords and landlord warlords posed no real threat, but to clear them out meant sending troops to gnaw away at them for months, if not years. And there was still the threat of other kingdoms. How could Jiyu Hang spare the time to gnaw at them? And even if he did finish them off, the real trouble would only begin afterwards. To establish an entire set of efficient administrative systems afterwards requires a large number of loyal and reliable administrative personnel. On the alliance's home territory, this was already somewhat difficult, necessitating the ramping up of anti-corruption measures by the loyal Air Academy. The situation on Hajian Star was even more so. Taking various factors into account, Jiyu Hang finally decided to adopt a strategy of swallowing first, then digesting. In fact, when he initially conquered the Green Valley region and the eastern provinces on Rajal Star, he had also adopted this strategy, and had been forced to temporarily leave a large number of the original ruling class in place, not to mention on an alien planet. On this basis, Jiyu Hang had to give the existing kings and nobles a glimmer of hope, making them feel that the alliance wasn't aiming to completely annihilate them. Otherwise, he would surely face the most intense resistance. After making clear the preservation of the kingdoms, Jiyu Hang further stated, "As long as the nobles of each region act in accordance with the laws of the alliance will fully respect your power." This was the second assurance Jiyu Hang offered. At the same time, he also offered favorable conditions. The alliance, along with the Jiyu family, will continue to provide various forms of aid to Hajian Star, helping to gradually establish more modern agricultural production and industrial systems on the native soil of Hajian Star. If she were a decadent feudal monarch, she might not be interested in such so-called support, but Queen Isabel was not. She even felt a sense of elation. In the past, Hajian Star was not without enlightened individuals who wanted to make some changes. However, firstly, the conservative forces within the planet were too stubborn, and secondly, it was extremely difficult to import production lines from outside, and getting the necessary equipment and technology for industrial upgrading through the Jiyu commercial firm was prohibitively expensive. Now, it seemed both these problems could be solved. Mr. Jiyu significantly eliminated the conservative forces of the past, and the technical assistance mentioned even sounded like it was free. This made Queen Isabel somewhat incredulous. Jiyu Hang said, "The alliance will not view Hajian Star simply as a subject to be ruled. Instead of gaining 400 million slaves, I would prefer that the alliance gains 400 million citizens. I hope that the kingdoms of Hajian Star can truly become members of the alliance." Beautiful words can be spoken by anyone, but Queen Isabel heard sincerity in the words of Mr. Jiyu. She believed that this was indeed what Jiyu Hang thought. It left her with mixed feelings. The joy was that it seemed her kingdom would not be suffering. The concern was, after all this, would the kingdom still be a kingdom? She couldn't help but ask, "So, what's the price?" Jiyu Hang replied softly with a laugh, "Firstly, each kingdom will have a special agency from the alliance stationed within it. From military to administrative to economic development, the alliance's special agency will have the authority to directly intervene. Our representatives will wholeheartedly assist each kingdom in getting on the right track. We will establish a new King's Council, inviting all the major kingdoms to join. This new King's Council will differ from the past and will shoulder much greater responsibilities. The succession of thrones in each country must be approved by the King's Council. The military forces of each country will be uniformly allocated through an allied force system set up by the new King's Council. The council will also have representatives from the alliance, and overall will be seen as part of the alliance government. On this basis, the King's Council guarantees the survival of each kingdom, ensuring the rights of the royal families and nobility, but at the same time, you also need to act according to the rules laid out by the King's Council." This whole setup weighed heavily on Isabel. She was aware of the alliance's ambition, wrapped in a series of seemingly mild words. The most important point here was that by joining this new King's Council, the countries would, in essence, have lost their independent military power. All military strength would be taken away by the alliance. This so-called new King's Council was obviously just a shell under the control of the alliance. Council, what was there to discuss? It was nothing more than kings sitting there, lending an ear, and following the orders of the alliance's representatives. Without control of their own military strength, it was the same as having a knife held to their neck by someone else. and the so-called non-interference in internal affairs was pure nonsense. If they say they won't interfere, they won't, but what can be done when they decide to intervene? Isn't it just a matter of obediently doing as they say? As for the rest, such as king succession needing council approval, the deployment of observers in each country, who can intervene in specific affairs, all of this just becomes a matter of course. With the knife in someone else's hand, is it not for them to do as they please? She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to haggle. But looking at the smile on Ji Yuheng's face, she suddenly remembered what Mr. Ji Yu had just said. There was no room for negotiation, this was a one-sided announcement. So, what could she choose? If she said yes, Stefano's future would be assimilated into a member of the alliance, and even the name itself might shift from that of a country to simply a geographical location. But at least, for the time being, the kingdom could be preserved, and it seemed, from what she heard, that the people here would receive fair treatment. But if she chose no, it meant death. She would be the first to die, but actually, she wasn't afraid. What about what followed? The alliance had countless ways to unearth a Stefano royal descendant to play the role of king, and the final outcome wouldn't differ from her choosing yes. Ultimately, she could only nod helplessly, indicating that she understood. The alliance's actions were swift. The new King's Council convened just 4 days later. Amid protests from diplomats from the 5 other major nations of Haegean Star and over 40 smaller countries, the new King's Council declared its establishment. 4 countries that participated in the new King's Council ultimately chose to reject joining. No matter, it was quite normal. For the time being, Ji Yuheng wouldn't trouble them. The new governor of Haegean Star, elected by the council, was still Nes Lumen, with member countries including Stefano within it. The alliance's strong display in destroying Stefano, the second largest country on the doomed planet in just over 40 days and capturing the Iron Curtain Queen, had indeed created a shockwave. Additionally, 7 smaller countries chose to join the new King's Council. According to requirements, their armies, totaling approximately 200,000 soldiers, would gather with the 300,000 troops of the Lumen Kingdom to form a joint force under the command of Major General Perbo from the Haegean Star Group Army, the supreme commander of the alliance. Furthermore, the new King's Council, with authorization from Queen Isabel, would establish a new government for the Kingdom of Stefano and demand that all uncontrolled local nobles, landlords, and warlords swear allegiance or be deemed traitors to be purged. This part of the operation was assigned to the new joint forces. And Stefano's new government would consist of local nobles who had sided with them, officials dispatched from the Lumen Kingdom, and alliance officials. They would also strive to convert the captured 600,000 Stefano troops, aiming to select another 200,000 to join the new joint forces. Isabel exerted significant effort in this regard. She was the head of state, the queen, and not a figurehead. She had truly ruled over the past decade and more. When she sided with the alliance, she greatly aided the alliance's operations in the Kingdom of Stefano. Of course, for this very reason, the alliance was also wary of her. At present, she was constantly guarded by no less than 4 demon hunters, and she had to ensure that her whereabouts were entirely within the military control of the alliance. If she were to escape and be seized by Stefano's remaining resistance organizations, it would be quite troublesome. Especially since the alliance's occupation forces here were not very strong at the moment. Right now, the Alliance Army's primary target was still the Panbos Kingdom. The main corps had already advanced into the territory of Panbos. And at this moment, inside this foremost powerhouse of Haegean Star, there were more than 2 million soldiers gathered, with over 2,000 sentry mecha and 12 Night Titans. This was already a military force the Alliance Army could not ignore. Perbov saw Madden's return. Even though he was the one in charge of all military actions on Haegean Star under the appointment of the governor, the Interstellar Warriors were always the most exceptional group. He was very respectful towards Madden's battle group leader, Your Excellency. Huff. Madden's let out a sigh. He wasn't indifferent or unapproachable in front of ordinary people. He simply said calmly, "Our operation did not meet expectations. After the raid on the Panbos Kingdom's palace, the leader of the rebel army was not there. Through interrogation, we learned that after the incident in the Kingdom of Stefano, they strengthened their defenses in this regard, and their political and military nerve centers have been dispersed and relocated." Madden's paused, then continued, "If similar operations are still needed, we require more reliable intelligence support. We need to ascertain exactly where the enemy chieftain is." Understood, Perbov solemnly replied, as if he were the subordinate. Madans nodded slightly and turned to leave. Perbov watched the battle group leader walk away until he disappeared from view before he relaxed. He took a deep breath. There was still a sense of tension when facing an interstellar warrior. After all, the identity of an interstellar warrior was too special, and theoretically or in practice, Madans could strip him of his command at any time. Although this was unlikely, Madans was not the kind of person to do such things, and there was still the governor above them. Perbov had indeed been somewhat anxious and irritable recently. Earlier, when the offensive against Stefano began, he was the one who led the campaign. That battle was still considered beautifully fought. But as the main force entered Panbos, some problems began to arise with the situation. The onslaught of the Alliance army remained unstoppable, and once the armored groups mobilized, the enemy's lines would collapse at the sound. The ordinary infantry of the Allied nations' armies were frail from any angle, even when compared to the Stefanians. Although their equipment might be similar, there were differences in soldiers' training, tactics, discipline, morale, all of which were lacking. Those so-called knights, those sentry mechas, among the armies of the Allied nations, to be honest, couldn't fight as well as Stefanians. Many even cherished their lives on the battlefield. Such thoughts are simple to understand. The low status of ordinary soldiers in the armies of the Allied nations, coupled with the structure of feudal rule, made those noble grandfathers truly not care for the lives of the lower-class cannon fodder. The Stefanians were much better in this regard. Their knights, apart from being officers and commanders, also led by example and fought valiantly. It was for this reason that they could establish their status as the most famous military power on Hagian Star. If even they were crushed time and again by the Alliance army in previous wars, what could be said for these Allied nations' armies that were far less competent? However, the opposition was not without its advantages. First of all, there was a significant difference in military strength. The Panbos kingdom alone, with a population of over 100 million, could muster an army of just 2 million. The total number of reinforcements from other nations had already exceeded 500,000. Numbers themselves are a substantial advantage. If the million-strong army of Stefanians had indeed completed its assembly and fought a hard battle on the vast plains, that would have been problematic. Secondly, they had largely learned from the swift defeat of Stefanians and spread out their multi-tiered battle line that spanned a long and layered system with over 2 million troops. This made the Alliance's blitzkrieg tactics difficult to execute. While the armored groups could indeed break through at will and the enemy lines truly crumbled at a touch, they adopted a strategy of trading space for time. Once the arrowhead troops moved past, the surrounding forces would quickly attempt to infiltrate behind the arrowhead, and this is where the forces of both sides would become entangled. Even if infiltration were easily repelled, they would immediately call in other troops from further away to attempt another infiltration. After all, they had the numbers. In the constant entanglements, at the widest point, the expanse spanned nearly 400 kilometers with an intermingled battle line. Under such circumstances, the Alliance's forces were spread thin, which was not conducive to forming a tight fist to strike forward. To be safe, Perbov even had to order the troops to temporarily retreat, regroup, tighten the front, and avoid being encircled and cut off from behind. Despite this, in this phase, the casualty ratio still favored the Alliance by a wide margin. After more than a month of fighting, the Alliance army suffered a total loss of around 5,000, while the enemy paid with over 60,000 casualties. A casualty ratio of approximately 1/12. That was already quite staggering. Yet even so, Perbov had difficulty accepting this situation. Going on with this casualty ratio, the Alliance's military might be wiped out and could at most only result in an enemy loss of 4 million. But the problem is that after these 300,000 of the Alliance are gone, unless Rage Owl Star calls for a mobilization order to fight to the death, the Allied nations could potentially draft another 4 million troops. Wars cannot be fought this way. Therefore, Perbov once again attempted to replicate the tactics used in the Kingdom of Stefano, entrusting the Storm Mage Corps and the Phoenix Battle Group to carry out decapitation tactics against the enemy. The spiritual energy users and interstellar warriors did not disappoint. They once again successfully breached the enemy's royal palace, causing an utter upheaval. However, knowing that the Stefano had suffered greatly under such tactics, and that he himself truly had no way to counter the decapitation strikes of the interstellar warriors, how could the king of Panbos foolishly stay in his palace, waiting to be beheaded? He had fled long ago. Not only had he fled, but the entire kingdom's military and political government had dispersed, ensuring that even if there were problems like intelligence leaks leading to an arrest, it wouldn't result in their annihilation. With the failure of the operation to decapitate the enemy's leadership, since Purbav's troops couldn't quickly break through a distance of thousands of kilometers or a three-dimensional defensive line formed by more than 2 million troops to storm the capital, it was impossible to replicate the glory of the Stefano campaign. Purbov had even heard that the king of Panbos had, in one go, designated 15 heirs in good order. This was a resignation to the possibility that he might be doomed. In this light, while the Alliance army couldn't be said to have lost, its offensive was indeed stalled. Even though he found it somewhat difficult to accept, even somewhat embarrassing, Purbov still tried his best to think of the next solution. Counting on swift victory every day seemed somewhat unrealistic. He began to change his way of thinking. If a quick victory was unattainable, then he should proceed with the normal approach of conventional warfare. He was preparing to make a shift in strategic objectives. The previous strategy could roughly be summarized as rapidly destroying the enemy's command structure, capturing key locations like the capital to create tremendous political turmoil, thereby forcing the enemy to surrender. Next, he planned to change the strategic goal to using the mobility of the armored troops and the excellent military quality of the Alliance army, setting a goal of eliminating as many enemy combatants as possible through various pincer movements, methodically and systematically annihilating the enemy forces. If he couldn't force a surrender by capturing their king, then he would achieve ultimate victory by depleting their manpower pool. He had prepared a war plan, but it needed Governor Gu Heng's support to proceed. This plan required the use of the power of the new kingdom parliament. He would also need a large number of conscripts from Hajian Star. For example, he had already assembled 500,000 troops from the rear. If necessary, he hoped to increase that number to 1 million. Once he had enough troops to fill the lines, Purbov wouldn't need to forcibly disperse his elite troops to guard various points on the front lines, but could actually form them into a fist and strike forward. He would use the armored troops as the arrowhead to initiate breakthroughs from 2 different points, forming a pincer attack. Then, before the surrounded enemy could escape, he would close the pincers, enveloping all the enemy forces inside. With supply lines cut off, he would hold the encirclement until the trapped enemy collapsed and surrendered. In previous battles, if the enemy forces were routed but not annihilated on the spot, even temporarily losing their combat effectiveness, they often could be rapidly reorganized and redeployed into battle. However, if they were surrounded, they would have no escape. Without supplies, completely surrounded, given the morale of the Allied forces, it was estimated they would run out of ammunition and food and surrender en masse within 2 or 3 days. Of course, during this process, the Alliance army would still have to face fierce attacks from enemy reinforcements and also deal with the desperate breakouts from the surrounded enemy forces. But winning even once often meant a huge gain. Moreover, many tasks that required a large number of troops could be handed over to the subordinate armies brought up from the rear. They could also be entrusted to the interstellar warriors. With their involvement, the battles would greatly reduce the losses of their own side. After all, these superhuman soldiers could swiftly resolve the most threatening targets during the battle. Whether it was raiding artillery positions or targeting sentry mecha, or even confronting night titans after the enemy deployed them, the Phoenixes could complete their tasks excellently. With a feeling of trepidation, Purbov boarded the Windfalken fighter headed to Pincer, the capital of the Lumen Kingdom. He had to report in person. When Gu Heng saw Purbov, he had just finished another meeting. Originally, he had another plan to follow. He had to pay attention to a person he had always been curious about and who had always been undergoing changes. But when Purbov arrived, Gu Heng still took the time to meet with his general. After listening to Purbov's report, Gu Heng was somewhat dissatisfied. It did not quite match his expectations. He had hoped to replicate the brilliance of the Stefano campaign once more, to conduct another stunning raid or blitzkrieg, and to resolve the situation with Panbos, the leading power on Hajian Star, within 2 or 3 months, incorporating its territory and population into the new King's Council as well. With that, the situation on Hajian Star could be considered stable, and the main focus of work could shift from military operations to economics and politics. However, Purbov had indeed brought him bad news. Though dissatisfied, Gu Heng could understand. Not everything could always go smoothly or be quickly and easily manipulated. A war involving more than 3 million combatants on both sides could not be considered small. A swift victory would be a pleasant surprise, but could not be expected as normal. Ji Hang quickly adjusted his mindset and agreed to Prabhav's strategic plan. But he also had his own demands. You want 1,000,000 servant soldiers, but that I cannot give you, at most, 700,000, and it is not possible to provide them all in a short period. I estimate that 200,000 can be in place in half a month, 500,000 in 3 months, and between 7 and 800,000 in 6 months. Understood, Prabhav nodded seriously. He had somewhat anticipated this situation. As a general, he only needed to consider how to fight and what he himself needed to win the war. But the governor is a ruler who must consider many things in the grand scheme. The new King's Council had just been established. Although it had the 2 large countries of Lumen and Stefano under it, along with 9 smaller countries, totaling nearly 150 million in population, the council was still fragile, and its control over the countries was only temporarily based on military deterrence. At such a time, it was unrealistic to expect to pull out millions of people from within each country to participate in the war. To draft people for war, one must wait until the new King's Council's control over the countries deepened under its role as the ruling body of the alliance. Moreover, he could think further that after the follow-up manpower was in place, he could not afford to lose battles. If he kept winning, support from the countries would keep flowing. If he lost a battle, the new King's Council established on military deterrence would immediately risk collapse. Ji Hang also mentioned this: once you have the men, the battles must be won decisively. I need one victory after another, each one brilliant. Casualty numbers and ratios must be controlled, and the results must be spectacular. Do you understand? Yes, Governor, I guarantee to complete the mission. Go. Watching Prabhav leave, Ji Hang sat in his office and thought for a while, then didn't dwell on it too much. Having made a decision, he decided to trust his general to carry out the task well. His thoughts returned to something he had been pondering before. About a person, the war apostle, Bochoya Galaraldo. This man, who had caused countless troubles in the Tianma star sector, was at this moment in Ji Hang's storm god kingdom, with his eyes tightly closed. He was not dead, but he was close to it, and now, Ji Hang was considering what to do with him. Letting him die would be the simplest solution, but Ji Hang had some new ideas in mind. Bochoya Galaraldo had never died, and even some time before, he had been doing quite well. However, this so-called well didn't imply that he was enjoying any quality of life, but rather that he wasn't in any immediate danger to his life. The story goes back to when Ji Hang had trapped him into subspace. After falling into it, the golden light on his body hadn't diminished at all. On the contrary, because he entered subspace, it became even more intense. Ji Hang judged that this was due to the Divine Emperor's blessing. Of course, this blessing wasn't directly given to Galaraldo. The Sun Lord, Suo he came, the de facto ruler of the human empire, was graced by the Divine Emperor and possessed divine power, a true living saint. Moreover, he was far more powerful than any being in history known as a living saint. The grace he received from the Divine Emperor was particularly abundant, even enough to support the largest solar expedition in the human empire since the Great Expedition. Galaraldo, as one of the 46 apostles of the Sun Lord, had a portion of the divine power bestowed upon him by the Sun Lord in the form of a blessing. It was because of this power that Galaraldo, aboard the Corellia 3, remained so composed in the face of the demon's assault. At the same time, once he fell into the demonic realm, with no barrier of reality to stop him, he could connect directly to the Divine Emperor's spirit network, and this blessed divine power became even more majestic and powerful. Had an ordinary person gone in, even an interstellar warrior, they would probably have decayed into rotting corpses in a very short time due to plague sorcery. But the divine power bestowed by the Emperor protected him, keeping him unaffected by the dark magic of subspace. Of course, to flaunt this power recklessly within a space controlled by one of the 4 most powerful evil gods in subspace would be like a shining target, sure to provoke a targeted attack. Galaraldo was smart enough to realize this. He consciously reined in his power, hiding it within his body, ensuring only that he was not eroded by the rot-inducing dark magic. This reduced the chances of being targeted and besieged by the demons of subspace. Thus, he was able to fend for himself within the realm of the Benevolent Father. As long as he didn't provoke some powerful demon, he could hold out for a long time. When Galleraldo was first thrown into the realm of the benevolent father, Jiyu Hang had left a beacon on him. It had no other purpose, nor was it discovered by Galleraldo. Jiyu Hang observed his situation silently from time to time through this beacon. Jiyu Hang did admire the guy a bit. Although he was in a desperate situation, he never despaired or gave up. Once he was no longer in immediate danger, Galleraldo continuously sought ways to escape from subspace, trying to return to the real world. But that was easier said than done. At least in the past year, he tried many methods, but he never succeeded. Gradually, Jiyu Hang also felt much more at ease. Although he might not die immediately, it wasn't much different from being dead. If he could last a year, could he last 10 years, or 50? However, things changed recently. The divine power bestowed upon Galleraldo suddenly started to deplete rapidly. He himself was also aware of this. Before, the mindset of the formerly steady as an old dog Galleraldo was truly agitated at this moment. While the bestowed divine power hadn't completely vanished, he made a very decisive final attempt to escape from subspace. He almost burned all of his divine power, since it was going to be gone soon anyway, trying to tear open a fissure back to the real world. Without a doubt, he failed. After exhausting the remaining divine power, which wouldn't replenish, he fell into a coma, and the crack back to reality didn't successfully open either. If things had ended there, then Galleraldo would surely have been dead.
But Jiyu Hang took action. As he fell into unconsciousness, Mr. Jiyu, who had been silently observing, opened a passage to his storm god kingdom and pulled Galleraldo through.
It was a casual move. In fact, Jiyu Hang hadn't yet decided what to do with him. Back when he was first thrown into the abyssal hell, if he had died right away, there would have been nothing to say, as that had been Jiyu Hang's intention. But now, after a year had passed, the situation had changed greatly, and Jiyu Hang had some other thoughts. The most important of these was the implication hidden in the depletion of the divine power on Galleraldo. This depletion occurred around the same time as the Sun Lord's investigation team, which was supposed to arrive at Coralia, suddenly decided to turn back halfway through their journey. Could it be that the Sun Lord was in trouble? In fact, this idea was not new and not only held by him. As soon as the investigation team abruptly announced their non-arrival, there was already much speculation. Publicly, not much was said, but privately, there were all sorts of rumors. Some said there had been a major incident in the solar expedition. Others said the High Lords of the Empire could no longer bear the Sun Lord, and some even said the solar expedition was about to end. Among these rumors, the one about the Sun Lord, Suo he came himself, facing trouble was mentioned the least. This epic heroic figure was too well known, and moreover not considered old by contemporary standards, only in his 60s or 70s. Given the existence of life extension surgeries, ordinary dignitaries could live past 300, not to mention Suo he came. He is a living saint. Even if one were to think in this direction, they dare not speak of it aloud. But now, combining the events that had taken place around Galleraldo, Jiyu Hang increasingly felt that it was not an issue with the Sun Lord's distant expedition, nor was there a significant change in the imperial political scene. It was the Sun Lord himself who had encountered trouble. Suo he came might already be dead. Undoubtedly, this would trigger a massive political storm throughout the universe. The Sun expedition, loathed by many, was very likely to come to an end. The entire empire's political landscape was set to undergo a major reshuffle. As for Jiyu Hang, whilst those political storms would undoubtedly affect him, they belonged to a grand trend that he was not capable of intervening in with his current abilities. All he could consider was finding his own opportunities amidst the turmoil, trying not to become the one who suffered but instead aiming to be one of those who benefited. Hey, that's not right. If truth be told, Jiyu Hang was not entirely incapable of causing trouble in the imperial political arena. Galleraldo was an opening, and so, Jiyu Hang fished him out. He did not directly place him back into reality but kept him within his storm god kingdom. Of course, before that, Galleraldo had already fallen unconscious, having lost awareness. Jiyu Hang would not want him to see anything he shouldn't. After much deliberation, he had decided to release the other party. But before doing that, there were some manipulations to be performed.
What did Galleraldo now feel towards Jiyu Hang? It was likely that to a very capable planetary governor, After being subjected to some of Ji Yu Hang's usual tricks, he finally saw the light and chose to give in, beginning to raise money. Then, during the attack on Mingyan City, he fought alongside Ji Yu Hang, being the only useful one among so many people at that time.
In such a situation, if Ji Yu Hang also self-directed and staged a play to rescue him from the abyss, that ought to reliably earn him the gratitude of this war apostle. But Ji Yu Hang did not plan to stop there. Trust this person's character? Only if Ji Yu Hang were foolish. Spiritual energy was surging, and the ability to tamper with thoughts began to take effect in the unconscious Galleraldo's brain. In the past, Ji Yu Hang would not have dared. The divine power bestowed upon Galleraldo, although it was only granted by the Sun Lord and not directly from the Emperor, was still very strong. Trying to bypass the protection of divine power and alter Galleraldo's thoughts and memories was nearly impossible. But now, with the divine power gone, Galleraldo was no different from an ordinary person, and Ji Yu Hang could do as he wished in the other's mind. Of course, as a precaution, Ji Yu Hang still did not make any significant moves. He did not tamper with the other's memories, nor did he carry out a major psychological surgery as he did with Enni's lumen. He simply implanted a very light thought mark with simple content. Ji Yu Hang is a good friend who must not be betrayed. Nothing more. The reason for such caution was that once Galleraldo was returned to the real world, someone scrutinized by the tribunal upon returning from a spin in the abyss, would be subject to strict investigation. Ji Yu Hang dared to perform major surgery on Enni's lumen rather than crude mental reprogramming because he feared scrutiny. Since Galleraldo would likely face even stricter examination, Ji Yu Hang was even hesitant to operate extensively. Although the probability of detection was low, if anything went wrong, it would be a huge issue. Playing it safe was better. However, Ji Yu Hang didn't hold much hope in this matter. Whether Galleraldo could pass the inspection depended not only on hard facts but also on the strong political background. With the Sun expedition undergoing a great change, and even the Sun Lord himself encountering trouble, whether Galleraldo was truly infected by the abyss, whether there were any signs of corruption on him, whether he was still himself. These factors were only prerequisites, basic conditions. Whether someone wanted him to die in the tribunal was a matter of higher importance. But Ji Yu Hang could not assist him with these issues. Whether or not he could pass the inspection smoothly, reclaim his identity and status, regain power. That's up to you to fight for. Ji Yu Hang would treat it as an indifferent move in his game. If it worked, great; if not, so be it. However, to make this move, Heijian Star would not do. Luckily, he had to make another trip to Coralia 3 soon. The conflict between the Fatches family and Pei Daci seemed to be drawing to a clearer conclusion. The Fatches family had gotten their wish of securing the Coralia 3 governorship, with a core family member named Ivan Fatches set to take up the position. That they were able to get the position of Coralia governor was not particularly surprising. After all, given the plague demon invasion wreaking havoc on Coralia 3, only the Fatches family, with deep ties to the Dragonhawk 3rd Legion, seemed capable of resolving it. Without their cooperation and the force of 20 million Star Realm army troops, no one could change the situation on Coralia 3. And the new leader of the Tianma Star Sector came from the Dragonhawk Star Domain government-appointed candidate, who also happened to be named Ivan. Ivan Martinelli, formerly a high-ranking official belonging to the same political faction as Pei Daci within the Star Domain government. The circumstances of Pei Daci's death, though he was scapegoated, still aroused sympathy within the Star Domain government. He himself originated from a political faction of the Star Domain government and had been deeply rooted in the Tianma Star Sector as a core member for many years. Pei Daci's death left people feeling helpless, but it didn't prevent them from promoting another individual from their own faction to take the position. Looking at it this way, the two families ended up in a tie. The chaotic situation was largely brought to an end, but Ji Yu Hang didn't feel that true peace would settle in. The confrontation between the two families would only shift from the original melee to a clearly demarcated positional battle. And he had already received an invitation to first head to Coralia 3 to attend Ivan Fatches's inauguration ceremony, followed by a rush to Flying Wing Star to participate in Ivan Martinelli's inauguration ceremony. Two Ivans, quite interesting. Bochoya Galleraldo slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out a faint yellow light seeping through some cracks. After an initial state of confusion, his senses gradually returned. Am I not dead? his heart filled with a surge of elation. When the divine power began to wane, he had realized that the Sun Lord was dead. Unlike others, as a confidant of Suo he came and a recipient of the divine power's blessing, he understood the specifics better than anyone. Such a precipitous decline in divine power could only mean one thing: Suo he came's death. This had him in a state of extreme panic for some time. But obviously, trapped in the abyss, he was helpless against the repercussions and the turmoil brought about by the death of the Sun Lord. Moreover, with the Sun Lord's death and the end of the divine power's blessing, he would soon die. Thus, with his last ounce of determination, he made one final attempt to burn himself out. He didn't harbor any hope for it himself, but to his astonishment, it worked.
Though he had no clue how it happened, having passed out with absolutely no awareness, it didn't prevent him from being happy.
Not being dead was good. As long as he wasn't dead, all hope was still alive. He took a deep breath, and the scent of decay made him cough twice involuntarily. His body, unprotected by divine power, had become very weak, and the environment was clearly not good.
He was not unfamiliar with this. Regions of reality corroded by plague sorcery were just like this.
He guessed that after tearing open the rift back to the real world, he must have ended up in an area of Coralia that had been invaded and occupied by the plague demon. His heart sank even more. Now, if he encountered any plague demons, he had virtually no ability to resist. He tried moving, and although his body was weak, he could still function. He made a great effort to stand up. At this moment, he seemed to be in some kind of collapsed enclosed space. Looking towards the only source of light he could see, which was shining through, he found a metal plate in front of him. It took a lot of effort to push it aside, and the plate made a loud noise as it hit the ground. The sound attracted something he did not wish to see.
His first instinct was to run, but quickly, dozens of plague walkers surrounded him from all directions.
With a weakened body, no divine power, and unarmed, Galleraldo was in dire straits.
He couldn't help but think, having escaped from the hell of the abyss, was he really going to die at the hands of some low-level plague walkers?
Just then, dense gunfire erupted from behind the plague walkers. A beam from a flashlight shone in front of him. He could vaguely hear someone shouting, "Governor! It looks like he's here." His heart, which had just sunk to the depths, suddenly rose again.
I'm truly fated not to die. Galleraldo felt that, although the divine power had left him, the divine emperor was still watching over him.
Whenever he faced desperate situations, he always managed to survive by the skin of his teeth. This was the best proof. Inside Hell's abyss, his final gamble allowed him to escape from there. At this moment, when he was about to be overwhelmed by dozens of plague-ridden corpses, rescue arrived just in time. The timing was even so good that he began to feel somewhat suspicious. Could it really be such a coincidence? However, he quickly dismissed these concerns. After the surrounding plague-ridden corpses were eliminated, Galleraldo saw a group of elite soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor and carrying laser guns approaching from the darkness. The dozen pairs of goggles faintly glowing red in the dark seemed icy cold yet also oddly comforting. Behind these elite soldiers, someone he knew was striding forward. It was Ji Hang. His heart quickly recalled the scenes of them fighting side by side. Back then, Ji Hang had shown powerful spiritual energy abilities. He found nothing wrong with Ji Hang hiding his true strength before. It was standard practice. And such a strong spiritual energy user could naturally sense the intense subspace fluctuations when he escaped Hell's abyss and come over. That was perfectly valid.
After all, he himself did not know how long he had been unconscious since ripping through the veil of reality and returning.
He guessed it couldn't have been a short time, enough for Ji Hang to have found him. As he thought this, he smiled and opened his arms toward the approaching Ji Hang. He could tell that Ji Hang appeared a bit astonished for a moment, seemingly unsure why he was so enthusiastic. That was normal. Without going through what he had been through, how could one understand his gratitude towards Ji Hang? He embraced Ji Hang with all his might. "You're the most reliable person, my friend." His words were heartfelt and sincere. He felt he had never before had someone so reliable. Even his own colleagues had their fair share of deceit. But Ji Hang. Galleraldo had clearly wronged him at the beginning, yet he was willing to rescue him without bearing a grudge. He even felt ashamed of his previous actions. He resolved to do everything possible in the future to make up for it all. What is this? What the hell is this? Ah, why isn't he dead? My brother is dead. Why isn't he dead? During a secret gathering on Flying Wing Star, upon hearing the news from Corellia 3, Pei Daisy remained sullen throughout. Until this moment, he finally couldn't hold back and erupted in rage. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with a neurotic smile. Because of him, how much chaos has the star sector gone through? When he got into trouble, from the star sector to the star domain to the cosmos domain, everything was thrown into total disarray, and my brother and Akuna had to die because of it. Now, months after the people meant to die with him are gone, you tell me he's alive?
My brother died like a joke. This is a damn joke. Everyone else present fell silent as the grave. They understood Pei Desi's emotions quite well. In fact, they felt similarly.
Even though it wasn't their own kin who died, the former leader Pei Desi was their leader. Under his lead, they had controlled many of the powers within the Tianma star sector. He was a standard, their backbone. Its collapse caused an unprecedented impact. If before this, they had felt that the death of the head of the Pei Desi was inevitable, a helpless fact, now with Galleraldo clearly not dead and even rescued, it had turned utterly into a joke. Anger, resentment, absurdity. While the others did not show it as clearly as Pei Desi did, their emotions were unanimous, with some even occasionally echoing the sentiment. However, at the end, a single sentence from Pei Desi silenced everyone. If he hasn't died, we'll help him along. The crowd exchanged glances. Could such words even be spoken? To grumble and curse in private is one thing. But to think of assassination when he's not dead, and to want the major investigative teams to come and stir up trouble in the Tianma star sector again? Alright, that's enough, a short man with long hair interrupted Pei Desi's rant.
He was one of the two Ivans in the Tianma star sector, the soon-to-be leader of the star sector, Ivan Martinelli.
Pei Desi abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp enough to cut. The man who spoke remained calmly eye to eye with him. Pei Desi's chest heaved with effort. Martinelli sighed and said, "We all understand your feelings, and indeed, we all share the same sentiments. But don't talk nonsense here." After a pause, he continued, "Our enemy now is Fatches, not that war apostle. That's a plague god. We need to get rid of him quickly. We can't afford to let this situation escalate." "So we just let it go," Martinelli countered. "What else can we do? The solar expedition has definitely run into trouble. We could. That's not our business to handle," Martinelli scolded. "I warn you, don't act rashly. Whatever happens with the solar expedition, that's a battlefield in the Empire's high-level power struggle, not for us to meddle in. Don't think that just because you're someone important on a planet or in a star sector, you're really something special. A grain of sand blown over from the imperial political stage becomes a mountain pressing down on us. As heavy as Mount Tai indeed." At that moment, on Corellia 3, another Ivan was also feeling reflective. He had no troubles. To him, and to the Fatches family, whether Galleraldo had been missing before or now found, they had gained significantly from it. If this hadn't happened, the star sector wouldn't have been in chaos, and how would there be an opportunity? Jiyu Hang sat in front of Ivan Fatches, sipping tea. This stuff was a delicacy, produced only by 3 planets of the Fatches family in the current Tianma star sector. Jiyu Hang did hold some nostalgia for its slightly bitter taste with a sweet aftertaste. Ivan Fatches observed Jiyu Hang's expression and then said with a hint of regret, "Jiyu, you should have kept Mr. Galleraldo around. His participation would have added more shine to my inauguration ceremony." Jiyu Hang set down the teacup and said with a smile, "I thought the same. Unfortunately, Mr. Galleraldo had some very important matters to attend to. He left in quite a hurry. However, there will be opportunities to meet in the future." Thinking about the changes that Plague God had brought to the Tianma star sector over the past year, Ivan Fatches shuddered and couldn't help saying, never mind. The war apostle has too many things to busy himself with, best not to disturb him." After deciding to fish Galleraldo out, Jiyu Hang had been preparing for today. Taking advantage of the inauguration ceremony of Ivan Fatches, he arrived at Corellia 3. Then, during a conversation with the president of the Tianma Star Sector Psychic Association, Wang Yuyang, he subtly guided the conversation, which led his counterpart to invite him to use one of the association's divination devices. The thing was nothing magical, just an apparatus that enhanced psionic perception. They had brought this divination instrument over from Flying Wing Star to search for traces of Galleraldo and used it many times. Zhang Guangyin, the chief archmage of Dragonhawk Star Domain and also an A-rank psychic, had personally operated it without perceiving anything. Originally, no one held out much hope anymore, but since Galaraldo had not been declared dead, the search efforts had to continue, albeit perfunctorily, even knowing there was no hope. But on this day, the situation was different. While using the device, Jiyu Heng indeed perceived, through the expanded psionic senses, that there were abnormal subspace fluctuations within Pheno City. Wang Yuyang immediately tried it as well. He was only a C-rank psychic, but even he could feel this new disturbance. Yet he still did not realize how serious the situation was. Coralia 3 was a world under the invasion of plague demons, a conflict that had been raging for 2 years. Pheno City, the hardest hit occupied area, experiencing a subspace rift with demons pouring out. Wasn't that normal? But Jiyu Heng indicated that this fluctuation was highly abnormal. So what should be done? Wang Yuyang hadn't really felt anything special but didn't dare to say so. You are an A-rank psychic, what you say goes. He could only agree, to avoid appearing incompetent. Following that, Jiyu Heng took action. It was not that everyone was willing to make a big fuss over a piece of not so reliable information. But Jiyu Heng did not need anyone else's help. He had the power to do this on his own. The Rage Bear Legion always maintained an army of 100,000 in Pheno City. Moreover, for this visit to Rage Owl Star, he had brought some elites from the 10th Brigade. With the Rage Bear Star Realm Army leading the way and the elite soldiers from the 10th Brigade infiltrating solo, Jiyu Heng personally joined the operation. And so, Galaraldo was retrieved. After being rescued and before the news went out, Galaraldo had a deep conversation with Jiyu Heng, which lasted for quite some time. For Jiyu Heng, the main goal was to confirm Galaraldo's attitude during the conversation to see if the max favorability, mental manipulation seed that had been planted earlier was effective. Throughout the conversation, the situation was very optimistic, the effect was quite good. Galaraldo was very enthusiastic in his attitude towards him. And it was not just enthusiasm, nor was it just the attitude towards a savior. Given Galaraldo's personality, being distant and ungrateful under normal circumstances, how could he feel such deep emotion for his savior? Gratitude would still be given, but it would be just that. What more could there be? But now, Galaraldo's emotions were clearly more than that. In his words, there was closeness and trust. He saw Jiyu Heng as one of his own. This was different. In their conversation, Jiyu Heng's face always wore a smile. He was quite satisfied with the progress he had made in the art of thought manipulation. Although conditions didn't allow for a major surgery or comprehensive thought manipulation, a seemingly insignificant, minimally invasive implantation, surgery, coupled with some actions in the real world that aligned with Galaraldo's consciousness concepts, yielded pretty good results. Indeed, Jiyu Heng couldn't make Galaraldo see him as his master. Not that it was impossible, but it was too conspicuous and likely to be discovered during the tribunal's scrutiny. But Jiyu Heng could make Galaraldo regard him as his most important friend. Moreover, the back door left in his spirit will allow Jiyu Heng to directly take over Galaraldo's thinking when necessary. Of course, that was the last resort, to be used only when he had to abandon this pawn because the traces would be too significant. Jiyu Heng didn't intend to use this move too eagerly. He still hoped that the good friend, who had left the Tianma star sector, could bring him some benefits in the political arena of the empire. If it were successful, having a man in the central government would be of great help to Jiyu Heng as he sought to strengthen his own power locally. I hope you, my boy, don't let down my hard work. Just don't get yourself killed in some mysterious political upheaval as soon as you enter the political arena. My departure this time will be very dangerous, Galaraldo said to Jiyu Heng with a somber expression. For him, this conversation felt more like he was entrusting his last words to a good friend before leaving. He hesitated for a moment but still decided to inform Jiyu Heng of a piece of news. Don't harbor any extra hopes. I can tell you now, for certain, that His Highness, the Sun Lord, is already dead. No, don't be surprised, don't find it unbelievable, this is a fact. Otherwise, there is no other possibility that would cause the divine power bestowed upon me to fade away. The Solaria domain must already be in chaos by now, and the central government of Holy Terra must also be replete with undercurrents at this very moment. I am in danger now, so I need to leave the Tianma star sector immediately. Every minute counts. To Solaria? No, I'm not going there. I'm not like my other brothers, unlike them, who command their own troops, fleets, and territories. My advantage lies within the empire, in connecting distant expeditions with various localities and the central government. Over the years, I've made many enemies, and this is a source of danger. But don't think that I only engage in dirty dealings. If I only made enemies and didn't make friends, how could I have always secured enough resources for the Sun expedition?
Even on Holy Terra, I have a certain influence. I need a ship to leave secretly. No, I don't need protection. If I am to die, then even naval protection would be meaningless. But as long as I live, even if I'm alone, I will be able to rise again.
I have traveled through countless territories of the Empire, set foot on thousands of planets, yet it's the first time I've met a friend with whom I share such a mutual understanding. Believe me, nobody wants to talk to you more than I do. I must say goodbye to you now, my friend. I must honestly say that we may not meet again for a short while, but I know your contact details, and I will reach out to you the moment the timing is right. If I'm not dead, if I can continue to fight for a place, I promise, I will provide all the help I can. And what you need to do is grow, and grow more. A powerful Rage Owl star, or even a powerful you, will be the greatest assistance to me. I trust you completely, just as you did your utmost to save me. Galaraldo spoke with such sincerity. Ji Hang was deeply moved. Of course, I'm going to give you a gift now. I know you have ambitions. I knew it from the first day I met you. You want Hagian Star, or even the entire Tianma star sector, right? Don't be too quick to deny or admit it, it doesn't matter. Right now, I don't have the power to give you a planet, let alone a star sector. But I can still help you in some ways. While the news of the Sun Lord's death has not yet spread, while the distant Sun expedition has not been officially ordered to end, while I, this war apostle, still have a little time window to do some things. That so-called alliance of yours is a pretty good idea. Just wait, and soon, the name Alliance will become a legally registered organization in the official records of the Empire, allowing multiple worlds and star systems to freely join or leave. I think this will be of great help to you in uniting the rule of Hagian Star, and it will also assist you with certain things you want to do in the future. Good luck, my friend. Galaraldo really left a big surprise for both Tianma Star Sector and Ji Hang. For the Tianma Star Sector, his sudden appearance made all the previous events seem absurd. A year of chaos, the death of the governor of the most populous planet in the Star Sector, the death of the Star Sector head, all arose from his disappearance. Now that he has suddenly returned, it doesn't mean that the political environment in Tianma Star Sector can revert back to how it was over a year ago. However, it was quite apparent that no one, except for Pei Daci and his line, held such expectations. The Fatches family was extremely delighted. Before the deaths of Acuna and Pei Daci, it was difficult for their influence to extend beyond their own star system. Now, even Coralie at 3 had fallen into their hands. An unexpected blessing. Nevertheless, they did not wish for the war apostle to be found. Galaraldo's ability to cause trouble was just too strong and left too fresh a memory, given how he previously dealt with Pei Daci and Acuna, who knew what he might do next. But Ivan Fatches did not dare to really do anything about it. During this period, he had sent people and even personally sought out Ji Hang several times, just to probe into what state the war apostle was in now and what he planned to do next. Ji Hang reassured Ivan Fatches, telling him that Mr. Apostle had no other plans and only wanted to leave Tianma Star Sector as soon as possible. Fatches, hearing this news, was of course much relieved, at one point even offering to send troops to escort the war apostle upon his departure. Ji Hang declined this offer. This was Galaraldo's wish as well. According to his own words, under the current situation, he wouldn't trust anyone in the entire Tianma Star Sector except Ji Hang. In fact, he didn't even trust the Imperial Navy anymore. When leaving the Tianma Star Sector, he would only need Ji Hang to provide him with a Voyager and a team of special operations elites for personal protection. Not trusting the Imperial Navy or any other forces within the Tianma Star Sector was, of course, quite normal. After the mishap with the solar expedition, his identity as the war apostle was very awkward indeed. Although he himself claimed he still had many friends and retained some value, his friends and his value were definitely not within the Tianma Star Sector. Now that he had lost the divine power that graced him, reduced to a mere mortal, a commoner, he was very vulnerable. Accompanied by untrustworthy people on his journey, anyone wanting his life could easily doom him. He only trusted Ji Hang. For Ji Hang, this invitation was quite agonizing. Voyagers, up to now, were not something the Alliance could mass produce. They all depended on the black boxes for component output, then transported to the Rage Owl starport where there was a supposedly shipbuilding factory, but actually more of a small-scale facility that could barely manage to assemble the parts into the Voyagers. Since obtaining the technology for Voyagers, Rage Owl Star could produce about one of these ships every 4 months, valued at 1.8 million tax currency each. To date, the Alliance had just 4 Voyagers in total. To let Galleraldo go and simply give away one of them? And to send off a platoon of elite soldiers as well? However, after much consideration, Ji Hang agreed. If one desired to gain benefits, one might as well see it as an investment. And the return on this investment came swiftly. This was the Alliance organization Galleraldo mentioned to Ji Hang before his departure. To summarize, the core of this gift was that the Alliance is now a legally registered interstellar organization with the Central Empire. Planet governors could freely join the Alliance, becoming part of a closer economic and political coalition, and forming a unified planetary defense army. This kind of arrangement, while not common throughout the Empire, does exist. Interplanetary relationships often come together due to economic factors or the same military pressure they face. Usually, these relationships are only effective through exchanges and cooperative agreements between the governors, and the relationship between the two parties is theoretically equal. If one wants to maintain this united collaboration from a higher dimension, then it must be based on the Star Sector government. Additionally, the Star Sector government can also mobilize officially recognized Imperial forces, such as the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy. To put it simply, the first is mutual help among administrative bodies of the same grade, and the second is joint action coordinated under a supervisory government. The former has no binding force and can be dismissed at will. The latter relies on the mutual coordination within the overall governmental system. However, in the vast territories of the Empire, situations are too complex. In some places, there is a need for an organization that is stronger than the equal agreements between regular planet governors and transcends the conventional administrative divisions of the Star Sector government. This need could arise from inter-star sector connections, special economic cooperation, or certain historical factors. A recent example is that of Fatches number 1, number 2, and number 3, all 3 planets under the control of the Fatches family. Although there are 3 governors, there is also a family head, recognized by the Empire, acting as a joint ruler of the 3 worlds. The reason they can legally do this is because the Fatches family, as a political entity, is also a lawfully recognized interstellar organization by the Empire. The Empire approved their establishment chiefly because they were one of the rulers here when the Empire's great expedition reached the Tianma star sector, and they had helped the expeditionary force recapture most of the worlds here. In a sense, the Fatches family could be considered to have brought in capital to join the group. They were originally the masters of the 3 worlds of Fatches and were willing to pledge full allegiance, bringing help with them, so the Empire recognized and legalized their rule. This is what is called the historical factor. In short, there are all sorts of entirely different situations within the Empire that all require special handling, so there are corresponding loopholes left in place. However, such a situation is relatively rare. Normally, the Empire would not approve the establishment of a cross-stellar cooperation organization. At least, there was no chance for Ji Hang to obtain this on his own. Mainly because he had no friends at the higher levels of government in the Central Empire. Even if he wanted to engage in some sort of beneficial exchange, he simply had no access. Additionally, the situation on Rage Owl Star, to put it bluntly, didn't meet the requirements for establishing a legal interstellar organization at all. Why would they legalize your alliance? So it would be easier for you to expand and rule other planets within the Empire. What are you trying to do? Moreover, not to mention striving for it, Ji Hang didn't even know such a rule existed within the Empire beforehand. But obviously, the current situation was not normal, and Galleraldo was not a normal person. Even when the alliance did not meet relevant policies at all, he managed to get it done. A document bearing the seal of the Prime Minister of the central government of the Empire, reviewed by the Eastern Cosmos Administrative Court, arrived in Ji Hang's hands 1.5 months after Galleraldo had left. He did not doubt the authenticity of the document, because along with this seal also came the inquiries of the current head of the Tianma star sector. The newly appointed leader of the Tianma star sector, based far away on Flying Wing Star, Ivan Martinelli, sent his envoy to ask Ji Hang what was going on and why he hadn't heard about it in advance. Ji Hang thought for a moment, repackaged the Ji family's internal conflict that had occurred on Heijian Star, along with Heijian Star's long-standing special trade relationship with the Ji family, and informed the leader, clearly stating that Heijian Star itself was a form of compensation for the Ji family. They internally agreed to be a compensation to the Ji clan. This legalization of the alliance organization was a legal confirmation of this compensation. The alliance would be limited to Heijian Star and Rajal Star only, with no expansion. He lacked the power for that. At the end of the conversation, Ji Hang also stressed that this was a gift from the War Apostle and had already been officially recognized by the Empire government. By saying this, he wanted to tell Martinelli not to worry too much. It was just contact between two small worlds with very few populations, completely different from the structure of the Fatches family. Moreover, don't get any bad ideas. If you want to cause trouble, consider whether you can afford to provoke the War Apostle. As expected, everything settled down afterward. Martinelli did not come with further questions, tacitly accepting everything that had happened. Galleraldo really hadn't been boasting before. Indeed, he was not like most of the War Apostles under Suo Hikame's command. He wasn't a general, a commander, or a lord. But the reason he was among the 46 apostles, receiving the divine power that bonded him with the Sun Lord, was naturally because of his own capabilities and his distinctiveness. If, before this, Ji Hang really did doubt whether Galleraldo, even if he managed to get away from the Tianma star sector, with all the foul deeds he had done in the past, the many enemies he had made, and the loss of his biggest backing, could make a comeback? Now, it seemed there might indeed be a chance. At least, Ji Hang had already seen the first signs of reward. The legalization of the alliance, this gift came at just the right time. With it, Ji Hang's rule over Heijian Star would become legitimate and justified. Before this, he relied entirely on brute force and control over the planetary governor Nes Lumen's mind through a massive brain surgery operation in order to extract benefits from Heijian Star. But from now on, as the leader of the alliance, Ji Hang would have a set of solid organizational structures, allowing him legal and empire-recognized actual ruling power over the planets that joined. In the future, if Ji Hang wished, he could rid himself of the trouble that was Nes Lumen and also take control of this world. He could now rightfully establish a united government and the united forces without worrying about anyone criticizing him for it. Things had become much easier to handle. This legitimacy couldn't be bought with 1,800,000 tax currency. Ji Hang knew he had made a huge profit. He couldn't help but anticipate. What more surprises will you bring me in the future? I'm looking forward to it. Communication within the Empire was still too primitive. Although it was possible to achieve interstellar communication by using the star language towers and spiritual energy practitioners, in reality, ordinary star language towers could only facilitate communication within a star sector. For communication at a star domain level or even higher, larger-scale star language towers were necessary, along with the establishment of information relay stations. The Tianma star sector didn't have the means to communicate directly with Holy Terra. The largest star language tower was on Flying Wing Star, and it could at most reach the capital of the Eastern Cosmos domain, Zoe Star. But that was enough. Many things didn't need to be escalated to the level of the central government of the Empire. The space domain government was more than capable of solving most of Ji Hang's problems. Ji Hang very formally sent out, via the conventional governmental information channels, the handwritten application for joining the alliance from Nes Lumen, the planetary governor of Heijian Star, in duplicate along with a copy of his own alliance legitimacy document. Actually, there were also two originals of this set of documents, one at the Central Empire and one in his possession. In between, from the cosmos domain to the star domain to the star sector, each level of government had a copy to verify. Approval for the alliance's new member required just reaching the level of the space domain government. After receiving the application documents and giving their approval, they would send both originals back to Ji Hang and to Holy Terra for record keeping, then make 3 copies, keeping one for themselves and sending one each to the star domain and the star sector. With that, the whole official process would be completed. As for whether the space domain government would approve Heijian Star joining the alliance, Ji Hang wasn't worried about that. the possibility of disapproval was very low. On the one hand, for the space domain government, the Tianma star sector was too far away, and the addition of Rage Owl star and Hagian star, with a combined population of less than 500 million, was too insignificant. If they wanted to form a small economic and military alliance, why would the government care? With the official documents already in place, why bother to intervene without reason? Furthermore, the alliance system had a key difference from that of the Fatches family. The Fatches were definitely restricted in scale, legally allowed only those 3 worlds. But Ji Hang had scrutinized the documents he had, and, regarding scale, Galleraldo had been very careless to omit mentioning it. As for the conditions of joining, Galleraldo had thoughtfully set very simple criteria of having economic or military cooperation needs, which allowed them to join under the guise of united to safeguard the territories of the empire. No hard conditions, as long as the local governors made an application with sufficiently robust and complicated reasons, and the space domain government was unaware of the specific local circumstances. As long as the documents were well prepared, the chances of approval were high. If rejected, just revise the materials and reapply. Isn't this what a cumbersome bureaucratic system is for? In fact, Ji Hang didn't even encounter such a trivial issue. About 2 months later, Ji Hang had already received a response and obtained the new documents. The alliance now had its second member world, Hagian Star. Thus, the last political obstacle Ji Hang faced on Hagian Star had been eliminated. The war on Hagian Star hadn't subsided in the least with the departure of Ji Hang. The armed forces established by the new King's Council had already reached 500,000, deployed on the front lines. This was nearly the limit of troops currently available. It wasn't a limit for the individual countries, though. Up to now, 11 countries had joined the new King's Council, with a total population reaching 120 million. It wouldn't drain them to draft 500,000 from their standing armies and reserve forces. But this was the limit for the new King's Council. This new organization was founded solely under the military threat of the Rage Owl Star forces. Stefano's annihilation in 40 days, leading to the Iron Curtain Queen's surrender, in turn causing 9 nearby countries to capitulate due to this military intimidation, thus establishing the new King's Council. Its foundation was exceedingly unstable. An alliance based on military strength cannot afford to show any military vulnerability. If the alliance army couldn't maintain a steamroller momentum, kings would start to question. If the alliance army suffered a major defeat, they would probably turn coats immediately. Even subdued Stefano was no exception, now leaning towards the alliance under the Iron Curtain Queen's suppression, yet remnants of defeated generals still lurked in the shadows. They didn't dare to make rash movements, staying put obediently, and might not even dare to bristle at eradication attempts, potentially complying outright. However, should the alliance encounter a significant military setback, those military leaders and kings, now tame as dogs, would likely rise up instantly. After all, serving as a dog of the alliance was out of desperation for survival when defeat was certain. Given a chance, who wouldn't want to be their own feudal lord? In such a situation, one couldn't afford to draft too many troops, lest they cast doubt on the military might of the alliance, wondering why they still needed their people to fight.
Moreover, the reliability of these vassal forces was also rather suspect, with each feudal nation being entangled with countless others through noble intermarriages and vested interests. It was possible for any knight, count, or general to defect at a critical moment.
In fact, Perbov indeed dared not entrust vital defensive positions or important logistic lifelines to these vassal forces. If anything went wrong, it would spell complete disaster. Nevertheless, with 500,000 vassal troops, Perbov's hands were undeniably freer with forces. Although, facing an enemy army of 3 million, he couldn't exert too aggressive an offensive stance, or undertake a full-scale assault across hundreds of kilometers of the battlefront. But he finally had enough troops to allocate elite units of the alliance into fist formations, targeting specific battlefronts for concentrated strikes. He, too, was implementing the changed approach he had reported to Governor Ji Hang. He ceased to concern himself with strategically important points or towns of significant political symbolism, instead utilizing the armored unit's strong breakthrough capabilities and the motorized unit's excellent mobility, and when necessary against tough-to-crack positions, he could even call upon the assistance of the interstellar warriors. Through these means, in the past 4 months, Perbov had waged 3 beautifully executed battles of annihilation. In two of them, the Alliance took the offensive. With a pincer movement, they achieved breakthroughs on both sides of a battlefront approximately 80 kilometers wide, encircling the Middle Kingdom troops that failed to retreat in time. Next came the severing of supply lines, blocking reinforcements, preventing breakouts, and bombarding the encircled enemy with heavy artillery over an extended period. The first time, 170,000 kingdom troops were encircled. Failing to learn their lesson, the second time resulted in 331,000 troops being decisively trapped. For these two campaigns, Perbove deliberately chose non-urban areas. The surrounded enemies numbered in the hundreds of thousands and could not possibly scrounge sufficient food locally. Not to mention, a modern army, lacking ammunition and fuel, would suffer a sharp decline in combat effectiveness, which has little to do with fighting spirit. After all, even the bravest soldiers can't conjure bullets from sheer willpower. Moreover, these feudal armies simply lacked such discipline. The ultimate outcome of these two battles of annihilation was a resounding victory for the Alliance army. The destroyed units weren't all killed. Most became prisoners and were sent to rear prisoner of war camps to engage in heavy labor such as road repair and trench digging after being disarmed. After suffering heavy losses, the kingdom military was unwilling to concede defeat. They organized a massive counter-offensive, indeed investing heavily in the effort. The kingdom military had more than just numbers. In the realm of ultimate weapons, they had a real threat to the Alliance army, 12 assembled Night Titans. For the kingdoms on Hagian Star, the most precious of possessions were surely the Night Titans. Their strength was beyond question, with a cost of 700,000 tax currency each speaking for itself. Over time, the presence of the Night Titans gradually became a symbol of a nation's power and a noble status. Indeed, the so-called seven great nations of Hagian Star referred to the 7 states that could afford and, more importantly, sustain Night Titans. This is truly a national treasure, not to be employed lightly. Losing even one would be a catastrophe and a massive loss for the entire nation. Currently, a total of 12 Night Titans have been amassed within the assembled forces of the kingdom. These kingdom generals and nobles are aware of events that occurred in the kingdom of Stefano and understand that as powerful as the Night Titans are, if caught unprepared by interstellar warriors using their uncanny teleportation abilities, the Titans could be destroyed in mere minutes.
Therefore, they simultaneously guarded the intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Night Titans with utmost vigilance, continuously repositioning them while also outfitting them with extensive security detail. Furthermore, they ensured that the Night Titans were never left isolated. Also, pilots were not to rest unless it was absolutely necessary. Even under harsh conditions, the noble-born pilots needed to remain in their cockpit at all times.
Thankfully, by the time the Night Titan level was reached, life support pod technology had already been applied. Even without particularly advanced features, as long as it could facilitate eating and assist in excretion, the Knights could stay inside for extended periods. Of course, they still needed to sleep. During these times, there had to be an active Night Titan ready to protect them. Based on such precautions, the kingdom's generals were extremely cautious when deploying the Night Titans. For these reasons, even though they possessed 12 Night Titans, their actual appearance on the battlefield was rare. In easy and simple battles, even if the Night Titans appeared, it made little difference, just gilding the lily. However, in particularly dangerous battles, they hesitated to deploy the Titans, as losing just one could spark a huge political crisis. It must be emphasized again that the kingdom's army is a military force united by a group of feudal states. Although the kings are the leaders, in essence, they are just the supreme nobles, feudal lords. The Night Titans are in the hands of various major nobles. This means they couldn't follow orders like a modern military would, where upon receiving a command, they must obey, ready to charge even if the mission was known to be suicidal, embracing a do-or-die resolve to fulfill their military duty. Such occurrences are rare in a feudal army. Putting it bluntly, for some nobles who view their Night Titan as their family's treasured asset, it's acceptable to lose a battle, but not the Titan. As long as the Titan remains, even if they surrendered to the Alliance afterward, their status could still be preserved to some extent. However, this time, the kingdom's army made a significant commitment. After a day-long closed-door meeting of multiple kings and nobles, they decided that the situation couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if they allowed the Rage Owl Star people to incessantly exploit their maneuverability, firepower, and armor advantage, their forces would be gradually devoured. leading to the potential loss of their entire 3 million troops on Haejian Star. Once there was mutual agreement, the large-scale offensive that frontline generals had long awaited but had never materialized, finally commenced.
12 Night Titans, all deployed at once. 9 of those belonged to the Panbos kingdom, representing their full strength. After all, the war was happening on their territory, so naturally, they were the most committed. The remaining 3 came from 3 other powerful states, with each providing 1 Titan.
In the entire history of Haejian Star, having 12 Night Titans participating in a battle simultaneously was something from a bygone era. When 12 Night Titans advanced en masse, flanked by over 1,000 sentry mechas, and supported by an army of hundreds of thousands, the Alliance's front inevitably crumbled. What was the greatest strength of the Alliance army? Apart from armored forces, it was their artillery. The munitions transported to Haejian Star by the GU commercial firm on Rage Owl Star ships, in addition to the weaponry and ammunition used by the Alliance's 30 or so royal armies, primarily consisted of artillery and shells. These weapons were then handed over to their vassal forces. With artillery density far exceeding their adversaries, they were able to hold their ground along the extended front line against an enemy far superior in numbers. But in the location concentrated with 12 Night Titans and over 1,000 sentry mechas, no matter what, it was an unstoppable force. Even the elite troops of the Alliance couldn't withstand it. The Night Titans fired missiles and bombarded with howitzers from a distance, while conventional firepower barely shook them. Under their fire cover, sentry mechas charged forward through a hail of bullets, and machine guns also posed a terrifying threat to the positions of the Alliance warriors. The regular artillery of the Kingdom's army was far inferior to the Alliance's, but with a large enough number of mountain guns assembled and the protection of armored forces at the front, they could advance to relatively close positions to fire, a threat that could not be underestimated. Mountain guns are still guns. Not only was the Alliance's position breached at a single point, but the entire defensive line spanning hundreds of kilometers began to shake significantly. The frontline infantry units of the Alliance's direct lineage suffered extremely heavy casualties, nearly reaching the point where they had to be reformed, and even some artillery positions were quickly overrun by the attacking enemy forces, leading to their complete destruction before they could retreat. For 7 consecutive days, the Kingdom's army had reached a climax in their offensive, pushing the Alliance's defensive line back by a full 80 kilometers. This was an accomplishment they had never been able to achieve since the beginning of the war. Beyond changes in the front line, they had also caused significant casualties. Just from captured regimental flags alone, there were 6. Confirmed kills of officers above the rank of colonel numbered more than 20. Although more specific details of the victory were hard to tally, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Alliance army. All of this happened in just a short span of 7 days. The splendid victory even prompted the King of Panbos to personally send a letter to congratulate the knights on their triumph. In the same vein, this victory also led the Haejian Star people to start thinking that the Alliance wasn't so great after all, it was just that we hadn't given it our all from the start. However, everything changed on the 8th day. Could the Kingdom's army's victory, the advance of 80 kilometers of the front line, truly be considered a victory? In Prabhav's view, perhaps not. While the enemy was in full force, on one hand, he commanded a portion of his troops to resist at the front, reducing the enemy's numbers, depleting their supplies, and slowing their pace. The units that undertook these missions indeed suffered tremendous casualties, which deeply pained Prabhav. After all, when he had been fighting a blocking battle outside Pinsir city with a brigade, nearly facing annihilation, there hadn't been as many deaths as now. But by now, he had steeled his heart. The sacrifices being made at this moment were for a greater victory. As the frontline troops fought for time, the Alliance's armored brigade began maneuvering on both flanks. Then, on the 8th day of the Kingdom's large-scale offensive, they moved to both sides of this 80-kilometer deep and 40-kilometer wide salient. Several armored brigades simultaneously charged out, breaking through the enemy, attacking the Alliance positions with the support of artillery and air force. Afterward, they moved at a speed that the enemy couldn't react to, quickly outflanking both sides of the protrusion. Within a day, 4 armored brigades deployed from both sides had breached the 40-kilometer supply lines of the salient, achieving a victorious rendezvous. This meant that the salient punched out by the enemy had instead become a pocket enclosing them. Seriously speaking, being surrounded does not equate to victory. When the news that their rear was cut off reached the Kingdom army deep within enemy lines, they did not panic. Although logistical supplies could not be delivered for the time being, within this encirclement that stretched 60 kilometers wide and 80 kilometers deep, with over 500,000 people present, a prolonged cutoff in supply could easily lead to a total, uncontrollable collapse. But they did not believe such a situation would occur. There's a cluster of 12 Night Titans here, surrounding us from behind? It's not yet certain who's surrounding whom. They did not continue the forward offensive posture but instead diverted some forces to head rearward. 6 Night Titans and over 500 sentry mechas formed the combat core, ready to recapture the lost rear positions. If possible, it would be even better to conduct 1 or 2 effective encirclement and annihilation battles. However, at this moment, their nightmare arrived. The Alliance army seemed to know their plans completely, already prepared to defend staunchly. And this time, the Alliance had resolutely no intention of retreating. In fact, they did not opt for trench warfare based on trenches, fortifications, and the like, to hold and wear down the Kingdom army. The tank units took the initiative to strike. Windfalcon fighters in the skies daringly lowered their altitude, beginning to provide ground fire support. Especially when detecting some enemy artillery positions in the rear, they would launch a few missiles. If they did not completely destroy the target, they would risk being hit by rocket artillery or anti-aircraft gunfire to use laser cannons to wipe out any remaining enemy artillery. On the main battlefield, the total force the Alliance committed to the decisive battle was 10 armored brigades. Their numbers were the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, 13th Armored Brigade, and the 35th to the 38th and 59th to the 62nd Armored Brigades. These 10 brigades, totaling just over 80,000 troops, assembled nearly 900 Lion tanks and over 2,000 various types of combat armored vehicles. Without a doubt, Perbov went all out, regarding this battle as the most critical grand decisive battle on Hagian Star. Both sides, totaling 600,000 men, unfolded a fierce battle along a 60-kilometer wide front, structured around brigades and regiments. For the Kingdom army, the grand decisive battle came a bit unexpectedly, exceeding their initial psychological expectations.
Originally, at the start of the full-scale offensive, they were prepared psychologically for a major battle. However, a series of triumphs like a rampaging victory over multiple days made them complacent. Some fools thought the Alliance army was just so-so, and others, not foolish, tended to believe that the Alliance was not ready for a decisive battle and chose to avoid the brunt.
But they really did not expect that the Alliance was not unprepared for the decisive battle, but decided to have the decisive battle when the encirclement was formed and the roles of offense and defense changed. The situation now was also quite clear. Either they completely crush the 10 armored brigades gathered by the Alliance, positioned behind them and poking at their rears in one go. Or, under the conditions of having lost all supply inside the encirclement, their entire army would be wiped out. And at this critical moment, they flinched. Mainly because initially, they only sent 6 Night Titans to the rear to deal with the encirclement, p greater than. According to the intent of the Kingdom army's commanders, it wasn't that they did not dare to fight decisively, but rather that the force they had gathered before the battle began was not yet sufficient. First, they needed to pull back these 6 Titans and the main forces a bit, waiting for all 12 Night Titans to gather before turning around to fight the decisive battle, which would increase their chances of success. From certain perspectives, the Kingdom army's supreme commander's thought process wasn't wrong. However, he made one critical mistake. He severely underestimated the resolve of the Alliance's armored forces in this battle. In such a decisive grand battle, courage and morale are extremely important. Whoever shows a hint of cowardice might find even a slight setback leading to a comprehensive collapse. And this was what happened on the frontal battlefield. Upon receiving the message to retreat and regroup with the other 6 Titans, the 6 Night Titans on the front line naturally chose not to continue their advance to meet the enemy and started to fall back. But then, the Alliance's armored forces had already penetrated quite deeply into their ranks. The ordinary infantry left behind to cover the retreat simply could not withstand such a massive offensive pressure. In the rear, under the volley of self-propelled artillery, their defenses were already on the verge of collapse. When the armored vehicles really began charging their lines, they formed virtually no effective resistance before disintegrating completely. Subsequently, some of the Kingdom's core units came under attack. Dozens of sentry mechas were bitten into by the Alliance's Strider combat vehicles. Under the barrage of several hundred automatic cannons, those sentry mechas and surrounding kingdom infantry had to turn around to fight. They were caught off guard, and with a significant number disparity, they were suppressed fiercely. Moreover, if the battle dragged on even a bit longer, dense barrages of 155mm howitzer shells would often come over from the Alliance forces in the rear. The artillery battalions under the Alliance's armored brigades, along with artillery support platoons within each composite camp, had fully upgraded their towed artillery to self-propelled artillery. The process of moving and setting up to fire, and then moving again, had become much faster than before, allowing them to smoothly support armored units, providing fire cover while they rapidly breached enemy positions. At the moment, this firepower proved immensely effective. Under heavy artillery bombardment, the unprotected sentry mecha in retreat were destroyed at an alarming rate. Especially when the range of engagement closed in, the infantry of the Alliance army also posed a significant threat to them. As for the company and platoon-level mortars, there's not much to say. Their accuracy isn't great. Hitting the much more agile sentry mecha compared to tanks isn't easy. They could only be used to target the cannon fodder infantry of the kingdom's army. But that was enough. An even more terrifying asset in the hands of the infantry was the heavy grenade launcher. A platoon was equipped with one. Taking a few hits, even a dozen, wasn't a big deal. But if they were barraged by a volley, even tanks might not withstand it, let alone the sentry mecha with significantly thinner armor compared to heavy armored vehicles like tanks. The machine guns and grenade launchers on the infantry fighting vehicles, the heavy grenade launchers in the infantry platoons, the long-range 155mm heavy artillery. Dozens of sentry mecha and several thousand kingdoms troops couldn't withstand such fierce firepower for long and were quickly routed. Not many surrendered or escaped, the majority were annihilated on the spot. After such events occurred multiple times, the 6 retreating Titans sensed something was amiss. Bleeding too heavily, they had lost an army of over 30,000 in less than half a day. If the loss of ordinary infantry wasn't a concern for them, after all, they were just low-value cannon fodder. The destruction of over 100 sentry mecha could not be ignored. The sentry mecha were expensive, important combat machines. And what was even more fearsome was that they were merely engaged in a standard tactical withdrawal, pulling back their fist to throw a stronger punch later on. But the way things were looking, their tactical retreat was edging towards a complete collapse. These 6 Night Titans amassed together in the core area had no big issues, but other parts were at the risk of being completely overrun by the Alliance's vanguard. They couldn't help but feel conflicted. Although these 6 Titans were the most important, losing the rest of their forces would not bode well for the upcoming decisive battle. After all, having only Titans, lacking infantry, and lacking the protection of sentry mecha meant the Night Titans couldn't exert their full strength and could easily be targeted at their weak points and destroyed. They discussed whether they needed to return and reinforce while gathering their forces more closely together. However, while they were still considering the so-called upcoming, decisive battle, for the Alliance army, the decisive battle had already begun and had reached its climax at this stage. As they hesitated, they were caught up with. First to appear within their sight was the 61st Armored Brigade of the Alliance Central Corps. The reason they could recognize this unit was that the brigade, as well as the battalions and companies under its command, emblazoned their unit numbers on red battle flags, which flew high on armored vehicles, easily identifiable at a glance. More than 60 Lion tanks gathered together, each maintaining a distance of around 20 to 30 meters. Tanks raised their guns high, and while on the move, they would occasionally recoil, either lobbing high explosive shells at the kingdom's infantry or piercing a sentry mecha with armor-piercing rounds. Over 150 armored fighting vehicles accompanied them, interspersed around, providing additional fire support. The brave and elite infantry didn't shrink back, instead, they marched between the tanks and even ahead of the armored units. They seemed to have no fear of death. Under the support of tank and fighting vehicle gunfire from behind, and with the accompaniment of artillery fire from self-propelled guns further back, they coordinated their attack. Often after a barrage of heavy fire, before the kingdom's troops could recover from the deafening blasts, the Alliance infantry had already appeared mere dozens of meters in front of them, their cold gun muzzles practically shoved in their mouths. Under those circumstances, the 6 Night Titans finally reached a consensus. They could retreat no longer, they had to turn and fight. In fact, there was no other option for them to retreat. At this distance, the Alliance's self-propelled guns had already started to shell them with artillery, but it was only deflected by the energy shield. The 6 Night Titans, determined for battle, found themselves essentially dragged into a major confrontation without much psychological preparation. Yet despite the facts, at that moment, they still hadn't fully grasped the situation. After all, what appeared before them was only a single brigade. Their initial attitude may have been to destroy this brigade, or at least beat it back temporarily. Then they could continue to retreat and regroup with the other 6 Night Titans as per the command of their overall leader. Therefore, their counterattacks appeared somewhat feeble and ineffective. First, they launched a series of missiles. These missiles did indeed destroy many of the 61st Brigade's self-propelled howitzers, greatly reducing the Alliance Army's firepower density in a short amount of time. Following that, they began bombarding the Alliance's tanks with automatic loading grenade launchers mounted on their arms. The precise artillery fire was capable of destroying a Lion tank with a single shot, and with automatic loading and multiple barrels, their rate of fire was quite fast. After these Titans initiated their counterattack, the 61st Armored Brigade began to suffer heavy casualties. However, it must be said that the timing of these Titans launching their counterattacks was just a bit too late. The surrounding kingdom's military forces had already begun to disintegrate. And what delivered the final blow to their morale was the appearance of 2 military unit designations, advancing simultaneously from the left and the right on the front lines. Those were the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade and the 13th Armored Brigade. Combined, these 2 brigade-level units possessed 300 Lion tanks. When they advanced en masse, their tracks kicked up a storm of yellow sand, elevating the atmosphere of the battlefield to its zenith. The voices of the Night Titans echoed throughout the ranks. They valiantly fired artillery, eliminated tanks, and tried to stabilize the morale of their forces. However, the effect was less than ideal. Eventually, tanks, armored vehicles, and even infantry units charged up to proximity, deploying their firepower at distances around a kilometer, to engage in a direct exchange of fire with them. The energy shields on the 6 Titans flickered constantly. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the Alliance pressured these Titans into a state where they had to fight to their fullest capacity. A distance of a kilometer was already quite close for the Titans. They were no cowards, and after a brief tactical discussion, 2 of them began advancing rapidly. Apart from their long-range firepower, the Titans were equipped with gravity fists and giant chainsaw swords, which were even more formidable weapons. When they charged into the tank formations, 1 sword stroke, 1 kick, 1 punch. That's all it took to scrap a tank. True, the energy shields were ineffective at close range, but accompanying their charge were the sentry mecha, the kingdom's most elite soldiers, and the covering fire from the other 4 Titans in the rear. Normally, the Alliance troops couldn't actively approach within the range of the energy shields. They began to wreak havoc. Then, all of a sudden, the most intense explosion erupted on the battlefield. The epicenter of the explosion occurred on one of the Night Titans engaged in close combat. A squad of elites dressed in red-powered armor emerged from the center of the explosion. Those were naturally the Phoenixes. With the covering fire from regular units, they approached the Night Titan, swiftly eliminated the surrounding sentry mecha, and planted thermite bombs before making a full retreat. The Phoenix battle group had been a part of this battle right from the beginning. As such a reliable force, Perbov of course wouldn't overlook them. On the contrary, they were his ace in the hole. He was aware that the Alliance army held a complete advantage in all aspects against the enemy, except for the Night Titans. If you let these Night Titans loose, 1 Night Titan tearing apart 100 Lion tanks was not a problem. Conversely, the Alliance's conventional forces found it extraordinarily difficult to pose a threat to these terrifying war machines. If it came down to a direct confrontation, then they could only send enough armor units to serve as sandbags, to take the hits, to act as meat shields. Then, they would use the tanks' armor-piercing cannons and heavy artillery from the rear to wear down the Night Titans' energy shields until breaking through and ultimately destroying them. The casualties in this process were simply incalculable. From the beginning, Perbov didn't quite hope that the battle would evolve into that state. It was just too passive. Having the interstellar warriors in hand and not using them would be foolish. But even after consulting with Commander Mattens, he didn't immediately place the Phoenixes in an obvious position. On one hand, it's best to use good steel on the cutting edge. Common fights don't need their involvement. On the other hand, It's essential to keep a trick up the sleeve to prevent the enemy from noticing and preparing for them right from the start. Of course, those Night Titans were on guard. Once the silhouettes of interstellar warriors appeared among the enemies, who could ignore them? But maintaining attention incurs a cost. When the battle became so fierce that they could hardly spare attention elsewhere, how could they keep focus on the interstellar warriors who hadn't yet appeared on the battlefield? Thus, the first sacrifice appeared. Like specters, the phoenixes darted out from behind a lion tank. Already less than 100 meters from the target, they could reach it in a matter of seconds in a full sprint. Some were responsible for fire suppression, eliminating the obstructive sentry mecha, while others breached quickly. Dodging a reactionary kick from the Night Titan, they leapt high, landed on the Titan, placed thermite charges, and rapidly withdrew. The power of a thermite bomb was sufficient, and most crucially, the thermite, being placed in close proximity, was entirely unaffected by the energy shield, making the destruction of a Night Titan without question. After the first one, the second one followed immediately. The two Titan Knights who dared to plow through the ranks met their desired fate. The time between their destruction was just a mere 8 minutes apart. The remaining 4 were genuinely alarmed. Before them was a surging cluster of tanks. Behind them, a great number of self-propelled guns. Amidst the hail of fire, the remaining 4 Titans didn't appear to be in any immediate danger, yet the accompanying troops beneath them were gradually showing signs of not holding up. If the forces on both sides were on the same level, then that would be a different story. However, during the preceding withdrawal, some units, while retreating, had lost their way, while others, in the face of the Alliance army's fervent pursuit, were pinned down. Either they were annihilated, dispersed, or still engaged in fierce gunfire. At this moment, the regular units beside them were already few in number. Under the onslaught, they were even more on the verge of collapsing. Once the regular units crumbled, these 4 Titans would be like lambs to the slaughter. Without the cooperation and protection of regular units, the towering Titans were vulnerable to overlooked enemies sneaking up to their feet, bypassing the energy shields, and then being destroyed. Ordinarily this would not have been easy. After all, the Titan Knights were not without close-range self-defense capabilities. Against conventional means, a Titan Knight's punches and kicks, along with melee weapons, were fatally threatening. However, weren't the figures of interstellar warriors now appearing before their eyes?
Having witnessed the destruction of 2 Night Titans, how could they not understand the danger?
The risk was too great, they felt it inappropriate to continue fighting, and began contemplating a retreat. Before retreating, they aimed at the Phoenix's red silhouettes and fiercely bombarded them with heavy artillery. Indeed, even for the interstellar warriors, the firepower of the Titan Knights posed a threat. Within their sight, 3 Phoenixes fell to the ground after being bombarded by heavy artillery from the Titans and did not get up. They had no time to confirm the casualty status of the targets, just retreating while continuing to bombard them. When the Titan Knights wanted to withdraw, indeed, nothing could stop them in the short term. However, the Alliance forces, relentlessly pursuing them, did not let up the attack. And worse, this would trigger a series of chain reactions. The kingdom's regular forces began to experience a more severe morale collapse. Before, with 6 Titans serving as the core of the entire front line, even under the impact of a steel deluge, seeing tanks being destroyed one by one, there was still some courage left to fight. But now, with 2 Titans in pieces and the remaining 4 about to flee, what could they do? The regular units collapsed, and there was nothing the 4 Titans could do about it. They had tried to call on the troops to hold their resistance, but to little avail. Only a very few stayed by their side, accompanying them as they withdrew together. However, the increasingly torrential heavy artillery and fierce attacks caused these units to rapidly diminish in number. When their numbers dwindled to a certain level, the final general assault began. They saw, not far from themselves, space twisted and dozens of red-armored warriors barely taller than their knees appeared out of nowhere. Accompanied by a small number of regular units, they could no longer stop these interstellar warriors who had suddenly used spiritual energy to teleport closer. The Titans almost immediately unleashed their firepower, and some brave souls swung massive gravity fists or giant chainsaw swords at those interstellar warriors. However, this could not change their ultimate fate. Out of the 4 Titans, 3 were damaged, and the remaining 1 surrendered. And the Alliance army, with the momentum of a great victory, swept through the retreating forces toward the main body of the kingdom's army. In contrast, the kingdom's army felt as though they had been drenched with a bucket of ice water amid their fervor. A few days ago, they were unstoppable. Although they learned that their rear had been outflanked, they were not at all panicked. However, the entire situation hadn't been unfolding for long before they were jolted by the news that all 6 Night Titans had been destroyed in a single battle. The entire army was shaken. They couldn't even regulate this news because the sounds of the Alliance's gunfire were getting closer, audible to everyone. Standing on a slightly higher hill, one could see the clouds of yellow dust kicked up by the Alliance's armored groups moving through the wilderness, with the red banners barely visible within, fluttering in the wind. In front of the Alliance's vanguard, the kingdom's army was being chased and beaten like stray dogs. What's more terrifying was that they would soon become one of those stray dogs themselves. The entire encirclement was only 60 kilometers wide and 80 kilometers deep. If they achieved a significant victory today, they might not make it by tomorrow, and by the day after at the latest, gun barrels would be pressed right up to their throats. In such a situation, no one could utter tough words. What to do? This question lingered over the entire kingdom's army, both high and low. The kingdom's army's supreme commander had made a decision. The only option left: muster all forces and fight a decisive battle to the death against the Alliance army. Otherwise, what else could they do? Their previous 8 days of triumph were now converted into equal amounts of fear and unease. The previous offensives had been too smooth. There hadn't been enough time to construct defenses in this area, nor were the various supplies in reserve sufficient. The option to hold out for reinforcements was non-existent. Moreover, even if they could hold the line, who could come as reinforcements? All 12 of the Night Titans were already here. Only through a battle to the death, only through victory, could they break out of the encirclement. The commander-in-chief of the kingdom's allied forces was already fervently encouraging all the officers, especially the 6 Night Titan pilots.
He painted a future where, should they win this war, the backbone of the Alliance army would be broken. In the near term, they wouldn't be able to organize an armored group with thousands of tanks, and such a devastating defeat would severely shake the Alliance's control over Haegean Star. In the territories already occupied by the Alliance, there would be a strong upsurge of resolute resistance.
In short, the future was bright. If only they could win this ultimate battle, they would all be heroes of the entire world. However, take it with a grain of salt. At most, these words served only to prevent morale from looking too dismal on the surface. In private, those officers, those aristocratic Night Titan drivers, what they really thought, to be honest, the old marshal of Royal Panbo's bloodline had no idea. Even he himself, amidst the turmoil, had muttered a few words to a relative of royal lineage among the Titan pilots. According to him, one should of course fight bravely during battle. But if, by any chance, one faced an insurmountable and imposing tide, then don't act foolishly, for surrendering wasn't entirely unacceptable. As long as they were alive, surrendering with their mechas might give them a chance to preserve as much hope as possible for the royal bloodline. This was preparing for the worst-case scenario. If even the highest commanders and the core force of the Night Titans held such an attitude, how could the decisive battle be won? On the 3rd day of the formation of the Alliance's encirclement, the climax of the 2nd phase of the battle arrived. And the result of this battle was that one of the 6 Night Titans fled, 1 couldn't be stopped, and 3 were destroyed, while 2 surrendered. The kingdom's army undoubtedly suffered an overwhelming defeat. And this defeat was much larger than the Alliance's previous 2 offensive campaigns. Previously, Perbov had carefully selected and tactically arranged a beautiful pincer attack and repeated the tactic, fully utilizing the Alliance army's armored and firepower advantages to conquer 500,000 of the kingdom's army, the majority of which were mere foot soldiers, and at most included a significant number of sentry mechas, a painful loss for the kingdom's army but not a crippling blow. But the results of this battle, which could be called decisive over the past half-month, went far beyond just painful. This was a catastrophic loss. 11 Night Titans, more than 900 sentry mechas, 500,000 troops either scattered, annihilated, or captured. The kingdom's army had gathered. The troops executing this all-out assault could now be described as utterly destroyed. For the king's council at the rear, it was as if the sky had fallen. Had they ever anticipated a defeat? Of course, they had. In war, one always considers the possibility of losing and the problems of remedying the situation afterward. But none of their preconceived scenarios of loss were as tragic as this. At worst, They figured they might bite off more than they could chew against the Alliance's defense line, to no avail. The most dire outcome would have been a disgraced retreat under a counterattack by the Alliance's armored forces and the interstellar warriors. There could have been losses of some Night Titans, there might have been significant damage. But now? It was far beyond significant damage, this was a total collapse. In the recent 4 months of the war, they had lost a whole million troops and almost all their Night Titans. What's worse, they had lost their confidence in overcoming the Alliance. They knew that this war would be difficult to wage. But now, their mindset had changed. Most of them now believed that this war could not be won. Crouched in a prisoner of war camp, Eureka Pambos still vividly remembered the state of the battle from just a few days ago. He was the youngest son of the current king of Pambos, heralded as a genius knight, and the youngest Night Titan pilot in the kingdom for nearly a century. In the royal succession prescribed by the king of Pambos, he was sixth in line. But now, he could only squat here, just like all the others, including the most ordinary soldiers he wouldn't have bothered to glance at before. Gnawing on a hard-to-swallow block of synthetic starch with cold water, yet firmly forcing himself to swallow it lest he truly starve to death. He felt the lump of the substance sticking in his throat. He was no stranger to hardship, nor was he a pampered prince. From a young age, he knew that he would not inherit the throne under normal circumstances, so he aspired to join the military and gained his father's approval. He endured hardship and toiled through the strictest training within the armed forces, leading to his current achievements. But hunger was something he had indeed never experienced in his life. He had always enjoyed ample nutrition for his training from an early age. No matter how exhausting the training, a lavish meal always followed. However, within the Alliance's POW camp, he experienced hunger. It wasn't that the Alliance was deliberately mistreating prisoners, but that they had suddenly taken in too many prisoners, and there were problems with the food supply. And to this, the Alliance's response was even somewhat surprising to him. Political officers from the Alliance would actually come to the POW camp and engage in ideological work with the prisoners, assuring them that the current difficulties were temporary and that the problems would soon be resolved. They asked everyone not to panic and even executed a few of the camp's management officers who were unfairly distributing food and skimming off the prisoners' rations. Usually, these were officers from the Lumen Kingdoms or Kingdom of Stefano's auxiliary forces. These actions elevated the Alliance's political officers significantly in the eyes of the captives. The prisoners listened as the political officers described life on the distant Rage Owl star, talked about the Alliance's policies, and discussed some of the changes that had occurred in the Lumen Kingdom in the past year. Prince Eureka discovered that the once restless and panicked prisoners, despite the food shortages, were miraculously settling down. In the past, he would never have believed such a thing possible. But now, after seeing it happen right before his eyes, he became contemplative. After the defeat and his capture, he always wondered why the seemingly powerful kingdom's army still ended up losing. Up to now, although he hadn't fully understood why, he had at least realized a part of it. Eureka was still pondering over the role of the political commissar in the Alliance army when a call woke him from his reverie. Eureka Pambos? Eureka raised his head a bit uncomfortably, as it was rare in his life to be called by his name like that. Of course, he still knew it was him being called. Standing not far from him was a woman wearing a long black coat, bearing a strange insignia, and a short dagger at her waist. Despite her small stature, her sharp eyes sent a chill down his spine. Eureka stood up without speaking, his intention clear. The lady, who didn't seem to be a military person but appeared to be someone special in the military, continued, "Come with me." So, Eureka followed her to a temporary room within the prisoner of war camp, where he met a man who always seemed to be smiling. The man stood up to greet them as soon as they pushed the door open. He first nodded to the lady in the long black coat, and with a smile said, "You've worked hard, Lady Durong." Demon hunter Milia Durong nodded slightly and then left. She had much work to do next, needed to select several suitable individuals to be sent back who could assist the Alliance government in its comprehensive rule over Rage Owl Star, leaving her no time to dwell here. Bringing Prince Eureka over was simply because she had been familiarizing herself with the conditions of this POW camp for 2 days and was relatively well acquainted with it. Another reason was she didn't want to stay in that room. The man there, who had been a colleague of her older sister at the Loyal Air Academy, named Nikola Salahovic, always appeared smiling, but she found it uncomfortable to be with him, as if something was watching her all the time. According to her sister, the current chief of academic affairs at Loyal Air Academy Hire C. Morgan, Salahovic wasn't always like this. One day, he suddenly had an epiphany, as if he had received some kind of inspiration, gaining the ability to see through people's hearts, and if one conversed with him a bit longer, they were easily persuaded by him. Milia felt that it was more like tempting. Of course, Hire C. Morgan also mentioned that she herself seemed to have changed at the same time. The difference was that her epiphany lay in boosting morale, teaching students to be more loyal, and having a more remarkable understanding of ideological and political theory. After both had received some kind of enlightenment and felt they had grown a lot, Salahovic was transferred out of Loyal Air Academy and took a position at the Alliance government's Foreign Affairs Department. Milia de Rong never expected that this man, whom she only knew from chatting with her sister, would one day work with her on Hagian Star. Although according to Hire C. Morgan, Salahovic was essentially a good person, but, although she was not acquainted with Salahovic and had not personally experienced his special skills, she had no desire to experience them either. Let that native prince experience it. At that moment, Prince Eureka felt refreshed. The communication with the foreign diplomat was the most comfortable time he had since he had been captured after the war ended. The diplomat's words always struck home, making him involuntarily follow the other suggestions. In the end, he nodded to Salahovic and said, "Mr. Diplomat, I will do everything in my power to help you," hoping to eliminate the war. Salahovic stood up and said to Eureka with great solemnity and respect, "You are the Empire's most loyal subject, and I salute you." A month later, Salahovic and Prince Eureka, now dressed in fitting attire, sat together on the Wind Falcon bound for the heartland of Panbo's kingdom. He was a diplomat and of course, he was on a diplomatic mission. Seated, he gazed admiringly at Prince Eureka, who was sitting upright in front of him, with his back to him. His upcoming task largely required this person's assistance. Therefore, in this past month, besides constantly communicating with local historians and political scholars to learn about the political history and traditional culture of Hagian Star and understand the current political landscape of this planet, the rest of his time was mostly spent on this prince. He drew upon his old skills of teaching at Loyal Air Academy, along with the help of an army political commissar, and consistently worked on the prince's ideological stance. The results were significant. Even though he had persuaded Prince Eureka to accept his proposal a month ago, it was still unstable. Having been enlightened, Salahovic's abilities had greatly improved. However, it wasn't as supernatural as rumors suggested, nor did he possess any supernatural powers. He had always been skilled at understanding people, communicating, and sharing heartfelt moments. Now, he just had a better grasp of these skills. He could catch people's states of mind from details that others might miss, such as slight movements, micro-expressions, and changes in tone. He also honed his verbal skills more precisely, including how to use the right expressions and tones when speaking. Combining these two methods was the source of his seemingly heart-penetrating and heart-bewitching abilities. It was nothing significant, but thanks to the governor's favor, he was transferred to the Alliance Foreign Affairs Department. The work there seemed even more suited to his expertise than teaching at Loyal Air Academy. So, he came without any hesitation. To contribute to the governor was his greatest honor. In reality, the diplomatic mission that followed was not simple at all. Since the end of the great decisive battle, a month had passed without either side reaching any ceasefire agreement, and the war continued unabated.
Although the Alliance army emerged victorious in the Great Battle, it still suffered significant losses. Indeed, they had pursued several victorious engagements following that battle, but as the enemy fell back in full retreat, while territory was gained, the impact on the enemy's living forces was not as great.
The kingdom's military certainly lacked the capacity to win the war, but if the alliance were to rely purely on military means for victory, it would take a considerable amount of time. There was no need for that. So, the remainder fell to him. Of course, there was also the possibility that Panbos's old king, the current leader of the kingdom's parliament and the foremost country of Hagian Star, would go crazy and have him, the arriving diplomat, seized and executed upon landing.
Then so be it, he would die. But he felt the risk of that was not significant.
His guess was correct. After he used the release of the important prisoner of war, Prince Eureka, as both a conversation starter and a welcome gift, he was treated with considerable respect. But that was all it was, respect. During the first meeting with the old king, after briefly exchanging conditional terms for a ceasefire, Salahovic lost interest in seriously negotiating further. With his ability to judge character, he felt that the old king of Panbos truly regarded maintaining independence as the ultimate negotiation baseline, willing only to surrender certain populations, wealth, and cede some territory, but not sovereignty. The country had to remain independent. He would not accept the alliance's special envoy to meddle in national politics. Clearly, the alliance found this unacceptable. From the very beginning, there was no room for further negotiation between the two. Yet Salahovic continued to maintain the progress of the negotiations. The old king had his bottom line, but what about others? The remaining forces on Hagian Star resisting the alliance were not limited to Panbos Kingdom. Even within Panbos Kingdom itself, could the old king's word be truly absolute? What were the attitudes of those generals and nobles with actual power? Under the pretext of peace talks, Salahovic made frequent contact with the high-level figures of Panbos Kingdom. Actually, this was not proper. Strictly speaking, Salahovic should only have been able to legitimately contact the Panbos Kingdom's liaison personnel and prime minister. But he had persuaded the prime minister, and many of his contacts with key figures were conducted in secret. By himself, of course, he would not have been able to secretly meet ministers and generals in another country. But wasn't that where someone provided the necessary help? 2 months had passed since the end of the great decisive battle. Salahovic, as the envoy of the alliance, had been in the ruling region of Panbos Kingdom for 1 month already. Peace negotiations and exchanges over ceasefire conditions were ongoing, with both sides fully sharing their views. Salahovic had already had 4 official meetings with Panbos's old king, each time ending in disagreement, and countless negotiations with various ministers, as both sides probed each other's bottom line. At least, that was how it appeared. Meanwhile, the war continued. The scale was small, but everyone knew that the Panbos Kingdom, or rather all remaining kingdom forces, were already dead in the water, just not yet buried. Under Purbav's command, the alliance army advanced step by step, resolutely capturing one strategic location after another. The kingdom's military, lacking both strength and morale, could not resist and crumbled upon contact. As Salahovic put it in the diplomatic arena to Panbos and other countries' envoys, "What you cannot obtain on the battlefield, do not expect to obtain at the negotiation table. The alliance's demands are all reasonable. The only difference is, if we reach an agreement now, you may end this all with dignity and perhaps have hopes to continue. Or you can keep waiting for our warriors to send each and every one of you to the judge and the gallows. Then, we can take everything we want, and what you'll have left by that time is uncertain to anyone." Without a doubt, the previous major defeat not only broke the back of the kingdom's military but also spine of those rulers behind the scenes. And now, the steady stream of news of cities being conquered and troops being encircled was like a series of relentless cuts to their paralyzed, defenseless bodies on the ground. For most, their psychological defenses had collapsed after the decisive battle. Among the few who hadn't, during the constant stream of bad news, they too collapsed. Against such a backdrop, the 5th official negotiation between Salahovic and the old king of Panbos began. They went through the usual negotiating of terms as they always had. The chief steward representing the old king, much like the previous few times, once again lowered the conditions. In essence, he was willing to cede more land, offer more wealth, and more populations. Even, the request from the alliance to dispatch envoys to the court could be reluctantly agreed to, but only with supervisory authority and no interference in internal affairs. All in all, the situation had indeed improved. According to the Panbos subjects and monarchs, even if this negotiation failed, it would just be like the previous times, just waiting for the next negotiation would be fine. They still had hopes for the situation on the battlefield. Winning the war was impossible, but the Panbos Kingdom's army still totaled 1 million. They could defend step by step, retreat layer by layer, fight with tenacious spirits, and display robust determination. Indeed, you, the alliance, can take everything on the battlefield, but to get whatever you want, you need to pay with the blood of soldiers. Is it worth it? Better to accept our conditions. This was roughly their mindset. However, Salahovic had seen through them long ago. Even after the first negotiation, he had no hope that the old king would accept the conditions of the alliance. The reason he had been humoring the Panbos Kingdom's subjects and monarchs for the past month was to prepare for a major event. And today, all the necessary preparations had been made. The time had come. This time, his attitude changed dramatically. He no longer maintained that always smiling face, nor was he the man in previous negotiations that even the people of Panbos had to admit was very gentlemanly and mild. His expression became stern and serious, and even somewhat fierce. Altai Panbos, I express my deep regret on behalf of the Alliance Governor. All the generous conditions of the Alliance are established on the benevolence of the Governor. Yet, over this past month, you have repeatedly ignored the big picture and rejected the Governor's kindness with unrealistic terms, he said. I reiterate to you the Alliance's conditions once again. According to the Imperial Code, as subsidized by orders signed by the Hajian Star Governor and recognized by the Imperial Executive Yuan, the Alliance, as a legitimate interstellar organization of the Empire, has indeed acquired full sovereignty over all the land and all the people of Hajian Star. As subjects of the Empire, you have only to accept all of the Alliance's conditions, with no room for negotiation. This is the final ultimatum I issue on behalf of the Alliance Governor, he declared. Salahuvich's unexpected assertiveness caught everyone off guard. The old king coughed lightly. Could you give us a little more time to discuss? No, Salahuvich refused decisively. The timeline for the final ultimatum is 30 seconds. Your Majesty, I address you this way for the last time. Please give me your answer immediately, there will be no next negotiation. Even though the Panbos had been forced to show respect to Salahuvich because of the Alliance's dominance, Altai was still the sovereign who had wielded real power over the mightiest kingdom on the Hajian Star for decades. His regal authority ran deep, and being threatened so aggressively was somewhat unbecoming for him. Moreover, the specific conditions proposed by Salahuvich had crossed his inner bottom line. He would rather see his kingdom and his people perish than accept the terms of the alliance. In his view, there was no difference between the two. He took a deep breath, and his kingly majesty returned to his face. Mr. Ambassador, we cannot accept the proposal of the alliance. Salahuvich had anticipated this. He shook his head slightly, sighed, and said, I understand. I will bring your decision back to our governor. At that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the entrance of the great hall behind him. The old king recognized them, the sounds of Sentry Mecha and Night Titan moving. A young figure walked into the hall. Prince Eureka took off his helmet and said to his father above, Father King, the times have changed. The old king's face was full of disbelief. He truly did not understand what was happening before him. His incomprehension stemmed from two factors. For one, he did not comprehend why his most valiant son would rebel. For another, he did not grasp why the rebellion would succeed. This insurrection was, undoubtedly, successful. Old King Altai had no mental preparation for this, he knew nothing. And his son, Prince Eureka, had personally led troops into the Great Hall, with the roar of the kingdom's last remaining Night Titan audible from outside. Without question, these military forces were following Prince Eureka's command. This already signified that whatever Prince Eureka intended to do in this Great Hall today, he would succeed. Looking at the expressions of the other people in the hall, apart from a few who looked very panicked, not understanding why things had come to this point, at least half of them wore faces of solemnity and tension, without too much surprise. Clearly, what Eureka did was not just a simple betrayal, but a coup that had garnered widespread support. In other words, even without soldiers marching in, he would still be the loser. In a very short period, King Altai came to this realization and let go mentally. Since nothing he did would change the situation anymore, what else was there to say? At this moment, he just had one question that he wanted to be answered. Eureka. From the day you were born, the entire palace celebrated, adding one more outstanding descendant to the royal family. Although you won't inherit the throne of this nation, won't become its ruler, you are still a master of this land, and you must shoulder the responsibilities that are yours. I watched proudly as you grew day by day into the embodiment of valor. We have always ruled this nation with wisdom and strength. I wholeheartedly hoped that your older brother would embody wisdom, while you would become this nation's most outstanding strength. Together, you would lead Panbos to prosperity. Until the alliance came, they destroyed the order we had established in this world and wanted to destroy our nation. Eureka. What on earth were you thinking? I don't believe you acted out of fear, because of terror. My son would not do so. What drove you to choose to betray your father, betray your homeland? Toward the end, King Altai leaned forward slightly, his emotion increasingly intense, and his kingly presence surged. Standing in the center of the great hall, Salahuvich sighed softly. They say no one knows a son better than his father, but it seems that's not always the case. In the course of Prince Eureka's life and growth, he had faced many challenges, but he had never experienced real failure. And this failure right now was too profound for him. It was like a little skiff, only used to a gentle breeze and light rain, suddenly having to endure the most ferocious storm upon the high seas. After his defeat and capture, Prince Eureka's mentality had somewhat collapsed. The core reason he could be persuaded was that the prince had been frightened. It was fear that drove him to ultimately side with the alliance. This was a fundamental premise, a collapse of his past convictions. But that doesn't matter. Over a long period of interaction with Prince Eureka, Salahovic had already helped the young prince to construct a new set of beliefs. Salahovic looked at Prince Eureka, whose expression was very determined, clearly not intimidated by his father the king. Eureka took a deep breath and said, "Father, you are mistaken, I have never betrayed my homeland." For a person, the foremost identity is that of a human being, a citizen of the empire, a subject of the divine emperor. Only secondary is the so-called Hagian star person, a Panbos person. As he spoke, surprisingly, many around nodded in agreement. This wasn't entirely due to Salahovic's brainwashing. Don't forget, Hagian star has always been an empire world. Although the state religion wasn't directly regulated here, there were still many churches established. People were routinely taught that the empire came first, the divine emperor above all. Only, in the long span of the past, this hadn't been given much heed. If the empire was first, then it was first. If the divine emperor was above all, then so be it. They were all too far away, and anyway, didn't affect the power and status of the many kingdoms of Hagian star itself. However, now, they suddenly realized that all of this was not so distant after all. The alliance had been recognized by the empire as the ruler of Hagian star. This is clear-cut in the documents issued by the Holy Terra central government. Why should we exhaust everything to fight against the alliance? Why fight a war against our own kin, against our overlord? A war that we could never win? Isn't this an egregious mistake? If not, what else could it be? Father, tell me, what is the actual meaning behind our fight? You always said it was for the nation, but our nation itself is a false proposition. Being human beings, we should fight for the empire under the call of the divine emperor, but it is the alliance that represents the empire, not us. For the people of Panbos, but no matter the people on Rage Al Star, or the Lumen kingdom that had practically been governed by the alliance a year or two earlier, the lives of the people there are far better than those of our Panbos citizens. All I can think about is the power of our family. But I must ask again, is it really worth it to gamble the lives of countless civilians and warriors of the entire kingdom for one's own selfish desires, even to the point of becoming a traitor to the empire? This is betrayal of the empire, and we cannot possibly win. Even for the sake of our family, we should fully accept all demands of the alliance government, which represents the will of the empire. I also firmly believe that the alliance will give us a fair settlement. I am a warrior of the kingdom, but I am even more a warrior of the empire. Father, I cannot bear to watch you make mistake after mistake, leading our entire nation and all its people into an abyss from which there is no salvation. At this point, Prince Eureka knelt on one knee, his voice filled with sorrow. Please abdicate, Father King. Following his plea, half of the officials, generals, and lords in the room also knelt down. Please abdicate, Your Majesty. King Altai, who had been leaning forward, slowly sat back in his seat with a long sigh, seemingly unable to speak. A formal ceasefire agreement has been signed. Altai Panbos shall abdicate, and the kingdom of Panbos shall be inherited by Eureka Panbos. Altai is to face trial by the Alliance Military Tribunal, where he is charged with multiple war crimes. Following the signing of the ceasefire treaty, the remaining nearly 2 million troops under Panbos control will surrender to our forces in phases and unconditionally, accepting full oversight. Officials and special envoys of the alliance government will enter smoothly into the new government of the Kingdom of Panbos to assist in the reform of the government, and supervise the implementation of policies. After the surrender of the Kingdom of Panbos, we have gained control over more than 60% of the planet's population and 72% of the usable land area. The remaining nations will no longer possess the power to oppose us. Governor General, I am sure that we have now achieved complete victory. Gu Heng set aside the document he had finished reading. The situation was, after all, progressing in the direction planned by the General Staff of the Alliance. With the war coming to a halt, it could largely be considered over. Of course, there would inevitably be some suppression operations, cleanup operations, and even though most of the remaining nations would probably follow in the footsteps of Panbos and surrender, after all, they no longer had the Night Titans. It was unpredictable whether some smaller nations might continue to resist fiercely, leveraging various factors. But after all, those were only minor issues. The entire Hajian Star could now be considered an official part of the alliance. And Ji Yuhang paid no small price for it, especially considering that so-called major decisive battle. Although the alliance army, under the command of Perbov, seemed invincible, annihilating various enemies and achieving the ultimate victory, the cost to the alliance was also significant. The alliance side lost over 200,000 personnel in total. Of course, most of these losses came from the vassal forces. But the core troops of the alliance didn't fare much better. The alliance lost over 2,000 armored vehicles, including 477 Lion tanks. More than 40 Windfalken fighters were shot down. Nearly 80,000 men forever left the military ranks, with the dead exceeding 40,000. This was almost the largest single battle loss since the establishment of the alliance. Of course, the victory had its gains. Or rather, the gains were far greater than the losses. Firstly, Ji Yuhang received over 20,000 points in rewards from the series of battles that the alliance army fought in the kingdom of Panbos after entering it. And indeed, it was through this decisive battle that the alliance had thoroughly cemented its mission to conquer the entire planet. Additionally, there were the alliance legalization documents issued by the central government of the empire. Ji Yuhang could now say that he was the master of Hajian Star, both in name and in actuality. The reason for such an eager expansion was that he saw Hajian Star as having immense potential for development. The natural conditions here were actually much better than those of Rage Owl Star. Rage Owl Star might have been a nice place during its heyday, but now it's a wasteland, and when compared to an agricultural planet like Hajian Star that hasn't been overly exploited, the gap is quite significant. With a population of 400 million, it was also 10 times that of Rage Owl Star. Although the quality of the population differed greatly, the quality of the population on Rage Owl Star wasn't top-notch from day one either. Wasn't it through over 3 years of tireless adult education that they had managed to raise it a bit? Even if the population quality on Hajian Star might be even worse off, Ji Yuhang believed that all issues could be resolved. Later, he would transfer Osenia from Rage Owl Star over. That lady was the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, not just the Prime Minister of Rage Owl Star. Since the Alliance had now become an interstellar organization with direct control over 2 stars, it was only right for Osenia to start overseeing Hajian Star as well. Ji Yuhang hoped to further promote political reforms on Hajian Star. The old model of the Lumen Kingdom was no longer suitable. To put it plainly, Ji Yuhang's rule over Hajian Star wasn't very legitimate before, so he had adopted an approach more akin to a suzerain governing a colony. But Ji Yuhang believed such a system wasn't sustainable. If you don't treat others as equals, they find it hard to consider the alliance their homeland, and to feel a sense of belonging to the alliance. The biggest problem the alliance faced now was that the core population was still too small. Especially after seeing places like Coralia 3 boasting populations of hundreds of billions, Ji Yuhang felt this all the more acutely. Therefore, the upcoming reforms on Hajian Star had to strive for localization. He needed to establish a political structure on Hajian Star that recognized his authority and was highly centralized, allowing him to mobilize the power of Hajian Star as effortlessly as he did with Rage Owl Star. At the same time, some of the economic and production development models that had been proven genuinely effective on Rage Owl Star also had to be replicated quickly. In due course, he would select several appropriate locations on Hajian Star to establish industrial centers, similar to Wying City. Currently, Hajian Star was still a backward planet with agriculture as its primary production. Yet agriculture should never require such a large population. Despite large expanses of land remaining uncultivated, the serfs on Hajian Star had to be constrained to working laboriously on just a few acres per person, with the majority of their labor's earnings being exploited away by the lord nobles. To Ji Yuhang, this represented a tremendous waste of productive forces. Large-scale farms, mechanized mass production, liberating the agricultural populace, and building industrial industries. All these actions had to be implemented on Hajian Star. And during this process, the class of nobles and landlords, had to be eliminated. Of course, at present, this so-called elimination should not be too harsh, not amounting to physical eradication. After all, they had surrendered. But the alliance had some existing experience to draw upon. When they initially reclaimed the Biqing Valley region, they kept the original estate owners. When they took back the eastern provinces, they kept the local rulers. The experience of the alliance was to incorporate the original rulers into the alliance's governmental management structures in similar roles but strip them of property rights, ownership rights. Those who owned lands would convert their land into job ranks and enjoy the benefits policies of the alliance, but ultimately, the land would become owned by the alliance officials, who would continue to manage the land and its people as alliance officers. However, after such a transition, those former landlords, now officials, couldn't act unrestrained anymore. They had to follow the rules of the alliance. And if they violated the rules, from now on, the alliance had to begin establishing an integrity system. Alliance Chief Justice Lambert would soon arrive at Hajian Star as well. To be blunt, the high echelon of the alliance wasn't so naive as to think those noble lords would make qualified officials. But first, they needed to fulfill their promises to them, giving them opportunities to change. Second, they had to get through the initial stage when no one else was available. And finally, they could fatten them up before slaughtering them. Gu Hang and the senior officials of the alliance government designed a set of political system and economic development plans for Hajian Star. However, many of these initiatives were not able to take immediate effect. Instead, they required long-term implementation and patience. For example, completely eradicating the nobility and landlord classes, such as education to improve the quality of the population, such as replicating the alliance's system and implementing it fully on Hajian Star. Many of these long-term policies hadn't even begun to be enacted in this half-year, let alone show results. The alliance also maintained sufficient strategic resolve for this. There was no need to rush many things, they could be done slowly. On the other hand, some things that could be implemented immediately and with relatively little resistance were put into action, such as the mechanization of agriculture to liberate the agricultural population and the establishment of 3 industrial centers. All these actions effectively solved many issues and brought numerous benefits, especially those 3 industrial centers directly managed by the alliance government. In terms of construction standards, all were built to accommodate a population of tens of millions, with an industrial diffusion chain capable of reaching 50 million people. Although it was impossible to accommodate 30 million industrial workers all at once, within half a year, due to equipment transported from Hajian Star and technical guidance, these 3 industrial centers had begun to operate. In half a year, these centers couldn't expand very much, and the half-year construction and production period wasn't enough for them to contribute much wealth in this tax cycle. But undoubtedly, with more time, their potential would gradually unfold. Moreover, since these industrial centers were newly built and attracted large populations through government directives or economic incentives, without any lingering influence from local powers, they could start from scratch and directly employ the alliance's existing management experience. In a way, they stepped out of the primitive lock of feudal society to create a new world. Once these 3 industrial centers were well established, the related experiences could then continue to be replicated elsewhere. To put it simply, the alliance wasn't greatly fearful of the entrenched nobility and landlord feudal remnants on Hajian Star. As productivity developed and the people's lives were rapidly released from the soil, those nobles and landlords would immediately feel the devastating impact of productivity development on their entrenched rights. Furthermore, the alliance government would deliberately promote such developments through multiple layers of administration and legislation. For example, when a large population was relocated to the industrial centers, what would the landlords lacking sufficient labor do? They could only sell or lease their land to the official alliance, establishing government-owned collective farms, followed by the start of mechanized agricultural production. This would lead to a considerable reduction in agricultural production costs, followed by a significant drop in food prices. Many estate owners who maintained traditional feudal systems would find the falling grain prices unbearable, realizing that maintaining more peasants for production was very unprofitable, so they would only be able to sell or rent their land to the alliance. This is normal economic logic. To accelerate these developments, the alliance further employed legislation and enforcement to establish and liberate the independence of farmers, and those who dared to restrict the personhood of farmers or failed to provide them with the standard treatment of their designated grade would all suffer a heavy blow. What ensured that all this proceeded according to the will of the alliance was a sufficiently loyal and powerful military force. The alliance's Integrity Commission led by Lambert was enforced by demon hunters, and where the demon hunters couldn't handle it, the military could. In just half a year, Hagian Star had already formed an irresistible trend. Anyone with a slightly longer vision knew that Hagian Star had not only experienced a celestial change, but now the land and people's hearts had also transformed. Thanks to the efforts of the Alliance's propaganda department officials, the previously clueless farmers could now recite a phrase or two, such as, "We are all people of the Alliance, hardworking hands can bring wealth," and "Every citizen of the Empire is born equal." These were all changes that occurred in just about half a year. However, in this half year, the Alliance government had another major task, the imperial tax. The imperial tax was a tight spell cast on every world in the Empire, never willing to be relaxed. And this year, it was especially tough for the Alliance. The imperial tax for Rage Owl Star was not a worry, it had been well prepared in advance. 2 years had passed, and the tax amount for Rage Owl Star was only 10 million tax currency. Although this time the Star Sector government would not help shoulder 3/4 of it, and the full tax had to be paid. With Rage Owl Star's current productivity, these taxes were nothing. Now, Rage Owl Star's population had continuously grown in the last 2 years, reaching around 65 million. Most came from immigrants absorbed from Corellia 3. They were mostly placed in Wying City Industrial Center and in the mechanized agricultural production industry of the Beeching Valley region. A few were added to other provinces. According to the latest data, the annual industrial and agricultural output of Rage Owl Star had reached the scale of over 100 million tax currency. The planetary government's fiscal surplus had also reached around 30 million per year. In 2 years, there was about a 40 million surplus, not so much in the first year, so paying 10 million in taxes was certainly no problem. And moreover, there was no need to pay the full amount. In the Alliance, there exists the Star Realm Army known as the Rage Bear Legion. The expenses supplied by the Alliance to support the Rage Bear Legion could be used as a tax credit. This is no small amount. First of all, even before this, Gu Hang had applied for the expansion of the Rage Bear Legion. It wasn't that Gu Hang did this just to offset taxes. The performance of the Alliance troops at Corellia 3 was there for all to see. It was the people from the Fatches family and the commander of the Dragonhawk 3rd Legion who hoped that the Rage Bear Legion could expand its roster to better support the military campaign on Corellia 3. Instead, Gu Hang sharply reduced the number of troops they asked for in the expansion. If they expanded too much, they would have to send troops from Alliance's mainland, and that was unsustainable.
He merely incorporated the 6 divisions and brigades of the Central Group Army, originally dispatched to Corellia, into the Rage Bear Legion. Although 5 of them were of the lowest garrison division level, there were also elite units such as the 59th Armored Brigade.
The total value of these 6 divisions and brigades was over 1 million tax currency. At the same time, part of the Rage Bear Legion's forces had previously been engaged in combat on Hagian Star. When the Alliance launched the Hagian Star campaign, it was to put down a rebellion and had applied for support from the Star Realm Army, receiving a response from the Rage Bear Legion. All of this was done through legal procedures. Factoring in the battles on Hagian Star and Corellia 3, after 2 years of warfare, the Rage Bear Legion, with a total of 180,000 personnel, had nearly 40,000 casualties, all of which were replenished by the Alliance. In addition, including the replenishment of tanks, armored vehicles, other technological equipment losses, ammunition, and logistical supplies. Adding up the costs, the total was 4 million tax currency. The expenses on the Rage Bear Legion alone offset 5 million. In reality, the Alliance only needed to pay 5 million. Compared to a fiscal surplus of 40 million, it was just a trifle. However, although the situation on Rage Owl Star was flourishing, Hagian Star was a big problem. The tax amount expected from Hagian Star over 2 years was 80 million tax currency. If one wanted to do a good job of tax collection from a planet, preparations couldn't just be started when the taxes were due, as it would be too late. In reality, Hagian Star was almost always engaged in tax collection, with the biennial deadlines simply marking the handover of quotas when the imperial tax fleet arrived. During the past 2 years, war had been continuous on Hagian Star. A vast amount of resources were consumed, and it was only recently that the Alliance government had fully recaptured the planet. Moreover, setting up a unified and effective government was still not complete, so how could taxes be collected? The Alliance was left with only half a year. Countries that wrapped up wars quickly, or didn't fight at all, had stable tax amounts, solving about 35 million or so. War spoils gleaned by the military, the complete purging of some recalcitrant nobility, and the looting of national treasuries of defeated nations like Panbos could account for another 20 million tax currency. Then, it came down to collecting a head tax. During his rule over the Alliance, Gu Heng repeatedly emphasized a principle to the senior officials of the government. Collecting a head tax was not a viable option. This would not only impact the government's credibility and stability, but it was also very cost-ineffective. A person was worth 5 tax currency, but in Gu Heng's view, the lifetime value of a person far exceeded that figure. If the people of a world could not earn back these 5 tax currency, then the governor of the planet was doing an abysmally poor job. However, the situation on Hagian Star could be viewed with some leniency. Some of the head taxes were not about Gu Heng needing to collect and hand over people, but rather that the planet itself already had a group of die-hards and unresolved prisoner of war issues from before. It was better to just hand them over and settle the matter once and for all. Previously, when Hagian Star failed to pay enough taxes, they had also resorted to compensating with people. All of this added up, and Hagian Star itself could manage about 60 million tax currency. That left a shortfall of 20 million. Rage Owl Star would have to fill that gap. From this perspective, up until now, the Alliance's conquest of Hagian Star was at a loss. The military spent money to fight, investments were made, and taxes had to be subsidized for the shortfall on Hagian Star. However, Prime Minister Osenia had already assured Gu Heng that by the next tax payment, which would be in 2 years, Hagian Star would achieve self-sufficiency. This was also a pledge she had made to Gu Heng, the ruler of the Alliance, in her capacity as the head of government. 6 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The chief tax officer of the Dragonhawk Star domain, Nel Lavis, on his tax collection tour of the Tianma Star sector, once again arrived. Based on the importance of tax revenue in the entire star sector, generally speaking, Lavis would personally visit only Coralia and Flying Wing Star. Each of these 2 planets was expected to pay about 4 billion tax currency. By focusing on the situation of these 2 planets, the tax collection work for the entire Tianma Star sector was almost complete. At most, he would glance at the 3 worlds of the Fatches star system. The rest were just trifles. Gu Heng, the highly esteemed governor who had earned considerable fame in the star sector in recent years, paid a mere 5 million per year. Trivially small. Worlds like this, Lavis usually had no energy to pay personal attention to. The last time he came to the Tianma Star sector and visited Rage Owl Star was simply because of a requirement by the War Apostle. But this time, without the War Apostle, Lavis still came on his own initiative. The tax officer came, of course, for collecting taxes. But it wasn't just about collecting taxes. Actually, his main purpose for coming here was to see Gu Heng. Rage Owl Star, 10 million tax currency in 2 years. Hagian Star, 80 million tax currency in 2 years. Combined, less than 1 billion, which for the tax fleet was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, he didn't believe that Gu Heng would fail to pay the taxes. "You think too highly of me," Gu Heng said upon hearing the praise, repeatedly expressing that he was unworthy. Hagian Star has just joined the Alliance and has many necessities to address. With a population of over 400 million, the pressure to pay 80 million in taxes this round is indeed quite heavy for me. Lavis said with a smile, "The pressure is only for this year, and in the end, haven't you paid up? I heard it took you only half a year to get control of the situation on Hagian Star? Seeing the results of your work, getting to this point in just half a year is quite impressive. By the time the next tax season comes around, you'll surely have no pressure at all." Gu Heng laughed heartily, his expression very cheerful. Although he intended to be modest, denying such obvious facts seemed pointless. Indeed, Hagian Star had developed quite well since falling under Alliance control half a year ago, and this was undeniable. Half a year ago, when the dust of battle on Hagian Star had just settled, 2 prominent figures from within the Alliance government, Osenia and Lambert, descended upon Hagian Star. Yu Hang himself had also spent most of his time on Hajian Star during this period. The alliance had introduced a series of political and economic reform plans and had begun implementing them. While the effects still required more time to manifest, at least part of the taxes could be covered with Hajian Star's own contributions, complemented by some support from Rage Owl Star. Moreover, Rage Owl Star was rapidly developing, and Hajian Star was also undergoing a comprehensive positive transformation. Having made it through this year, which was supposed to be the difficulty's peak, the subsequent ones could only get easier. This was precisely why, after personally witnessing the changes on Hajian Star, Lavis sincerely commended Yu Hang. Over the years as a tax officer, Lavis had traveled continuously among hundreds of worlds within the Dragonhawk star domain. In her eyes, the vast majority of these worlds were stagnant ponds, unchanged from one visit to the next. 2 years ago, when she came to Rage Owl Star, she saw its tremendous change. Today, the transformation on Rage Owl Star was even more extensive, and Yu Hang had led the alliance into the interstellar community, bringing this tremendous change to Hajian Star. Lavis was full of admiration for this young governor. In casual conversation, she couldn't help saying, "I really wish you could be governor of Corellia 3, then my job would not be so difficult." On hearing these words, Yu Hang's heart skipped a beat. Was the dagger finally revealed? About the matter of Corellia 3, Yu Hang didn't even dare to continue the conversation. Lois seemed to be observing Yu Hang's expression. She smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, I was just speaking off the cuff, venting a bit." After that, she started to complain about her work situation as if she were chatting with an old friend. In essence, her complaints were mainly about the difficulties in tax collection and the star domain government's concerns about Corellia's future situation. The former really surprised Yu Hang. When imperial tax officers collect taxes, can it be unsuccessful? If the taxes can't be paid, wouldn't executing the planetary governor solve the issue? Is that all you think about the imperial taxation department? Yu Hang realized he might have carelessly spoken his true thoughts, and now he felt a bit awkward. But he didn't think it was his fault. Wasn't this the impression everyone had of tax officers? If only it were that simple, Lois sighed, for planetary governors who cannot pay the imperial tax on time and in full, I can execute them. But take note, it's only can, and in particularly severe documents, it's at most suggested, never mandatory. The situation is always complicated. Take your Rage Owl Star as an example. Several of the former governors were executed by my decree, with the legal department's agents doing the deed. Why did I take such actions against the former Rage Owl Star? Because I knew, whether I gave them the chance or not, they could never collect the full amount of the imperial tax. Not just this time, but the next as well. So, by executing them and getting a new one, I could at least forcibly uphold the dignity of imperial tax and prompt the next governor to do their job properly. Yu Hang understood. In fact, it was simply because the tax quota for Rage Owl Star was too low, just 5 million a year. Since it couldn't be met anyway, execution was the consequence. Upholding the dignity of the imperial tax. Using the death of Rage Owl Star's governor as a warning to all the governors in the empire to do their jobs well, which might be more important than the small amount of tax from Rage Owl Star. But the situation in Corellia was obviously different. Every time I come to Corellia 3, I have to collect 8 billion tax currency. Flying Wing Star will also provide 8 billion tax currency. These two planets are not only the most important tax bases in the Tianma star sector but also in several surrounding star sectors. Those next to us, like Foxar Starfield, Dragonrock Starfield, Flying Vessel Starfield, and so on, all together almost have 50 planets, and they can only pay a total of a little over 100 billion tax currency every year. From this comparison, you can see how crucial these two pearls of your Tianma star sector really are. Corellia is the most important human resource production site in the entire star domain. Flying Wing Star is one of the important shipyards. Both of these places are extremely important assets for the star domain. The current situation in Corellia has caused great dissatisfaction within the star domain government. But we can't act rashly. Ivan Fatches said that the taxes cannot be paid on time and in full this time. He said, if we really want it, we can have it. After all, there are plenty of people on Corellia 3. Designate a nest capital. With its 10 billion people, we can take them all, and let our tax fleet go down and haul people ourselves. What kind of attitude is that? But I really have no choice. Can I actually execute him? Things are never that simple. To dismiss a planetary governor, following the full procedure is a hassle. It's not quite appropriate for just the star domain government and the space domain government to agree. The documents have to be sent directly to the Central Empire. Back and forth, who knows how long it would take. To deal with a planetary governor who fails to pay taxes, we usually opt for a fast-track procedure, where someone like me, the chief tax officer, submits with a signature, the chief legal officer signs to confirm, and the agents take care of the rest. That's the convenient procedure. But as for the full legal procedure, it actually needs to be completed afterwards. However, if it's a case where the legal department's agents can't handle it, what use is there to judge that governor as a traitor? You can't kill him. In the end, you either compromise or declare him an imperial traitor. Generally speaking, it ends in compromise.
To declare as an imperial traitor, it sounds easy, but how do you suppress the rebellion? Mobilize the Star Realm Army, the Navy, the Interstellar Warrior Battle Group to deal with it. Let me ask you, if your alliance were to rebel now.
Jiu Hang quickly waved his hands. No, please don't use that as an example. I am extremely loyal. It's just a hypothetical, Lois said with a smile. If your alliance were declared imperial traitors, what would be done next? Given the current chaotic state of Tianma star sector, where would I mobilize forces to suppress the rebellion? At most, the Navy could blockade the 2 planets, but for ground suppression, the entire star sector couldn't spare the manpower to handle it. This is still when the 2 planets combined have less than 500 million people. To proclaim Ivan Fatch as a traitor, and if the legal department fails to deal with that governor, if the assassination doesn't succeed, and he doesn't willingly die like Akuna or Pei Daisy, does that mean we will have to declare the entire Fatch's family traitors too? With 4 worlds, adding up to 500 billion people, how do you suppress such a behemoth? It's not realistic. Ivan Fatches isn't completely avoiding taxes. He is applying for war zone treatment. If Corellia 3 were to be included in a war zone, the taxes owed would not lessen, but they could be entirely allocated to suppressing the rebellion on Corellia 3 itself. Furthermore, the star domain would have to support with supplies and troops to aid in their suppression. Jiu Hang pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable? The situation of Corellia 3 was already quite dire, fitting the criteria to apply as a war zone, so why not let them apply? If things calmed down and they could consistently pay taxes in the future, it would be better than forcing them to pay now and end up in a total collapse, resulting in not being able to pay a single penny.
Seeing Jiu Hang's expression, Lois smiled. You're thinking this might be a possibility. Actually, it isn't. As I mentioned earlier, Corellia 3 is the most important source of human resources throughout the star sector. If we only consider Corellia itself, or the Tianma star sector, this plan might work. But, the star sector faces threats at the star sector level. The plague cult problem in Corellia, no matter how troublesome, is currently confined to just one planet.
Look at the Iron Tooth clan's green skins, occupying a full 4 star sectors. The green skin plundering fleet constantly engages in battles with the fleet of the star sector. Swaths of green skin army frequently invade planets, and the Star Realm army is also engaged in brutal combat with the green skins on many worlds, hoping to take back some Empire worlds. Under the leadership of the one known as the Iron Tooth Great Chieftain, the Iron Tooth clan is the largest and most festering wound on the level of the entire star sector. While we've been talking, it's possible that on some war zone planet, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have already perished under green skin artillery and blades. Now, the Empire's approach to the regions occupied by the Iron Tooth clan is to steadily march forward, sweeping through one planet after another. Once an area is secured, a vast number of humans are deployed for colonization to consolidate the gains. To maintain that long battle line stretching over a dozen planets needs a massive influx of humans, whether for the Imperial Navy, the Star Realm Army, or interstellar colonization. Corellia is the largest source of this human pool. Without the hundreds of millions of people transported from Corellia every 2 years, the star sector's strategy against the Iron Tooth clan cannot continue. Giving Corellia a few years to recuperate and resolve internal issues would mean letting the vast wounds of the Iron Tooth warzone bleed uncontrollably. So which is more important? That's the reality of the situation. Politically speaking, even inside your own Tianma star sector, there are those who don't want Corellia 3 to become a war zone. The current head of Tianma Star Sector, Ivan Martinelli, and the people behind the so-called parliamentary faction, have repeatedly told the space domain government that Corellia is an internal affair of the Star Sector, believing the Fatches family can handle it. They are trying hard to prevent warzone status, sabotaging the Fatches family every step of the way, waiting for them to cause an uncontrollable chaos, and then overthrow Ivan Fatches. After listening to all that Lois had said, Ji Hang had only one thought. Just how extensive was the Empire's power to remain strong despite powerful external enemies, incessant internal strife, and leaks springing everywhere? Why does it seem like everywhere is riddled with a mess? Isn't there a single place that can be considered peaceful? So much for sustainability, huh? Having reached this point, Lois also appeared somewhat fatigued. Finally, she stopped beating around the bush and seriously said to Ji Hang, "I have high hopes for you, Ji Hang. Your achievements on Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star show that you're a very capable person. Galleraldo, that guy who saved his own skin, has been touting everywhere that you're an excellent governor, who consolidated resources and created a legal alliance mechanism for you. He's doing quite well in the space domain government now, and with his willingness to help you, you could receive a lot of support from higher levels. Moreover, you have the support of GU commercial firm behind you." Lois listed Ji Hang's advantages and then concluded, "If you're willing, I can help you. As long as you can reach an agreement politically with your current Star Sector head, Martinelli, and pay Dacey and their group. Follow their advice and let the parliamentary faction support you. I can also mobilize the power of the Star Domain government to support you, including integrating Corellia 3 into your alliance. Your current situation is still insignificant. Controlling 2 planets with a combined population of less than 500 million doesn't count for much in imperial politics. If you can successfully manage a few years, take control of Corellia, and stabilize those 40 billion people, you'll have truly made a name for yourself in the entire political scene." To tell the truth, Lois patiently explained so much from start to finish, all with one clear purpose in mind: to give Ji Hang a boost. Of course, this so-called boost wasn't free. On one hand, her praise of "you did well" is based on reality, but it's still too small on the scale of the entire Star Sector. Managing a village well doesn't mean you can manage a province well. On the other hand, the support of the GU family isn't that decisive either. The GU clan might be wealthy within the Star Sector, but this wealth is still insignificant on the scale of the entire Star Domain. These two factors are somewhat useful, but they're not critical. What truly mattered was the step Ji Hang had previously taken as a casual move: sending Galleraldo back. That individual who regarded Ji Hang as his best friend, a partner who would never betray, seemed to be making quite the splash, at least having some influence at the space domain level. Lois, and the people she represented, have already shown that they are unable but willing when it comes to Star Domain affairs. Bringing Ji Hang into the fold is likely an attempt to leverage the influence of that war apostle, to see if they could get some benefits from an even higher government level, that is, the Eastern Cosmos domain, and address the many real issues facing the Dragonhawk Star domain. And indeed, Ji Hang was moved by everything that Lois had said. Corellia 3, 40 billion people, how immense was such a force? If he could replicate the alliance system on Corellia and truly harness the strength of those 40 billion people, developing at a rapid pace like Rage Owl Star, Ji Hang would immediately become one of the top political leaders. Just as Lois had said, a nest capital world with several hundreds of billions of people like Corellia was extremely rare and unusual across the entire Star Domain. The Tianma Star Sector, ranking among the top sectors within the Star Domain, relied on Corellia and Flying Wing Star for support. The population of many ordinary star sectors combined didn't even match that of a single planet like Corellia 3. Securing those 40 billion people meant, among other things, that Ji Hang's monthly point income from benefactions would explode. But despite being tempted, Ji Hang's head wasn't entirely turned. The Rage Bear Legion had over 100,000 people engaged in ongoing combat there. Ji Hang was acutely aware that the current situation on Corellia 3 was akin to a cesspit. It was hoped that with Fatches taking over as governor, gaining the support of the 3 Fatches planets along with the all-out support of the Dragonhawk 3rd Legion, the cult problem on Corellia 3 could be solved. Yet, reality proved to be contrary to wishes. The situation in Pheno City, located in the occupied territory, hadn't improved in the slightest. Multiple major nest capitals reported disturbing occurrences of plague sorcery, with infections showing a trend of further expansion. The Dragonhawk Legion had nearly emptied its nest, with the Star Realm army fighting on Corellia reaching a force of 20 million. Additionally, the Fatches family had put in an extra 5 million of their own troops and were widely conscripting local planetary defense forces on Corellia. This created an excessive demand for munitions, which Corellia 3 itself definitely couldn't satisfy. Even the 3 Fatches planets combined weren't enough. Rage Owl Star had strong production capabilities, but its small size meant that it couldn't keep up with the explosion of arms orders.
The GU commercial firm sprang into action, taking on a large volume of trade orders and reaching out to other star sectors and even some foundry worlds to purchase munitions.
According to Governor Ivan Fatches, he intended to expand the existing 100 million planetary defense forces on Corellia to a massive 10 billion. Gu Hang thought he was purely bluffing. With the economic state and administrative capabilities of your Corellia 3, not to mention the current challenges you face, maintaining 100 million defense forces is already straining, let alone a billion soldiers? Impossible. And indeed, that was the case. Until now, the local defense forces of Corellia had only expanded to a little over 120 million, far from the boastful claims of Ivan Fatches. Even with the Fatches family and the billion-strong population of the 3 worlds they controlled as the most solid rear guard, Ivan Fatches was still unable to stem the worsening situation on Corellia. Gu Hang didn't think he could do any better. The disparity in size was too great. In Gu Hang's eyes, Corellia 3 was now a world filled with despair. Asking him to become the governor of Corellia? That was tantamount to him jumping into this cesspit unarmed, to cleanse it completely. The difficulty was too great. For him, Corellia had only one function at this stage: to draw in population. In the past year, the Alliance had scooped up more than 8 million people from there and relocated them to Rage Owl Star. This was achieved through support bills, swap with arms production and military aid. The Alliance had paid a lot for this, but of course, compared to the gains in population, it was definitely a huge profit. The population sucked in from Corellia had already boosted Rage Owl Star's total numbers to over 65 million. As long as he could keep pulling in population, Gu Hang had no intention of touching anything else for the time being. Even Hagian Star, with a population of 400 million, was nearly indigestible, let alone Corellia with its 40 billion inhabitants. Gu Hang simply lacked the capability to transform that enormously populated planet into the form he desired. Moreover, were the substantial interests of Corellia 3 that easy to seize? It had cost Fatches a lot of effort to secure the gubernatorial position. If Gu Hang were to take it, it would be tantamount to declaring war outright. Lois said there was also the need to gain the support of the political faction known as the parliamentary faction, represented by Martinelli and Paidaci, but the key was, how could that be achieved? This so-called parliamentary faction refers to a political faction within the Dragonhawk star domain. Its core mainly lies in the star domain government, and its ideology is to strive for the leadership of various star sectors, to buttress the center of the party supporting the star domain government. The former leader Paidaci was a product of this plan. After Paidaci's death, the parliamentary faction quickly selected another Ivan Martinelli to continue holding the helm of the vital Tianma star sector. But just securing the leadership position was only the first step. Why did Paidaci have the final say in the Tianma star sector in the past? Because the governors of Corellia and Flying Wing Star were his people. In plain terms, whether a star sector's leader can be influential depends entirely on the support of the governors behind him. A leader without support is nothing but a figurehead. The reason Martinelli's words didn't carry weight was because the 3 planets under Fatches didn't listen to him, and neither did Corellia. Therefore, the core goal of the parliamentary faction was always to overthrow Ivan Fatches and retake Corellia. Could Gu Hang be a dog for the parliamentary faction? Obviously not. If he truly exhausted a Herculean effort to stabilize the situation in Corellia, it would be for his own alliance, not to become the parliamentary faction's enforcer. There was a fundamental conflict here. Gu Hang wanted to make Corellia entirely his own, which meant he would have to stand in opposition to both sides currently embroiled in heated conflict over Corellia. It was simply unmanageable. After these thoughts circulated in his mind several times, Gu Hang pretty much gave up on this idea. Of course, Gu Hang didn't outright reject it either. He asked with a smile, so if Coralia really joined the alliance, could it be militarized into a battle zone? I've already told you, that's unrealistic. I am well aware of Coralia's situation as my troops have been struggling there. It's truly become a mess, and with an imperial tax of 8 billion tax currency to be paid every 2 years, Coralia can't hold out. Isn't that exactly the need for a hero to descend and save the world? You've already saved Rage Owl Star and are still saving Hagian Star. Why not add Coralia to the list? I'm far from reaching the level of a hero. Ji Yu Hang refused the flattery. The situation in Coralia is completely different from that of Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star. Unless the Star Domain government fully supports me, militarizes Coralia into a battle zone, and gives me their full support to act freely for a few years, then there's no way to solve the issues there. When it came to the extent of support, Lois fell silent. If that much support could be given, why would they need him? Give that support to Ivan Fatches, who has his own family dynasty as a backbone, wouldn't he be able to solve the issues? Ji Yu Hang saw through Lois's thoughts. He believed Ivan Fatches lacked the ability. But he just smiled and didn't argue over the matter anymore. After a moment of thought, Ji Yu Hang decided to speak some honest truths from his heart. Ms. Lois, in my opinion, within the scope of the Star Domain there are many bleeding wounds, large and small, that's true. But problems need to be solved one by one, from the smallest to the largest, from the key to the periphery. Coralia is just such a place. Relatively small, yet critical enough. It's better to muster the resolve to address this wound first, rather than dragging it out for the sake of the so-called bigger picture, allowing the wound to fester. Dragging it out, as the problems in Coralia continue to worsen, would deal the greatest harm to the overall situation. The Star Domain government knows this too, Lois said simply, not elaborating further. Thereby, Ji Yu Hang also understood. They were just humoring him, not really taking his suggestions seriously. He tacitly did not say anything more. Lois roughly understood Ji Yu Hang's thoughts as well, realizing he had little interest in taking over Coralia 3, and couldn't help feeling somewhat listless. However, there was no particular disappointment. This matter, after all, was only a whim she had after seeing the changes in Hagian Star and Rage Owl Star, not a resolution from the Star Domain government. If Ji Yu Hang agreed, she might put in some effort and push for it, but if he didn't, then so be it. Realistically thinking, if the Fatches family couldn't solve the issue, how could Ji Yu Hang, with his shallow foundations, definitely resolve it? Lois didn't continue to dwell on this and instead reminded him about another matter. Although you are not very keen on becoming the governor of Coralia, you still have to take on some responsibility there. After all, you have another identity, as the commander of a Star Realm Army Corps. Your Rage Bear Legion must expand its forces by at least 3 to 5 times in the coming years. Seeing Ji Yu Hang looking like he wanted to speak, Lois waved her hand to interrupt. Don't be in a rush to refuse, in fact, there's no room for rejection. This is an initiative started within the Star Realm Army system, and the Military Affairs Department has approved the corresponding need. No one is making trouble for you. It's purely because your troops performed very well on Coralia 3, and the commanders of the Dragonhawk Legion hope to increase the size of your legion. The governor of Coralia has also applied for an increase in the size of your troops. Ji Yu Hang scratched his head. Considering what he heard, there really seemed to be no room to refuse. He said, the augmentation of troops, equipment, and logistical supplies. Lois immediately replied, don't worry, everything will follow the normal Star Realm Army procedures. Ji Yu Hang truly felt reassured. He smiled and asked, how much longer will you be staying in the Tianma Star sector? Probably another 6 or 7 days. Then you should make it. I hope to invite you to my engagement ceremony. Engagement ceremony? Lois said with some surprise. I have heard rumors before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Congratulations to you and Major General Yelisia. Thank you, Ji Yu Hang responded with a smile. For Ji Yu Hang, expanding the Rage Bear Legion was not out of the question. After all, it was his troop and entirely under his control. But freeloading was not an option. Even if it wasn't freeloading, Ji Yu Hang was reluctant to transfer more Alliance Army troops to the Rage Bear Legion, even with payment. The core issue was that for a significant time to come, the Alliance's primary work would be assimilating the immigrant populations of Hagian Star and Rage Owl Star, hoping to boost production and construction through the explosive increase in population. Ji Yu Hang didn't have enough manpower to pour tens of thousands into the construction of the Rage Bear Legion. However, if it were a standard Star Realm army construction procedure, there wouldn't be an issue. After the agreement about the Rage Bear Legion's expansion, Lois left. She was a very busy person, and taking the time to meet with Ji Yu Hang was already a great honor and treatment. However, after she left, she still had some of her team stay behind. On one hand, the tax transfer work between the two planets continued, and on the other, there was the matter of the Rage Bear Legion's expansion. The two leaders had already discussed and agreed upon the general intent, but to formally accomplish things, it was still up to the subordinates to negotiate the details and push forward the actual implementation, right? Among those she brought was someone from the Military Affairs Department. The tasks of the Military Affairs Department included the formation and logistics of the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy. Although it did not have battlefield command authority or the responsibility to mobilize troops or issue military tasks, logistics and the creation of new armies were extremely important responsibilities. The person negotiating with the Military Affairs Department wasn't Ji Yu Hang himself, but rather the Logistics Department of the Rage Bear Legion. Oh, actually, the Rage Bear Legion didn't have any logistics department. It was just the Logistics Bureau of the Alliance Military and Political Department with a new signboard. As discussed by the two leaders, the Rage Bear Legion was to expand its forces to over 500,000 members. Currently, the Rage Bear Legion's full strength was only 180,000. Between them, there was a gap of over 300,000 people. According to the Rage Bear Legion's founding mechanism, the newly expanded 300,000 were ultimately allocated according to the Alliance's military organization, adding 30 new division brigades. The newly expanded troops, numbered from 73 to 102, included 8 armored composite brigades and 22 infantry divisions, totaling a force of 320,000 people and a cost of 9 million tax currency. Adding the original troops of the Rage Bear Legion, the total strength came to 510,000, with a total cost of 13 million tax currency. The cost of establishing the army was secondary. Maintaining and using the army was also a significant expense. To maintain a moderate level of combat, one would have to spend roughly the same amount as the cost of establishing the army each year. And if the combat intensity was higher, the cost would be even higher. After all, on some high-intensity battlefields, a division could be wiped out in a day. But since the Rage Bear Legion had become part of the Star Realm Army, all the expenses of fighting with these 500,000 people were borne by the Empire. The Alliance would provide all logistical support, including equipment and personnel, but the Empire had to pay for these, requiring the Star Realm Army or the Military Affairs Department to place orders with the Alliance. Moreover, Ji Yu Hang did not want the additional 300,000 troops to come from Hajian Star or Rage Owl Star, so the Military Affairs Department would have to find a way to transfer labor from other places. The tax fleet carried many more people than just taxes, and more crucially, Coralia 3 was originally the place that submitted the largest population. However, Coralia couldn't come up with 300,000 qualified soldiers. If they had that many soldiers, they would have been sent to war already. After several rounds of negotiations and wrangling, the Alliance's Military Logistics Department, it was the Logistics Department of the Rage Bear Legion, finally generously stated that 310,000 regular manpower would suffice, and for the rest, you make up the difference in payment. We'll figure something out ourselves. This difference amounted to 1.5 million tax currency. In reality, the training of these soldiers and political commissars is estimated to cost Ji Yu Hang 4,000 points of grace. In plain terms, Ji Yu Hang was essentially exchanging 4,000 points of grace for 1.5 million tax currency. This deal was actually one he wasn't too keen on making, but he had no choice. Even if the Military Affairs Department provided Star Realm Army soldiers according to the supposed standard of 10 tax currency per person, Ji Yu Hang would still have to train them. Although, by all accounts, 10 tax currency per person should correspond to the standard Star Realm Army soldier, theoretically having already reached the level of a T5 grade soldier, which wouldn't require training. However, everyone knew the reality of the situation. If you actually received those soldiers, it would be quite good if a third of them could reach the T5 grade, and the rest were basically for show. Since they all needed to be completely retrained anyway, it was better to just start with ordinary people, as long as they were physically healthy. The soldier tag training system would naturally elevate the quality of the soldiers to the appropriate level and save 1.5 million tax currency. Of course, this wasn't according to regulation. But regulations are determined by people. Bureaucrats in the military affairs department have only ever been scolded daily for providing soldiers of insufficient quality, and this was the first time they encountered someone who wanted lower quality soldiers. Wasn't this giving them a chance to manipulate the situation to their advantage? Finding such an opportunity had been quite difficult before, but now this was too easy to exploit. Of course, the bulk of the benefit had to go to the alliance, but getting a share of the profit was quite good too. Subordinates were discussing the specific details of the military expansion, and naturally, Ji Hang didn't need to get overly involved. He only needed to review the final report to ensure that everything was more or less within expectations. In fact, not long after, he was also going to leave his territory and make a trip to Flying Wing Star. His engagement ceremony was to be held at the starport on Flying Wing Star. On the other side was Yelisia. This marriage, of course, was a bona fide political alliance. Miss Wang Qi had been in touch with the Fufana family for a long time, and the matrimonial match was firmly settled. The idea originated from Wang Qi herself, who felt that, firstly, Ji Hang was of age and it was time for him to marry. Secondly, the Fufana family was a very suitable match for a political marriage. One family being a member of the Empire Commerce Guild, the other having deep influence within the Imperial Navy. Joining in marriage would surely be effective. Thirdly, politically speaking, after the death of Pei Daci, the Fufana had withdrawn from the vortex of the struggle between the parliamentary faction and the Fatches family, and like the Jiu clan, they were now a neutral third party. Being the third party sounds comfortable, no need for conflict with others, but in reality, it's not an easy position. A misstep could offend both sides and leave you caught in the middle. A neutral party without strength is not taken seriously. A neutral party with strength becomes the subject of envy and wariness. But all in all, having strength is always better than having none. By forming a union on the level of neutral third parties, the Jiu clan and the Fufana would effectively bolster each other. Of course, by now, Miss Wang Qi had fully acknowledged her son's position and wouldn't act on her own. Before pushing for this issue, she fully sought Ji Hang's opinion. Ji Hang agreed. Ji Hang had not seen Yelisia for a long time. Since 2 years ago, when Yelisia led a naval vessel and completed her near-Earth support mission stationed in orbit around Rajoul Star, they had only met once, and that was when Pei Daci was at death's door. Besides that, they had little other communication. What was the relationship between them before? They were, at most, well-coordinated partners, and even calling them friends felt like a stretch, to say nothing of harboring romantic feelings. Clearly, their engagement had nothing to do with feelings, it was purely a political marriage, a union of interests. Ji Hang didn't have many scruples about such an arrangement, and he wasn't particularly averse to political marriages. The two were not complete strangers. In Ji Hang's memory, they had interacted at a young age on Flying Wing Star. Later on Rajoul Star, they spent 2 years together. Though they hardly met face to face during those 2 years, they had plenty of contact. The alliance's establishment on Rajoul Star wouldn't have been possible without Yelisia's protection of the planet's orbit. If a political marriage was to take place, having Yelisia as a partner was undoubtedly preferable to some unfamiliar person. Moreover, Yelisia was quite beautiful, which suited his aesthetic preferences. Of course, getting married and having a wife was secondary. Being the ruler of 2 planets, he was not lacking in women, no matter how beautiful they might be. The main benefit was the alliance of the 2 households, which indeed had significant advantages. Then, he would proceed with it. Additionally, Ji Hang had another consideration. Naval development was a critically weak area for the alliance at present, yet it was also the most challenging to improve. At this point, all technologies related to the Navy and interstellar travel were advanced items in the system's technology tree panel. So far, Ji Hang had only managed to acquire the Star Harbor Technology Blueprint and Traveler. Other technologies, like compact energy technologies and anti-gravity engines, although essential for interstellar travel, did not count as core technologies. Obtaining these technologies would require a substantial cost, necessitating draws from higher-level prize pools. Furthermore, even if they were acquired, the related construction work would be hugely expensive and time-consuming. The saying, 10 years for a land army, 100 years for a navy, was not an exaggeration. The alliance needed to establish its navy, especially a powerful one that could truly be effective. There were many gaps to fill and a lengthy period to transcend. Naturally, this was a step the Alliance had to take toward the Star Sea. No matter how difficult the path, they still had to tread it. But if a shortcut appeared before completing the journey, why not take it? Yelicia Fufana was that shortcut. She herself had finally reaped the fruits of victory after the recent successful defense against the green-skinned orcs raiding fleet in the Rage Owl star system, being promoted to the rank of proper Imperial Navy Rear Admiral. While the Fufana family may not have been said to control the Tianma fleet, they certainly had many protégés and old associates within it. At the higher levels of the Imperial Navy headquarters, they also had their network of connections. Having married Yelicia, Ji Yu Hang could also call upon these connections. That was not to say he could claim the Tianma fleet as his own. Even the Fufana family would not dare to make such a claim. However, at least when the Alliance's naval forces were virtually non-existent, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by the Navy. And when necessary, as long as he was willing to pay a sufficient price, he had a channel through which he could utilize the Imperial Navy's services. This was where the value lay. Before setting off to attend his own engagement ceremony, Ji Yu Hang had some matters to attend to. He had accumulated a lot of grace points, which he needed to find an opportunity to spend. This substantial sum of grace points had a relatively complex composition. War rewards were one aspect. Just in the Panbos kingdom alone, despite significant troop losses, it was undeniable that it was a victory, and Ji Yu Hang earned over 20,000 points in rewards there. Adding up the previous offensive against the Kingdom of Stefano and some counterinsurgency actions, as well as wars of annihilation against a few smaller nations with deluded rulers, the total exceeded another 10,000 points. Moreover, the ongoing battles by the Rage Bear Legion on Coralia earned Ji Yu Hang several thousand grace points from time to time. All in all, he had accumulated 40,000 points from war rewards alone. The bulk of the remainder stemmed from the accumulation of monthly grace points over the past year. With a large influx of population moving to Rage Owl Star, leveraging the existing population for rapid developments in productivity, the monthly grace points provided to Ji Yu Hang had already broken the 4,000 mark. Hajian Star, on the other hand, was initially considered a vassal state. It provided fewer grace points, just a few hundred. He supposed the small number was due to a significant reduction imposed on vassal states. However, two events led to changes. The first was the recognition and legitimation of the alliance as a political entity by the empire. This legally recognized and officially acknowledged Ji Yu Hang's ownership of the affiliated Hajian Star. Secondly, Ji Yu Hang's military actions effectively brought global control. Third, while wrapped in the guise of the new King's Council, the actual political system being enforced, rapidly taking root over the last 6 months, significantly strengthened the alliance's control over the entire Hajian Star. These several changes directly reflected in the system conditions were that beneath Ji Yu Hang's vassal panel, within a short time, many other nations had been added aside from the Lumen Kingdom. Soon after, the vassal ranks of these nations rapidly advanced. A few days ago, the option to annex finally appeared. Ji Yu Hang had already clicked it. As of now, Hajian Star could be regarded by the system as a home territory just like Rage Owl Star. However, the grace points enhancement provided by this home territory was currently not substantial. Even with a population of 400 million, the monthly grace points provided were barely 2,000, less than half of what was provided by Rage Owl Star. But Ji Yu Hang was not particularly surprised by this. Ji Yu Hang knew that the monthly supply of grace points was closely related to a series of data including population size, total production power, average living standards of the population, government control, and so on. Moreover, the growth of grace points did not increase linearly with these factors. It was more like a tiered system, moving up a notch upon reaching certain data points. To raise the grace points provided by Hajian Star to a more satisfactory level, it was necessary to calmly focus on constructing and developing the planet in a positive direction. This was also precisely the objective of the Alliance. The grace points accumulated from Rage Owl Star had nearly reached 50,000 this year. As Hajian Star had just become a home territory, the points provided as a vassal were not significant, adding up to less than 10,000 over the past year. Adding the war rewards to this total, the grace points Ji Yu Hang had received over the past year had already exceeded 100,000. Of course, he did not have that many on hand now. After all, Jiyu Hang could not have possibly spent a year without utilizing any grace points. The main expenditures were focused on personnel. Jiyu Hang had been consistently activating talents through the hero interface, and even included some native people from Hajian Star. If he found them reliably trustworthy, he would transform them into talents. This hero interface was indeed reliable, as the activated talents conformed to their original abilities and aptitudes, and also possessed good growth potential, being of greater value than those trained en masse by the army badge system. Besides, whether it was the activated talents or those stepping into important positions on both planets, their loyalty still needed assurance. The Loyal Air Academy continued to play a significant role in this matter. Before assuming their positions, these individuals would have to pass through the wind-extinguishing Jiangxi Academy. It was easy to manage the people from Rage Owl Star, but for those from Hajian Star, they had to travel to Revival City for advanced studies. Periodically, Jiyu Hang would spend some grace points at the Academy's advanced classes to convert these individuals into political officers directly. Furthermore, the Alliance was gradually experimenting with cross-border official appointments. For instance, promoting officials from Rage Owl Star to work on Hajian Star or vice versa, with the former case being more common. The Alliance's few passenger vessels were almost constantly traveling back and forth between the two planets, primarily transporting various government officials and official documents. This was normal, after all, since the passenger vessels had a limited cargo capacity, and could only be used for such tasks. Apart from personnel, another area was military reinforcement. Whether on Hajian Star or Corellia, the Alliance was engaged in battle. Inevitable losses in troop numbers ensued. Currently, the largest source of troops for the Alliance Army was still Rage Owl Star. The training camps consistently maintained a size of several 100,000 people, requiring Jiyu Hang to expend thousands of grace points to complete their training. When the front line suffered reductions in personnel, new troops, along with a series of goods such as weapons, equipment, and ammunition, were sent to the front, replenishing the respective frontline units. This situation was definitely not going to continue for long. With the expansion of the Rage Bear Legion factored in, the overall strength of the Alliance land forces was going to exceed 1 million. It should not rely solely on Rage Owl Star for reinforcements. Now that Hajian Star had become home territory, there was no need to maintain a specific ratio for troop numbers. In fact, Tadius had already been ordered to establish several new recruit training centers on Hajian Star, to continuously recruit new soldiers and replenish the Alliance army. Meanwhile, there will also be a special training center for new recruits established on Corellia, dedicated to replenishing the losses of the Rage Bear Legion. However, the reason this training center is called special is that the Rage Bear Legion doesn't have the authority to directly conscript soldiers from Corellia. Even if they did, the system wouldn't recognize it, and Jiyu Hang wouldn't be able to train them. They could only pass through the logistic replenishment channel of the Star Realm Army. Essentially, the personnel are allocated as imperial tax to the Rage Bear Legion for use, thus entering the training camp for new recruits. In this way, these individuals could be counted as reserves for the Rage Bear Legion, allowing Jiyu Hang, the commander of the Rage Bear Legion, to directly conduct training. By imperial decree, these soldiers are also exclusively for replenishing the ranks of the Rage Bear Legion and cannot be diverted for other uses. Overall, the training expenses for ordinary soldiers are still not high. 1 grace point can train 100 T5 level soldiers. Maintaining a training camp of over 200,000 in multiple new recruit training bases on 3 planets, to ensure the ability to replenish the front lines at any time, would cost less than a few thousand grace points, which isn't much pressure. What really counts as a big expense is the construction of the Phoenix Battle Group. In the Great Battle of Hajian Star, the interstellar warriors of Phoenix played a major role in the destruction of all 12 Night Titans. The losses on the Alliance side, in addition to thousands of armored vehicles, nearly 500 tanks, and more than 40 Wind Falcons, Phoenix also lost a total of 6 warriors. From this perspective, it's clear that Night Titans are indeed formidable. After all, they cost 700,000 each. In comparison, the production cost of an interstellar warrior's powered armor is only 50,000 a set. The Terminator suit that Madden's wore costs just 800,000. Of course, cost doesn't equate to everything, as the most valuable aspect of an interstellar warrior is the warrior themselves inside the armor, not the suit itself. But regardless, cost does explain a lot of issues. The losses of the interstellar warriors are still quite painful for Maddens. But after all, it's different from before. Now that the number of battle groups has been continuously increasing, his mindset is relatively more stable. In the past 6 months, Ji Hang has newly trained 12 interstellar warriors and over 1,000 elite special forces from the 10th Brigade. Among these 12, 7 are natives of Rage Owl Star, and among the remaining 5, 2 are immigrants from Coralia and 3 are from Hagian Star. Ji Hang intentionally does many things in this way. On the concept of alliance, recognition and the integration of species, Ji Hang tries his best in all possible areas. Although it is somewhat difficult to create a sense of alliance, recognition in addition to the existing imperial, human, planetary, and ethnic identifications, and it's not something that can be achieved in a short time, it still needs to be done, and any opportunity to emphasize this must be seized.
In every exchange policy involving various personnel, officials, armed forces, and the selection of interstellar warriors, Ji Hang follows this approach.
Rage Owl Star is his main foundation, true, but it's too small. It's not feasible to always rely on its population of 45 million to navigate the Star Sea in the future. Expanding the base is essential, and Hagian Star is the first step. For these personnel-related grace points, the total consumption for Ji Hang is just over 20,000. Besides personnel, he's also spent some points on the construction interface in the past 6 months. Mostly on factory construction. He piled up over 20 civilian military factories in the 3 industrial centers on Hagian Star. He also piled up 10 on Rage Owl Star. This is an additional consumption of over 3,000 grace points. But all in all, it's not much. He still has over 70,000 points left. He plans to keep around 20,000 for emergencies, and with the remaining 50,000, he intends to spend them all on technology draws. 1,000 tier draw, though not drained dry, left hardly anything good. The meager probability of drawing basic level items just wasn't cost effective. This time, Ji Hang spent all 50,000 points of grace on the 10,000 tier draw. Currently, the odds of getting something from the 10,000 tier were still 100%, with a 30% chance for epic, 60% for elite, and 10% for advanced. Overall, the cost effectiveness was far higher than drawing 10 times from the 1,000 tier. And in Ji Hang's 5 consecutive draws, he got 1 epic level technology, 3 elites, and 1 advanced. The luck was neither good nor bad, which could be considered normal. After the draw, the chance distribution for the 10,000 tier changed to 20%, 40%, 40% for epic, elite, advanced respectively. There was still significant potential for discovery. As for the 5 technologies just drawn, they were Ranger-type Night Mech, Advanced, Feedback-type Power Armor, Elite, Warp Engine, Elite, Warhound-type Titan, Elite, Orichalcum Material, Epic. Among them, the Warp Engine technology filled in the last piece of the puzzle Ji Hang needed to build a starship. The 3 essential preconditions for building a starship, being the jump recognition system, which allows a starship to capture the signals from star realm tunnels. The Warp Engine, which provides power and allows for traveling in the star realm through warp mode. And the Starfield Force Field, which safeguards the ship from subspace disturbances while traversing the star realm tunnels, were now complete. Ji Hang had previously drawn both the Starfield Force Field and the jump recognition system. Now, with the Warp Engine in hand, he had enough. Its most immediate significance was that the starport on Rage Owl Star, which could previously only perform minor ship maintenance and simple assembly work, finally had a role to play. It could now formally construct the Voyager spacecraft. Only at this level could it be considered a legitimate shipyard. Although it could only build small ships for now, it was a good start. Don't underestimate the Voyager. It still costs 1.8 million tax currency per unit. If you could produce 100 of them and form a Wolfpack fleet, they would have their utility. Of course, the biggest use is still for interstellar passenger transport, and it can't go too far, otherwise, supply becomes an issue. If it's merely for the construction of Voyagers that all these prerequisite technologies were needed, it wouldn't be worth it. But these 3 prerequisites are essential for all vessels venturing out into the deep sea of stars. In the future, whether building large-scale merchant ships, transport vessels, or warships, all 3 will be indispensable. Entering the deep star sea, these are the necessary technologies, and having them early has its advantages. After all, skilled shipbuilding workers also need to be cultivated through practice, not just from having technical blueprints. Starting with the production of Voyagers is pretty good. And that feedback-type power armor technology is also quite interesting. It is a technology developed to compete with the interstellar warrior-powered armor, named Servant God type. Compared with interstellar warriors' powered armor, the Servant God is almost entirely made up of disadvantages. The armor is far less thick, its flexibility is poorer, its output power is much weaker, it consumes more energy, and it requires more complicated maintenance. There's also a key point. It's incredibly expensive. The current, majestic, model that the Alliance has is already twice as expensive as the most common, Sky Eagle, model. Yet, the Servant God type feedback power armor costs even more, reaching $130,000 per unit. More expensive and with much poorer performance, there's one singular advantage. Ordinary people can use it. But this so-called ordinary is not so common, it still requires quite rigorous training. Of course, training a person to use the feedback-type power armor is much cheaper than training an interstellar warrior. After obtaining this technology, Ji Hang pondered about how to use it. It would definitely have to be employed as a top-tier combat asset, otherwise, the cost wouldn't be sustainable. Interstellar warriors wouldn't need it, but it could be issued to the elite special forces of the 10th Brigade. A few soldiers trained up to T2 level could be equipped with this feedback-type power armor to dramatically boost their combat effectiveness. But Ji Hang immediately had another thought. By equipping them with feedback-type power armor, could they perform similarly to interstellar warriors? Probably not. Interstellar warriors are strong because of the individual, not the outer armor layer. If there were a direct comparison of combat strength, even the elite special forces wearing a set of exoskeletons, wielding chainsaw swords and bomb guns, would still be utterly dominated by a phoenix. If they wore feedback-type power armor, they might not be completely overwhelmed, but they'd still be severely beaten, and 10 of them might not be able to beat one.
After all, gaps remain large even if the powered armor's performance isn't considered. Even without a performance gap, ordinary people cannot compare with interstellar warriors who have developed a dozen superhuman organs. Their reaction speeds, instant information processing capabilities, and shooting accuracy are just not on the same level.
Even in shooting, the field with the smallest gap in abilities, the difference is still significant. An interstellar warrior can, in the instant the opponent pulls the trigger, determine the point of impact and dodge in advance, or block with their thicker armor. These are things ordinary people cannot do. In most cases, an interstellar warrior simply won't give the opponent an opportunity to shoot in the first place. The gap between them remains huge. The only advantage is that T2 level soldiers are much easier to train than interstellar warriors. However, within the Empire, this is true. But for Ji Hang, it doesn't stand. For Ji Hang, training an interstellar warrior just means an extra screening process, and spending 200 points of grace to train them to T1 level in exchange for one gene seed. Of course, due to Ji Hang's selection process for cultivating interstellar warriors, there will inevitably be about 100 times more rejects, among which are not a few T2 grade soldiers. These are the byproducts that are bound to appear. By utilizing feedback-type power armor and equipping these rejects to turn them into an impoverished version of interstellar warriors, their main role is to serve as a supplement to the elite cutting-edge forces. This is certainly one of the uses for feedback-type power armor. It's just not very cost-effective. Another usage is to issue it to frontline officers to enhance their survivability. A brigade commander or battalion commander commanding at the front line is actually quite vulnerable. But this enhancement effect is also relatively average. In conclusion, although feedback-type power armor technology is indeed elite level, for the current alliance, it is relatively feeble. The places where it can be effective exist, but it's not critical. Ji Hang is unlikely to promote the mass production of this technology, tying up a lot of the alliance's production capacity. However, for technologies extracted from the black box, 2 units can be produced in a month. If it's free, then of course, you take it. Afterward, Ji Hang shifted his focus to 2 other technologies: Ranger-class Knight Mecha and Warhound-class Titan. The former, we are well acquainted with. The Alliance currently has 6, after Hagian Star surrendered. Other than a few that were destroyed in wars, only 6 remain. Although theoretically, ownership is still in the hands of those noble families who surrendered, They have no say if the Alliance wants to mobilize them. People always refer to Knight Mecha as Knight Titan, but that's not accurate. The proper name is simply Mecha. Ranger class is 8 meters tall, and Neely's technology setup allows for various components to be mounted, creating several derivative types. For example, there are Lance-type models that emphasize heavier firepower and Watch-type models that emphasize mobility, among others. However, they all fall under the category of Ranger class. As for the Warhound class Titan, it's a bona fide Titan, though it's the smallest kind of Titan. The biggest difference between a Titan and Knight Mecha is that the latter has a dedicated cockpit, where the Knight pilots the Mecha in battle, grandiosely termed the mechanical throne. Whereas the Titan does not have a dedicated cockpit and cannot be operated by a single person. The 15-meter-tall Warhound Titan, resembling a 5-story building, is manned by about a dozen people working together to operate this machine in battle. Compared to the advanced Ranger Knight Mecha, the Warhound-class Titan is literally twice the size, reaching a height of 15 meters. With these two technologies, the strength of the Alliance land forces will climb another level. No matter how fierce the Lion tank is, it can only be considered a consumable. Costing 4,000 each, on a high-intensity battlefield, they are essentially just large armored cannon fodder. But Knight Mecha and Warhound Titan would be considered elite main forces, no matter what. On Hagian Star, a bunch of feudal forces equipped with shoddy gear, coupled with some sentry mecha, simply couldn't bring out the fierce power of Knight Mecha. Even so, in that major battle fought by the Alliance, on average, to take down a single Ranger-class Knight, it cost over 40 tanks, hundreds of armored vehicles, 5 Wind Falcons, 1 interstellar warrior, and several infantry. But if Knight Titan is deployed by the Alliance, with more elite armored troops in front, elite infantry establishing defensive positions on the sides, and sharp artillery coordinating to exploit firepower advantage, the power that Knight and Titan can leverage will be greatly magnified. It would be difficult for an interstellar warrior to even get close. When the Phoenix broke through the Kingdom Army's defenses, it pierced them like paper, but the formations of the Alliance are not so easily breached. Even a slight delay would allow the firepower of the Knight and Titan to annihilate any interstellar warrior. Moreover, these two pieces of equipment, especially Knight Mecha, aside from providing considerable military aid, carry significant political symbolism for the Alliance ruling Hagian Star, since they will be self-produced by the Alliance. Hagian Star is a place with strong Knight traditions. Now, since the Alliance has the capability to produce sentry mecha on its own, already extracted earlier, and with the addition of self-produced Knight Mecha, isn't this a miracle reborn? In an instant, Ji Hang thought of many ways to handle this. To establish a Knight Academy, on one hand, it would serve as a military academy, on the other, it would train Knight pilots, and additionally, it would strengthen the Alliance's legitimate status. In the future, to become a Knight, you won't need to bankrupt your family's generations of savings. Simply apply to the Knight Academy, enlist, and you could become a glorious Knight, piloting a sentry mecha. The most outstanding individuals can pilot Ranger Knights. With specialized courses, those unable to pilot single-person Ranger Knight mechas could also have a chance to become part of the larger and fiercer True Titans driving team, operating Warhound-class Titans in groups of a dozen or so.
There are many benefits to doing this. The noble families of Hagian Star still have their merits. Generation after generation, they take pride in being knights, and the Alliance's new developments are consistent with their tradition, which helps to strengthen governance, and due to these traditions, they have been trained from a young age in how to pilot knights, making them the most suitable source of pilots.
On this basis, Ji Hang even planned to establish a new organizational structure under the Alliance land forces. He already had the name in mind, Alliance National Knights.
Initially, he considered calling them the Black Arrow Knights, but after some thought, he decided against it. That name was too region-specific and conflicted with the overarching concept of establishing a sense of Alliance identity previously set by Ji Hang.
The establishment of the Alliance National Knights wasn't actually about forming a complete military organization. Its main purpose was to provide identity certification and strengthen the sense of honor. The Knights on Hagian Star were particularly receptive to this approach. On the other hand, it involved the professional management of the selection of pilots, as well as the maintenance and specialized logistical support of various aspects of expensive top-tier equipment such as Mecha and Titan. Furthermore, the creation of the Knights allowed the Alliance to deploy these top weapons flexibly and in a concentrated manner into wars. After all, these high-level equipment were not suitable to be directly incorporated into the Landforce's structure. Otherwise, they would be troublesome to mobilize. Of course, one important aspect of the training for the pilots of the Mecha and Titan was learning how to coordinate with regular troops during combat. This part was somewhat lacking in Hagian Star's original training system and couldn't keep up with the current regular troop model of the Alliance. The National Knights Regiment had to explore and strive in this area. Scratching his head, Ji Yu Hang even considered whether to build the Alliance's first Ranger Knight production line directly on Hagian Star. Wouldn't the news immediately boost everyone's spirits? According to the Black Box's production capabilities, a Ranger-grade Knight would take about 2 months to produce, while a Warhound Titan would take 5 months. For the production line, the estimate was that it would initially set up one within 6 months. After discussing the related matters with Wu Jiarong, Ji Yu Hang estimated that if the Alliance were to normally put these two types of equipment into production on Hagian Star, with the Panbos Industrial Center as the main base for Ranger Knights and the Lumen Industrial Center as the main base for Warhound Titans, then after 2 years of building and setting up multiple production lines, they could reach a production rate of 6 Ranger Knights per year and 1 Warhound Titan per year. The years of accumulation on Hagian Star had amounted to only about 30 Titans before the war. With the arrival of the Alliance, things that could only be imported through foreign trade and could bankrupt a nation could now be produced domestically. Within 5 years, they could achieve what took countless years to accumulate. This would powerfully demonstrate that the Alliance's arrival meant unequivocally positive changes for Hagian Star. Ji Yu Hang was quite satisfied with this number. Later, he turned his attention to the last and only epic technology. Refined gold material. When he saw this, Ji Yu Hang was quite surprised. Refined gold was almost at the highest tier among the materials used on a large scale within the Empire. Setting aside the higher and rarer materials, not to mention just the mass-producible ones, refined gold's main application was in constructing true Titans, not the so-called Titans like regular mecha. It was also indispensable in some critical components of a starship and necessary in the construction of Terminator armor. In short, with the advancement of technology, the production of those high-strength technology products would inevitably bring about higher demands for basic materials. The large-scale use of refined gold was born for this purpose. However, the refined gold currently used in the Empire was mostly a natural product. Either it was a tiny amount of associated refined gold mineral collected during large-scale mineral mining, or it was discovered in very small quantities in the extremely precious refined gold veins on some rare planets. This material was undeniably a strategic resource within the Empire. There had been precedents where the Empire launched wars over a refined gold mine. So now, what exactly did the refined gold technology that Ji Yu Hang had in his hands mean? Refined gold mining technology? Why would that be called epic technology? Its extraction difficulty aside, its scarcity was more crucial. As long as refined gold could be located, its astronomical value was enough to make the costs and difficulty of extraction negligible. Could it be refined gold synthesis technology to deserve the title of epic technology? Ji Yu Hang took a closer look and realized it indeed was. After understanding the significance, he had only one thought in his mind: he was going to make a fortune. Moreover, this wealth wasn't like some of the technologies he had developed before that were difficult to explain and utilize. This wealth was something Ji Yu Hang could legitimately use. He could simply place the synthesis of refined gold inside a mining area and claim to have discovered a refined gold mine. That would provide a legitimate output channel, and Ji Yu Hang could sell it. As for the fear of being discovered, Ji Yu Hang wasn't worried at all. Without going into the mine for a concrete investigation and conducting a geological study, who would know if what he said was true or false? Not to mention who would bother questioning the authenticity of a refined gold mine instead of competing for a share of the refined gold. Even if someone wanted to conduct such research, trying to do so on Ji Yu Hang's turf would be incredibly difficult. Once the refining and synthesis production line for this material was set up, it could not only provide the basic material support for the Alliance sector's development of various high-tech technologies in the future, but it could also immediately generate output and earn tax currency income for the Alliance. In the Tianma Star sector, there was a major client, Flying Wing Star Shipyard. It was a place capable of producing and building cruisers, with a direct demand for refined gold.
The only pity was that the synthetic technology for refined gold, even after the production line had been set up and production capacity expanded, couldn't increase too quickly. The estimated output after a year might only be equivalent to a tiny refined gold mine.
But that was enough. A tiny refined gold mine, focusing solely on foreign trade, could bring in an income of 20 million tax currency a year. Moreover, the alliance wouldn't necessarily sell it all. They would surely keep some for future use, in case higher-grade technology required this kind of material. After completing the technological lottery draw and handing over the relevant matters to Wu Jiarong through remote communication, Ji Yuheng boarded the spaceship and set off on his journey to Flying Wing Star. He was going to attend his engagement ceremony. His fiancée was waiting for him there. Free section below. When checking the comments, I realized I missed two settings. They were two lottery bugs. The minor one. A chainsaw sword was pulled in chapter 211, and then pulled again in chapter 267. The major one. Mk.7 Eagle power armor was pulled in chapter 211, but in chapter 315 it was stated that the Alliance didn't have power armor technology. I have made the corrections. For readers who don't want to flip back and check the previous content, here is a summary of the corrections. The chainsaw sword pulled in chapter 267 has been changed to gravity weapons, the gravity scepter in Priest Rizzo's hand, and the gravity fist equipped on Knight Titan. The Mk.7 power armor pulled in chapter 211 has been changed to jump recognition system, getting a head start on a prerequisite technology for starship building. There shouldn't be any impact on the plot, mainly it was just a slip in thinking while writing the settings, my mistake. This chapter is 5.2k words, 1,000 more than usual, by way of compensation. On Flying Wing Star, a flourishing Grand Hotel had already stopped serving outside customers. The GU clan and the Fufana family had fully booked the place for the upcoming engagement ceremony. Many people from afar, specifically here for the ceremony, had already settled in the hotel. Among them were many of the younger members of the Fufana family. A group of young people, dressed in Imperial Navy uniforms or Naval Academy uniforms, gathered together to chat. They say she's the representative of the Fufana's younger generation, yet isn't she getting married? From now on, it's up to us brothers. I think Rhoda is quite capable, you have to shoulder our hopes. Far from it, far from it. At least you won't be marrying someone else, right? Ha ha ha. The young people were arrogant and chest-thumping as they discussed the recent stories of their family. It's hard to say how much malice was there, but the underlying envy surely found an outlet through this affair. This was normal. Within this group, not to mention those who were still grappling with their studies at the Naval Academy, among those who had started their careers, the highest rank was that of a major. Being a major at this age was quite impressive in the Imperial Navy. He was still young, and with his family's support, a few more years of experience and some military exploits could make the rank of general a possibility in the future. But these things also depend on who you compare yourself with. Having a woman in the family who is about the same age but already a general makes it hard not to be envious. They didn't dwell on anything else but complained about the family being too biased, giving Yelicia too much preferential treatment. After graduating from the Naval Academy, why did they all have to start from the bottom while Yelicia could get a position as acting captain? Why create a stage just for her, organize an exercise, and based solely on her performance in the naval drills, let her skip ranks and become the captain of a great cruiser like Quintet, obtaining a brigadier general's rank? Now, it's about leveraging the family's high-level connections, vigorously promoting her, and directly lifting Yelicia up as a heaven-sent military star, an unparalleled genius fleet commander. Give it a rest. With such an opportunity, even a pig could fly given the chance. Given to me, I could certainly do better than Yelicia. How many among the Fufana family's young successors would think this way? I don't know, but at least the ones gathered here must have some such thoughts to varying degrees. However, such envious words were not easy to speak out loud. Yelicia did indeed represent the younger generation. Her status there made them simply not on the same level. To voice such words would only bring ridicule upon themselves. But now that Yelicia was getting married, some words could come out, albeit with a different spin. During the idle chatter, someone abruptly tugged at his companion and made a meaningful look with his eyes. The rest followed the gaze, and a young woman dressed in an Imperial Navy Major General's ceremonial uniform was passing by not far away. The talking ceased immediately. Even using Yelizha's marriage as an excuse, some things could be said in private, but there was no need, and certainly no courage, to say them to her face. And yet, Yelizha walked straight towards them. Her head held high, a slender, fair neck extended from the tight collar of her uniform, her gaze arrogantly and disdainfully looking down on the crowd, and on her shoulder, the star of a general shone brightly. Made uncomfortable by her gaze, and with a touch of guilt, someone started sheepishly, "Sis." Yelizha waved her hand as soon as the address came out. "Major, you should address me as General." "Yes." The highest-ranking young major among them instinctively stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Good day, General." Yelizha's gaze then moved to the others. Those she looked at could only stand at attention and salute. To onlookers, there was nothing out of place about this scene. A group of junior naval officers standing in formation and waiting for a general's address, what was wrong with that? Looking at these cousins and junior officers before her, Yelizha originally wanted to say something sarcastic, like mocking them for not having outstanding academic performance at the Naval College and not standing out in the military. Even with the family's support, they were all good-for-nothing mud that wouldn't stick to the wall. She had the right to say so. They all came from the same family. Was there any difference in their starting points? The family's power had been a great help. For example, it was extremely difficult for commoners and regular people to get into the Naval Academy, but the Fufana offspring could enter whenever they wished, and all were in the top classes. But within the family, weren't they all treated the same? And me, Yelizha, in the Naval Academy, all my results were top-notch, many first in the class, and I had maintained this for many years, always excelling throughout my academic career. That's why she had the confidence to earn the title of distinguished graduate, to fight for the rank of school officer upon graduation and become an acting captain. Her cousins, on the other hand, dangled at the back in terms of academic performance. Why compare themselves to her? And regarding that military exercise that catapulted Yelizha from acting captain to brigadier general, it wasn't specially prepared for her. It was just an opportunity that she seized. The family set the stage, and because she had the singing talent, she became the star. It was only after she had proven her abilities that the family's efforts paid off. That exercise, it wasn't just her from the Fufana family who participated. So how come you younger brothers didn't have any tricks up your sleeves? Yelizha never denied that the Fufana family gave her everything. Without the family, even hoping to enter the Naval Academy would be a luxury. Even if she did get in, even if she excelled academically, without the family, even as valedictorian, she wouldn't be able to become a captain immediately. At most, she would mix in as a staff officer, starting from a certain position on some starship and then accumulating seniority. But others could say that, only these family members, just like her, this bunch of younger generations, had no right to say so. You had the same conditions, yet you couldn't achieve 1/10 of what I did, so what right do you have to be sarcastic here? However, in the end, Yelizha still didn't say a word. As she was about to speak out, looking at these younger ones standing before her, appearing somewhat uneasy, she suddenly found it all very meaningless. Bullying these people, whose level was far below her own, was pointless. The hopeless younger generation within the family was also pointless. The gossip they spoke about, getting married, was even more meaningless to her. All those thoughts she wanted to spit out dissipated with a sigh. She waved her hand and called out for them to disperse. The young people, as if pardoned, quickly saluted and then scattered. And Yelizha, she no longer cared what these youngsters might fabricate about her, throwing her weight around behind her back. Feeling somewhat listless, she wandered from the hotel lobby to a temporary office. She knocked on the door, and after getting permission, she entered. In the office, there sat an old man. The cornerstone of the family, known to outsiders as Old Fufana, he was a war hero who had retired from the Imperial Navy with the rank of admiral. He had retired many years ago, but his influence still remained, both in the Tianma fleet and across the entire Imperial Navy and the Star Domain. Yelizha had great admiration for her great-grandfather. Although, now Old Fufana looked just like any other ordinary, kindly old man. She sat down in front of her great-grandfather. Old Fufana lifted his head and said, "Feeling upset?" Yelizha hesitated for a moment, but then nodded her head. There was nothing good to hide. Because of the engagement? Yes, Yelizha said. I understand that families like ours need to establish and expand our influence through alliances by marriage. I just thought that I no longer needed to be chosen for an arranged marriage to demonstrate my worth. Of course, old Fufana said, of course you don't need to. You're the brightest jewel of the Fufana. You don't need to prove your worth, your very existence is of value. The family does its utmost to help you become a general and will assist you in reaching higher positions in the future. We hope you will lead the entire family to greater heights. If you don't want this marriage, you certainly have a choice. I can tell Miss Wang Qi to end it all right now. With the conversation having reached this point, it was Yelicia who hesitated. No, there's really no need for that, I was just. At this, she anxiously began to tousle her own hair.
Old Fufana sighed and said, you see, little Yelicia, this is our destiny. We shoulder responsibility, and even if no one truly forces us, we still invariably take it all upon ourselves.
Little Yelicia, remember this. The Fufana family has never been adept at grabbing power for its own sake. We have always dedicated our family for the empire, establishing our esteemed reputation by placing ourselves amidst the stars and seas. Our foundation lies in our ability, our merits. But for a long time now, I have been disappointed to see the younger generations lacking the grace of their forebears. The family was supposed to be your support, but now it seems it has become a shackle for many. They have been raised too, well, within the family, to the extent that they simply cannot withstand the storms of the outside world. Your emergence gives me great comfort, little Yelicia. You have inherited the grace of our forebears. You are the best Fufana of the younger generation, and Jiyu Hang, that boy, seems to be the best among the Jiyu clan. It's not about you marrying into the Jiyu family or him becoming a Fufana. Wang Qi and I simply mean that in the future, we need a union, a deeper union. The situation in the Tianma star sector is going to become more and more chaotic, and the war in the Dragonhawk star domain against the iron-toothed green-skinned aliens will also intensify. Everything in the future is going to undergo colossal change. But my child, I might not live to see that day. And the Jiyu clan and us, we have natural conditions for an alliance. Bringing together the best of both sides, we need to withstand the storm together. These words from her great-grandfather left Yelicia momentarily stunned. Old Fufana did not say much more, he just pushed a document on the table towards her. Yelicia asked, what is this? Old Fufana said with a smile, marriage will never be a shackle for you. Take a look at this first. She picked up the document, glanced over it, and then looked at old Fufana in surprise. Great-grandfather. This, do you suggest I accept it? I do not make any recommendations. Honestly, I do not know if it's good or bad, whatever choice you make, it's entirely up to you. Yelicia was caught up in considerable turmoil. There's no need to rush your response now. Perhaps, you should also discuss it with your fiancé. Fiancé. Upon hearing this term, Yelicia still felt quite awkward. I do not make any recommendations. Honestly, I also do not know if this is good or bad, whatever choice you make, it's entirely up to you. That's what Jiyu Hang said to Yelicia. He had just arrived at Flying Wing Star today and checked into a hotel. There were no customs preventing the betrothed from meeting before any engagement ceremonies, so after Jiyu Hang had settled in here, the first person he saw was his mother, Wang Qi, and the second person was his future wife, Yelicia Fufana. When the two first met, the atmosphere between them was somewhat awkward, even strained. But Jiyu Hang was not bad in this respect. Using the topic of fighting side by side before, he guided the atmosphere between them back to normal. Afterward, Yelicia brought up a matter. She now had an opportunity, or rather a challenge. The naval command of the Dragonhawk star domain wanted to redeploy half of the Tianma fleet, leaving the defense zones of Tianma and several surrounding star sectors, to the star sectors occupied by the iron-toothed green-skinned aliens, to participate in the Green-Skins War. This was no small matter. In the past, the Tianma fleet had been ordered several times to participate in the Greenskins War, and almost every time, by the time the Tianma fleet was called in, it meant the intensity of the war had already escalated to a significant level. That meant the risk was very high. The Iron-Teeth Greenskins were not like the primitive Greenskins. Their raiding fleets were numbered in the dozens, with many large warships as well. If Yelicia were to lead a team to the fallen star sectors, they would not only be supporting ground forces, a relatively safe task, but they might also face a head-on decisive battle with the Green Skin Fleet. Naval battles were such that if you lost, there was no way out, and ship destruction meant certain death. This was a real war with real deaths, not something to joke about. Yelicia could choose not to go. She was a strategically important general raised by the Fufana family, the hope for the next generation, and could not be sent off carelessly. Yet, at the same time, this was an opportunity to earn honors. She shared her dilemma regarding this matter with Ji Yuhang. In Ji Yuhang, he spoke the same words as old Fufana, leaving the choice entirely in Yelicia's hands. Then, he added, although I'm not certain, I think that if you want to go, I support you completely. Because that is you, that is the Yelicia I know and admire. Yelicia smiled radiantly. Ji Yuhang's previous statement, though a sign of great respect for Yelicia by leaving the choice to her, felt somewhat perfunctory due to their differing statuses. But the following one truly struck a chord with what Yelicia yearned for in her heart. Was she someone contented with the status quo? Was she someone satisfied with just being a representative of her family, becoming Ji Yuhang's wife, a symbol of the union between two families? No, she wasn't. Although Fufana hadn't explicitly stated it, his previous comment about placing oneself amidst the starry ocean to establish Fufana's prestige had clearly laid out the old man's perspective. And then, Ji Yuhang precisely articulated her thoughts. It was indeed her heart's desire. The man she trusted most in her past life, and theoretically, the man she should trust the most in her future, had both said the same.
What more was there to hesitate about? Yelicia smiled at Ji Yuhang and asked, so, I'm to leave right after our engagement, without knowing how long it'll be until the war ends. Will you wait for me all this time?
Of course, my lady, I will await the news of your victorious return. After the war is over, we will get married. Ji Yuhang felt there was something odd about this statement, but he didn't dwell on whether it was auspicious or not. He tentatively stretched out his hand and embraced Yelicia. The female general's body stiffened, unaccustomed and almost instinctively wanting to pull away. But she didn't. Following that, neither of them spoke. Feeling each other's body warmth, they both relaxed significantly. In fact, they both understood a truth. They had little emotional foundation to speak of, and precisely for that reason, they should make the most of the little time they had to foster such emotions. It was a thought born of rationality, but soon enough, all that rationality turned into sentiment. The engagement ceremony uniting the Ji clan and Fufana, even on the flourishing planet of Flying Wing Star, was a rare grand occasion. The grand, luxurious setup was secondary. More important were the attendees and the political implications of the event.
There were two groups of people to mention. The foremost group included many of a neutral stance. In addition to representatives from the Empire Commerce Guild and the Imperial Navy, there were also members of the national religion, the Psychic Cultivators Association, and various other major merchants and capitalists. These people attended this engagement ceremony.
They all shared two characteristics. First, each had their own political or tangible strength but was not too powerful within the star sector. Second, they all wished to avoid getting involved in the ongoing struggle between the Fatches family and the star sector government dominating the Tianma star sector. Now, the union between the Ji clan and Fufana suddenly stood as a banner, rallying these neutral forces together. Thus, the neutral parties, originally not weak but quite scattered, formed an alliance that was not very tight-knit but at least shared a common goal, uniting around the Ji clan and Fufana. This, in turn, brought about the second wave of attendees. The Fatches family sent representatives, and especially Coralia Governor Ivan Fatches, a rising star of the Fatches family, flew in personally from Coralia. Meanwhile, Star Sector head Ivan Martinelli, as well as Flying Wing Star Governor Pei Daisy, were also in attendance. These core figures from both opposing sides were all present. For outsiders, this demonstrated great respect to both families and to the engaged couple, Ji Yuhang and Yelicia. Even those with dire conflicts could temporarily set aside their differences and share a room for the engagement ceremony. In reality, however, they felt somewhat compelled. The previously overlooked neutral forces, now gathered together by the engagement ceremony, could no longer be ignored. They could not afford such a significant group leaning toward the other side, which would directly upset the balance of opposition. The neutral groups had a clear demand. You may continue your power struggle, as we cannot interfere anyway. But even so, there must be rules, fight within the limits, and do not go overboard. The chaotic and limit-free political strife that Tianma Star Sector had experienced over the past 2 years must end. The situation in Coralia, not showing any improvement and progressively worsening, had to be reversed. Without a doubt, Ms. Nell Ruiz, the chief tax officer attending Jiyu Hang and Yeliz's engagement ceremony as the representative of the Star Domain government, also stood with the neutral parties, posing the same demands to both sides of the political conflict. This forced both reluctant parties to sit at the same table and seriously discuss the matter. This was essentially an arrangement made by Wang Qi and Fufana, who deeply cared for the larger picture of the star sector, leveraging the engagement of two young people. And as the main characters of the engagement ceremony, the two of them had little interest in participating in the underlying matters. Not that they lacked the capacity to influence. Both had significant standing within their respective groups. It could even be said that the next generation of Fufana was to be managed by Yelicia, and the same went for the Jiyu commercial firm. They didn't need to wait for later. Their words already carried immense weight now, especially for Jiyu Hang. But since there was an old hand at home, they didn't bother to get involved in areas that called for the old hand's experience and wisdom. Instead of engaging in deceit and intrigue, they preferred to cherish the final moments, to cultivate their relationship. Then, while those elders were still negotiating and compromising without reaching a result, the two had to say goodbye. 6 days after the engagement ceremony, Yelicia received her formal reassignment orders from the Imperial Navy. The mission consisted of 5 cruisers, including Quintet, Opera Cruiser, Cello, Final Mark, and Interlude Cruiser, accompanied by 14 destroyers and 30 escort ships, excluding the smaller vessels not worth mentioning.
The dispatched forces of Tianma fleet made up more than half of its capacity. Most of the ships had set sail, leaving only 2 cruisers behind.
The expedition fleet was commanded by Tyler Mungs, the vice admiral of Tianma fleet. His flagship was the Opera Cruiser. Yelicia held the rank of rear admiral and served as the captain of Quintet, and also as the fleet's deputy commander, assisting Tyler Mungs. On Flying Wing Star, a grand deployment ceremony was held for the Navy. The sailors of the many starships of Tianma fleet mainly came from the Imperial tax, in plainer terms, from Coralia. However, most of the naval officers were locals from Flying Wing Star, graduates of the Flying Wing Naval Academy. Before departure, these local officers said their farewells to their wives, children, and parents amidst flying streamers and stirring music played on repeat, walking toward the starry sea under a bright sun, with their families' hopes and concerns in their hearts. After saying goodbye to her parents and family, Yelicia then stood before Jiyu Hang. Just like other young officers parting with their partners, they embraced and whispered sweet nothings to each other. A moment later, the urging beep 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 of the space elevator sounded, prompting them to part ways.
Yelicia stepped back with her hands behind her, sunlight outlining her figure as she faced Jiyu Hang, smiling.
"I'm off. Return victorious. All right." The female general donned her military cap, waved with a smile, turned, and left, heading towards the battlefield that awaited her. With Yeliz's departure, Jiyu Hang found he indeed missed her a little. He didn't suppress this emotion, he let it grow. This wasn't a bad thing. As for Yeliz's safety, no one could guarantee it. Separated by several star sectors, Jiyu Hang was powerless. All he could do was to dispatch a team into Quintet to ensure Yeliz's safety. This team consisted of 5 Phoenix members and 100 of the 10th Special Warfare elites and exoskeletons. But in reality, their ability to make a difference was not that significant. In the warfare of the Star Sea, the losing side rarely had a way out, and interstellar warriors were not gods. No matter how strong, they couldn't save anyone when a starship exploded. The only situation where they could really make a difference was during boarding combat. As it happened, the green-skinned orcs were one of the factions in the entire Star Sea that loved to engage in hit-and-run battles the most. With these 100 or so elites, at least in the event of hit-and-run battles, paired with the defense forces on board the Quintet, they should be able to play a significant role. After Yelicia had left, Jiyu Hang himself didn't stay on the Flying Wing type for long. The next day he bid farewell to his mother and returned to Rajowl Star. On the way, he made a brief stop at Coralia, where he, in his capacity as Legion commander, visited his soldiers, particularly those who had just left the new recruit camps on Coralia and joined the Rage Bear Legion. In an army consisting of 320,000 people, although the numbers were complete and headquarters were assigned, it had not yet been fully established. The paperwork was already in place, and the tax currency totaling over 14 million had been provided to the League by the Military Affairs Department, transformed into orders for all the military supplies needed to arm these 320,000 people. But at present, these supplies were still in the order phase. After all, weapons and equipment couldn't just materialize out of thin air, they needed to be produced. The League was already working at full capacity on Rage Owl Star and on Hagian Star. According to negotiations between the League and representatives from the Military Affairs Department, within the next year, the League was to equip these 320,000 people completely. An official from the Military Affairs Department would stay here, and a representative from the Dragonhawk 3rd Legion, as allies, would also attend to supervise the matter. This meant that over the next year, beyond the League's own requirements, they had to produce an additional 600 or more tanks, over 3,000 armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery, and tens of thousands of other military vehicles. As for other individual equipment, let's not even count company-level equipment. There was indeed pressure on production capacity. Reliance on Rage Owl Star alone to meet such a large production demand was somewhat challenging. After all, the wars on Hagian Star over the past 2 years had also resulted in a significant loss of weapons and equipment, and those tanks and armored vehicles had still not been replenished to date. Unless completely ceasing supply to other League forces and not expanding its own forces, it would be difficult to satisfy the demand of the Rage Bear Legion's new troops within a year. However, if Hagian Star could be included, then things would look better. On Hagian Star, centered around what used to be the capital of the Kingdom of Stefano, the Stefano Industrial Center had already launched a production line for Lion tanks. With the increase in industrial population there and more production lines being laid out, as productivity gradually increased, it should also be able to take on some of the production burden from Rage Owl Star. After inspecting the military forces, Gu Hang also met with Colonel Li Kashi, a commander who had been striving on Hagian Star for a long time, and discussed the recent situation, as well as Li Kexi's views on the future. The situation, actually, wasn't much to talk about. The intensity of the battle in Coralia had never been too high, even though that Governor Fatches kept urging them to attack with all their might to resolve the issue as soon as possible. General Hansen, the chief commander here, did not heed those calls. In his words, Li Kashi still had quite an approval of General Hansen. They had discussed this issue before, with General Hansen assuring his subordinates that he would absolutely not engage in a political war. Whether or not to fight, and how to fight, would all be purely from a military standpoint. After all, he was the chief commander of the Star Realm Army. The planetary governor had no jurisdiction over him. This brings us to mention the views of Li Kashi and many imperial officers on the front lines regarding the future. They were rather pessimistic. Pheno City was like a giant black hole, continuously sucking everything in its vicinity. The population kept taking losses, but due to some political reasons, the relocation of the established refugee camps wasn't quick enough. As for the demand from politicians to push the military into Pheno City and fully take back the entire Nest capital, that was out of the question. With our current strength, we might have to send all of the more than 20 million troops from the entire Dragonhawk Legion in there to possibly accomplish this task. But if that were to happen, what about the other cities? Governor. Legion Commander, please understand one thing. The problem with Coralia is far greater than imagined. The current military strength can only just barely prevent the situation from worsening. To resolve it, unless another 30 million from the Star Realm Army arrives, and decision makers are willing to sacrifice 20 million from the Star Realm Army, it could truly be resolved. Otherwise, if what Ivan Fatches that Blowhard said were to come true, adding 1 billion native troops, that too would solve the problem.
And it must be done quickly. 50 million from the Star Realm Army, be prepared to lose 20 million, or 1 billion native defense forces, that's the current price for solving the problem. If we delay any further and the situation deteriorates, then what the price will be, nobody knows.
4 years had flown by, and this marked the 5th year that Lucy Li Koshi fought in Coralia. Gazing at the ruined Pheno City in the distance, he couldn't help but remember the meeting they had with Mr. Gu during his passage through Coralia, after the engagement ceremony on his way back to Rage Owl Star 4 years ago, as well as the conversation they had. At that time, he had been fighting on Coralia for less than a year. He remembered expressing his views on the war to Mr. Gu. He was a soldier, and before that, he couldn't even be considered one. Initially just a small merchant active in Rubbish Town, dealing in some daily necessities and ores. It wasn't until his wife and child died at the hands of the green skin aliens that he took up arms, swearing to kill all the green skins. Forming the Beast Slaughter Group was something that came later. Back then, he was simply driven by hatred and determination. At that stage, he never imagined that by joining the alliance and improving his skills to better slay greenskins, he would truly eradicate them all in a short time. The heavens sent fire that seemed capable of destroying everything was something he still vividly remembered to this day. It was from then on that he turned his heart to steel, adopting the mindset of a soldier and serving the alliance. He had gone through the entire campaign for the unification of Rage Owl Star and was immediately sent to Coralia to combat the demonic threats. From initially being an acting commander, he now almost commanded the entire Rage Bear Legion's army of 1,000,000, and he had been formally promoted to the rank of Imperial Brigadier General a few years prior. But no matter how his identity had changed over the years, he always saw himself as a soldier and could only view things from a military perspective. The so-called military needs to resolve Coralia's problems that he proposed to Mr. Gu had come from this perspective. He also remembered that after hearing his suggestions, Mr. Gu let out a wry smile, sighed, and then said to him, "It seems you will be staying in Coralia for many years." A prophetic statement. Thinking like a soldier, Li Kashi found many things incomprehensible. For instance, he couldn't grasp why Mr. Gu knew at once that the solution he proposed was impossible to implement. Wasn't it a very simple task? 50 million Star Realm armed forces, or 1 billion native troops? These numbers might seem astronomical at first glance, but when put in the context of the human empire spanning across the galaxy, and Coralia with its population of 40 billion, they appeared rather trivial. Within the Dragonhawk star domain alone, there are 9 army groups named after the star domain itself, just like the Dragonhawk Legion. In addition, there are numerous other Star Realm armed forces units, similar to the Rage Bear Legion, with only the 3rd Army Group currently stationed in the Tianma star sector. In Li Kexi's view, it was always possible to squeeze out another army group from somewhere else. As for that 1 billion troops, it sounded alarmingly high, but for Coralia's population of 40 billion, it simply meant achieving a mobilization rate of 2.5%. He didn't ask Mr. Gu this question at the time, but over the years, he gradually figured out some reasons himself. For example, although the Empire had many troops, it had even more enemies, leaving no troops available to spare. Mobilizing millions, or tens of millions of people at a high rate was relatively easy, but it was much harder with a population of 40 billion. It wasn't just a difference in scale. It also reflected a demand on the governmental mobilization ability, not to mention that Coralia's finances couldn't support an army of 10 billion at war. However, after understanding all these reasons, Li Kashi had more questions rather than fewer. The real difficulties certainly existed objectively, but it was a matter of life and death. Was it the time to talk about this difficulty or that difficulty when death was on the doorstep? Would they only stop talking about difficulties once the population of 40 billion fell, and a lament composed of countless bodies, lives, and souls echoed in subspace, turning the entire Coralia into a super den of evil, radiating outwards to swallow the entire star sector and even the neighboring star sectors, evolving into a threat on the scale of the Iron Teeth Greenskins? He admitted he was full of grievances. He wasn't a Coralia person, but after fighting here for so long and witnessing countless Coralians suffer, anyone would be moved. Even if only from a soldier's standpoint, he needed to know what the soldiers under his command and he himself were fighting for. But no matter how great his grievances, they couldn't change the situation. The forces he had hoped would come to resolve the problem had not arrived in the past 4 years. And he could only watch his troops send countless bullets and shells to face those monsters. Watch his brave soldiers fight and fall, only to be replaced by another batch. Although the Rage Bear Legion had expanded, most of its forces now actually came from Coralia itself. Every 2 years, the Military Affairs Department would allocate a portion of the imperial tax received from Coralia, including a population part, to the Rage Bear Legion. One reason was to replenish the losses incurred by the Rage Bear Legion in previous battles, and the other was to further expand their forces. The Rage Bear Legion, which had expanded to 500,000 troops 4 years ago, now boasted a 1,000,000-strong force, seemingly growing ever larger as they fought. Under this number, only 20% of the troops in the Rage Bear Legion were from the Alliance, maintaining roughly the same total number as before the military expansion, while the rest of the newly increased forces were primarily from Coralia itself. At the same time, as per Gu Heng's request, the newly formed units in the Rage Bear Legion had at least 10% of their personnel from the Alliance. As for weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies, the alliance accepted orders directly from the Imperial Military Department for direct provision. Even after several rounds of expansion, the personnel composition of the Rage Bear Legion was predominantly Corellia people, but they still proved to be the best performing division-level force on Corellia. Under the command of General Hans, the Rage Bear Legion always undertook very important tasks. Li Kashi asked himself honestly if they had fought hard enough. At the same time, he had considerable respect for the warriors of the Dragonhawk Legion 3rd Army Group, who fought alongside them. The Star Realm Army and some planetary defense forces were indeed not the same concept. But still, they kept retreating. 4 years ago, they could still maintain control over the top layer of Nest Capital in Pheno City and occasionally launch military operations on the ground to snatch some resources, evacuate some civilians who were not infected, or strike at enemy clusters that were reported in the intelligence. 2 years ago, they had almost completely withdrawn from the ground sections of Nest Capital, and even the top layers began to experience severe erosion. A year ago, the Star Realm Army already felt overwhelmed. Pheno City had now become a dead zone, with virtually no military forces or living people serving the military anymore. Normal civilians, if not already evacuated in the past few years, were the ones who couldn't be saved anyway. Moreover, a year ago, there were more and more reports of plague infections and plague cult incidents in other nesting areas. Even in the planetary capital, Mingan City, the bottom nest district was showing signs of getting out of control. The severely undermanned Corellia Defense Forces, which had barely expanded to 200 million, simply could not manage so many super large-scale nest capitals. In some severe areas, the Star Realm Army had to divide their forces to deal with them. This severely weakened the control of the Star Realm Army over the situation in Pheno City. Therefore, a year ago, General Hans made a decision to completely withdraw all forces from Pheno City and no longer waste resources there. All troops left the Nest Capital within a month, taking with them all the healthy people they could. Following that, a cruiser of the Imperial Navy, along with several destroyers, began to coordinate strikes against Pheno City. This strike was carried out in a manner of extermination. There could no longer be any more hesitations. They planned to completely destroy the entire Pheno City, to eradicate this biggest den of evil and source of infection. This way, whether it be the Star Realm Army freed up or the local defense forces, they could deploy the freed up forces into other nest capitals to resolve problems that were still resolvable. Anyway, Pheno City was beyond saving. However, what happened later proved that this decision was made too late. Heavenly fire descended, and that orbital strike was even grander than what Li Kashi had seen on Rage Owl Star when bombarding the green skin orcs. After all, in addition to a cruiser, several destroyers also participated in the bombardment. They weren't just conducting a single round of strikes but planned to carry out multiple, super-saturated orbital bombings. If destruction was the goal, then it had to be ensured that it was carried out completely and thoroughly. However, after the bombardment began, the first few rounds were quite effective. The upper district of Pheno City was basically destroyed. Then, above the half-ruined Pheno City, a layer of purple-green luminescent membrane emerged, blocking the strikes from orbit. Although it wasn't quite the same as conventional shields, in the end, they confirmed that what appeared over the skies of Pheno City was a void shield. A special kind of void shield powered by subspace dark magic. This was far too astonishing. Even at this point, people realized that during these few uncontrolled years, beneath the festering wounds that even the Star Realm Army couldn't deal with, those plague cultists had already developed to such an extent. While General Hans urgently called a meeting, preparing to discuss how to deal with the void shield enshrouding Pheno City, allowing the orbital strike to continue, the situation took a further turn. From the holes in the destroyed upper district of Pheno City, dozens of dark green missiles streaked through Corellia's dusky atmosphere and shot straight into the sky. Immediately sensing something ominous, General Hans urgently contacted the Imperial Navy in orbit. Indeed, they had been struck. The plague cult in Pheno City now not only possessed void shields, protecting their already owned city from orbital bombardment, but even further developed countermeasures. This type of anti-orbital firepower was, without a doubt, a direct threat to the Imperial Navy's fleet. The Imperial Navy had not anticipated this at the beginning. The Concerto cruiser didn't even activate its void shield and took a solid hit. It was understandable that they didn't raise their shields. They weren't engaging in a naval battle against another fleet, and in their original expectations, they never thought they would be hit. Whether it was a void shield or an energy shield, activating them requires a significant amount of energy, and that's expensive. But it was this oversight that caused considerable losses. The cruiser was strong enough to sustain a hit, suffering only damage, which wasn't a big problem. It could just go back for repairs. However, a destroyer that also hadn't activated its energy shield was very unlucky and took 6 hits, one of which penetrated the power cabin, causing an internal explosion. Therefore, the Corellia people, in the right location, could look up at the sky and see a huge firework explode above. The loss of a destroyer was by no means a small matter. Any one of Tianma fleet's combat destroyers cost no less than 1.3 billion. Using the exchange rate of 10 tax currency for 1 soldier, this was the life of 130 million soldiers. Moreover, on that fully staffed destroyer, there were more than 40,000 naval soldiers. All of them were gone in the explosion. The chaotic Navy fleet immediately activated their void shields and energy shields, and then bombarded the planet's surface even more fiercely. This exchange of fire between the orbit and the surface lasted for 3 days. Li Keqi and his comrades surrounding Pheno City watched a very splendid fireworks show for 3 days. And this ground-orbit bombardment war eventually ended with the Imperial Navy giving up. In the last communication deciding the matter, the commander of the Imperial Navy, with a quite embarrassing attitude, made it clear to Hans that they would not continue the fight. On one hand, they were running out of ammunition. On the other hand, and more importantly, they saw no hope of victory. Although throughout these 3 days, the Imperial Navy always held the initiative. They could bombard whenever they wanted, and if not, just fly to the other side of the planet's orbit to avoid the enemy's fire, waiting for their energy shields to recover before coming back. Precisely because of this initiative, the Imperial Navy didn't suffer any further losses. But obviously, they had no real way of dealing with Pheno City. With their ships continuously driven away from orbit by the Plague Cult's anti-orbital fire, the orbital firepower never reached its initial saturation level over the 3 days and thus could not completely break Pheno City's void shield. General Hans was quite dissatisfied, questioning the Navy why they didn't dare to persist despite the casualties, to completely destroy the void shield. The Navy seniors refused to be outdone, arguing that losing 1 ship was already a major loss, and they certainly did not want to risk losing another. In their words, it was, "The value of any single ship is worth more than all the lives on the ground combined. Rather than have us risk our necks, you should launch a ground assault. As long as you destroy their anti-orbital firepower, I will continue the bombardment of the planet's surface." This statement infuriated General Hans, but what the other side said, although it might not be the truth, was probably not far off. Neither side could convince the other to bear the sacrifice, so a fierce war of words ensued, with both sides hurling verbal assault at each other. But the obvious result was that neither would be persuaded to endure the sacrifice. This matter was thus dragged on, right up to now, for a whole year. The commander of the Tianma fleet providing orbital support in Corellia made a judgment that wasn't really problematic. The Navy couldn't possibly exchange fire with the surface's anti-orbital firepower under these circumstances. It was unrealistic. With an entire planet's surface that never falls as defense, without resolving the anti-orbital firepower and the void shield, this battle couldn't be fought. The void shield was actually a secondary concern. Even if it were broken, they could simply hide the anti-orbit cannons in the bottom nest district, distributing them so they could still exchange fire. Is the starship tough, or is the planet's surface tough? This was obvious. They demanded the land forces deal with the anti-orbital firepower or else they refused to continue fighting, which wasn't an unreasonable demand. But, having fought in Pheno City for so long, the brothers in the land forces clearly understood just how terrifying things inside the city were. Although they weren't trying to independently seize Pheno City, but merely to enter the nest capital to find and destroy the anti-orbit points and preferably shut down the void shield, General Hans simply couldn't estimate how many people under his command would have to die to achieve this goal. It was said that the Star Realm army wasn't afraid of sacrifice, but the key issue was if they all died, what about the matters that followed? Moreover, who could truly not fear death? They hadn't been able to enter the bottom nest district of Pheno City for 2 years. If they forced their way, the bottom nest district would swallow up everyone daring to enter.
And even as elite as the Star Realm army was, it couldn't withstand a war with casualty rates so high they were fundamentally incalculable.
At first, these Star Realm army units gathered around Pheno City, extremely anxious, afraid that a plague army of tens of millions might rush out, and then things would become uncontrollable. But that scenario never happened. It had been a year since they retreated from the Nest capital and the orbital strike failed, and since the Navy had refused to continue fighting, and the situation around Pheno City was surprisingly calm.
Although this calm was quite nerve-wracking, those plague cultists had proven their fierceness. Not dealing with the bottom Nest district's issues over the past few years allowed the enemy to develop the Void Shield and anti-orbit cannons. Now, with the entire city in their hands and silently working for a year, who knew what other major activities they could have prepared?
But despite being anxious, what could be done? The Star Realm army couldn't just station so many people indefinitely in this place where no war was happening. As the issues with the other Nest capitals worsened, and since there had been no movement in Pheno City for a long time, gradually, units were redeployed elsewhere to suppress the cult and the rebel army. But even with disturbances elsewhere, they didn't dare to relax too much in Pheno City. Even now, at the times of least activity, there were at least 5 million from the Star Realm army and 10 million from the Planetary Defense Force, basking in the sun and keeping watch. Many people, like Lucy Lee Ko-shi, could indeed see that Pheno City was a huge ticking time bomb. Nobody knew when it would explode, but without a doubt, there would be a time when it did. However, when the day of the explosion finally arrived, everything still felt so sudden and overwhelming. And that moment was right now. Lee Ko-shi was still gazing distantly at the massive Nest capital, lost in thought about the past, when he suddenly felt the entire city seem to move slightly. He snapped out of his reverie instantly. At first, he suspected that he might be seeing things. That would have been quite normal. The air in Coralia was filled with yellow dust. Non-toxic, or to say its toxicity was negligible, but no one wanted to inhale a noseful, a lungful of dust. The troops were issued corresponding breathing masks to filter out these harmful particles, while some of the local defense forces without such equipment had no choice but to wrap scarves around their faces several times to make do. And this dust, lingering in the air, made the sunlight projected from the sky dim and obscured all day long, making it difficult to see clearly. Seeing illusions after staring at something for too long in such abnormal atmospheric refraction was quite a normal occurrence, wasn't it? But what happened next mercilessly shattered Lee Kexi's last bit of wishful thinking. He saw the entire Nest capital come to life. Those steel structures that were motionless in his sight began to warp and writhe right before his eyes. Considering that he could see such twisting from so far away, one could imagine how terrifying the distortion would be up close. A great unease rose in his heart. What was going to happen next? He didn't know at all. He rushed back to headquarters, urging his subordinates to quickly bring back intelligence. Even though they had completely withdrawn from the city, they hadn't completely relaxed their surveillance over Pheno City. The main base was set up dozens of kilometers away from the city, but at closer range there were outposts. Inside the city, there were even a few surveillance points. When pressured, they would temporarily withdraw. When the pressure eased, they would go back and establish a few more observation points. In any case, they couldn't be completely ignorant about this den of evil. The situation was very grim. All the surveillance points were out of contact. And the troops from the advance encampments were experiencing air raids by the enemy emerging from the Nest capital. A massive swarm of plague flies enveloped the advance encampments. The military's air defense firepower was already doing its utmost to cover the brothers in the advance encampments, with some artillery units even loading airburst shells to strike around 1 kilometer ahead of the advance camp's position. As the plague fly swarm generally didn't fly very high, airburst shells detonating at heights of around 10 or 20 meters could inflict substantial damage on these flying creatures, the size of a human's torso, especially since they like to move in dense formations. Under the cover of various types of firepower, the soldiers in the advancing camp finally retreated. Though they suffered significant losses, they still managed to bring back valuable intelligence. Just as Lee Ko-shi had seen from a distance, the entire city had come to life. The architectural skin, once made of steel and concrete, began to writhe like a living organism and started to be enveloped by a layer resembling flesh and organic tissue. This was very bad news, but for the moment, no one knew what these changes would lead to. Li Keqi was called by General Hans to attend a military meeting while, at the same time, the Star Realm army continued to dispatch reconnaissance units to closely observe the transformation of the Nest capital. In the following days, various pieces of intelligence kept coming in. Buildings turned into irregular, pus-filled flesh. A multitude of twisted limbs, plague demons, undead, and plague fly swarms wriggled and fluttered about in the cavities. The entire Nest capital had come alive. They didn't lack the will to change the situation. But even when there had been no change, they could hardly penetrate Pheno City, let alone now. The plague creatures were furiously violent, becoming more aggressive and even more powerful. Moving the artillery into range to fire at the awakening Nest capital proved ineffective. The enemy barely bothered to activate their void shield at first. After all, what does the bombardment from heavy howitzer shells amount to against an entire Nest capital? It wasn't until later, after much bombardment, that they lazily turned on the shield as a token of respect, completely crushing any hopes harbored by the Star Realm forces. Then something even more terrifying happened. The living Nest capital started to move. It largely maintained the appearance of a city or Nest capital, with many buildings connected by original pipes, roads, foundations, and subterranean structures, forming a huge mass of flesh resembling a city monster. Living things are able to move. It seems like the natural order of things, right? But when all of this truly unfolded before them, they still felt their scalps tingle. When an enormous Nest capital capable of housing 1 billion people began to advance toward the Star Realm forces with the momentum of a mountain bearing down on them, only the thought of fear remained in their hearts. The Nest capital slithered forward on the ground, and the observed speed wasn't fast, just a little over 2 kilometers an hour, even slower than a walking pace. But what was terrifying was that it never stopped, day or night. In just one day, Pheno City had inched forward almost 30 kilometers. Even the elite Star Realm army started to show signs of unrest, not to mention the ordinary planetary defense force. The main force was stationed dozens of kilometers away from the Nest capital, which seemed quite far, but just one day later, it was almost within reach. And in that moment, the leaders of the Star Realm army had yet to come to any conclusion in their meeting. Some insisted on holding the line, arguing there was no reason to retreat due to the difficulty of the battle. If they retreated, what else on this planet could possibly stand against such a crawling city? But more people felt they couldn't hold it off. What were they to use? The flesh and blood of millions of people? That wouldn't be enough for the crawling Nest capital to swallow in one bite? And after the chaos of the first day passed without achieving a consensus, the commanders of the Star Realm army didn't have to continue their discussions. The rank-and-file soldiers had already made the decision for them. The first to collapse were the planetary defense forces from Corellia itself. When the crawling city was less than 20 kilometers away, slowly but relentlessly pressing forward, they instinctively began to run backwards. At first, before fleeing, they managed to gather their belongings, but before they could finish, an hour passed and the monstrous shadow had approached significantly closer. Who would dare continue packing? Time to run for it. This was almost a mutiny, the kind not even the military police could control. Furthermore, were the military police not afraid themselves? They were just as scared. After the collapse of the planetary defense force, the Star Realm army fell apart as well. Involuntarily, out of sheer necessity, the Star Realm army could fight a desperate battle against a vicious enemy under a sky filled with artillery fire, and on a microscopic level, many soldiers harbored thoughts of fighting to the death. Even if it meant undertaking a suicide mission, it was not out of the question.
But the current situation was too extraordinary. One dares to die because there's hope, clinging to the sacrifice of one for the victory of the greater good.
But now, nobody knew how to achieve victory, let alone entertain the thought of taking the enemy down with them before dying. Take who down? This was simply not something human strength could contend with. In such an overwhelming situation, what was the point in holding military meetings? General Hans had thrown quite a temper tantrum, but in the end, he could only sigh and order a full retreat of the troops. But, retreat, how easy could that be? Humans could move faster than Pheno City, but they couldn't march continuously for 24 hours without sleep. Humans needed to sleep, to rest, to eat. At the level of an army, the troops needed to be organized, there had to be logistical support. Chased by the creeping Nest capital that moved 30 kilometers a day, leave alone the possibility of being caught up, just running like this would scatter the entire army's structure. Under such compelling circumstances, General Hans made two decisions. The troops began to scatter and flee to both sides, avoiding the march route of Pheno City. It couldn't possibly chase after individuals, could it? Even if it did chase, it could only pursue in one direction. Secondly, a few platoons were organized into daredevil teams, attempting to counterattack the city. Those who dared to go against the current were undoubtedly brave. Then, they saw two platoons. Just as they were approaching, the skin of the creeping nest capital cracked open, and dark green heavy artillery covered the sky above them. The troops were vigilant and brave enough. Facing the artillery fire, they accelerated their vehicles in a charge and tried to retaliate against those protruding gun muzzles with some vehicle-mounted weapons. Subsequently, the not inconsiderable losses of the troops burst into the city at once. The creeping nest capital maintained the general shape of the city, but every inch of ground was like a meat carpet that dragged the nest capital along, gnawing out a huge scar that was several hundred meters deep on the Earth's surface, continuously creeping forward. They stepped onto what was once a road but was now just a writhing flesh carpet, and continued to charge into the city. Then, a plethora of monsters surged out of the oozing flesh buildings of Neely, and soon they could no longer keep advancing, fighting a bitter battle with the hordes of plague demons in the midst of the nest capital.
We're about to lose everything. We will active bombs. For the Empire.
The communication signal, which should have been maintained with the command center at all times, became extremely unstable upon their entry into the nest capital. The statement above was the last message transmitted back from one platoon. Then, the commanders, observing from a distance with military binoculars, saw a shallow area of the nest capital explode. Several flesh buildings burst open with massive gaps, and the flames violently surged for a moment. Since they were already on a doomed mission, each platoon carried powerful bombs, thermite bombs, nuclear incendiary bombs. They used them all. The destructive power was significant, but not enough to destroy a city. Not to mention, this was no ordinary city. The flames were quickly extinguished. The damaged parts resembled massive pus-filled sores, not repaired but also not affecting much. And the creeping nest capital only slightly slowed its pace, pausing for about 20 minutes before continuing its march once again. Standing in the command bridge, Gu Heng gazed at the Corellia 3 outside the window, speechless for a long time. It was a withered yellow planet. Less than 1/10 of the planet's surface was covered by water bodies, and from orbit, they looked a sickly yellow-green, far from anything salubrious. And indeed that was the case. The water on Corellia 3 was undrinkable, filled with industrial wastewater and poisonous substances that seeped out of the overly exploited crust. Even after multiple filtrations and purifications, it was still not recommended for use, failing to meet safety standards. What's more, on this broken land of Corellia, the purification process could not be completely guaranteed. But no one cared. Nearly all the Corellia people used this water. What else if not this water? Could the water needed for a population of 40 billion be imported through interstellar trade? Aside from the small proportion of water bodies, the rest of the planet was parched yellow. There was no vegetation, just desert as far as the eye could see. The ground was yellow, the atmospheric clouds were yellow, even the air in some places was yellow. Within this vast expanse of desolation, there were a few dozen large, gray-black spots, which when combined, covered a substantial area visible from orbit. These spots were the regions of nest capital. Each nest capital on Corellia was home to a population ranging from a few hundred million to several billion. And now, one of these nest capitals was particularly conspicuous. It was not particularly large, being quite average, but behind it trailed a long tail that stretched for over 1,000 kilometers. Gu Heng knew it was moving, although it was not immediately apparent. Its forward speed of about 2 kilometers per hour was virtually imperceptible from orbit, and Gu Heng could not possibly stay here and stare at it for a long time. But he knew it was moving. This was Pheno City, and over the past month of its creeping progression, it had created a trench several hundred meters deep and tens of kilometers wide, known as the Trace of Plague. The Star Realm army was powerless against it, and the Tianma fleet, with its main force absent, was also unable to do anything. Yet this crawling nest capital continued with an attitude that seemed slow but was in fact resolute, advancing towards its target. A week earlier, it had reached its destination, another nest capital. This nest capital was relatively small, but it still housed over 300 million people. After realizing that Pheno City's target was this nest capital, people all over the planet had already been doing their utmost to come up with solutions. On one hand, the nest capital was frantically evacuating its inhabitants, but the process was not going smoothly. Unrest had broken out in the bottom nest district of this nest capital, and the plague cult had a certain level of infiltration there. Brainwashed cult followers, chanting slogans about becoming one with the fatherly figure, did their best to destroy and obstruct evacuation efforts. Apart from the interference from cult followers, evacuating 300 million people was in itself a massive and impossible task. The internal transportation of the nest capital was fairly developed, but intercity transportation, which was originally designed for the flow of materials, commercial trade, and a small number of high-ranking personnel, had never considered having to deal with the movement of several hundred million people all at once. Traffic jams within the nest capital were almost unavoidable. On the other hand, in addition to the efforts of the nest capital itself, the Star Realm Army and the Planetary Defense Force had finally assembled and launched an Army Group-grade operation against Pheno City. A million-strong force bravely stood in front of Pheno City. Heavy artillery bombarded every living building, armored vehicles, tanks, and courageous soldiers stepped onto the carpet of flesh and blood, using flamethrowers and bombs to inflict as much damage as possible on the city.
But their actions ultimately failed. The number of plague demons inside Pheno City was far greater than that of the brave human warriors. They were fiercely counterattacked by the plague demons and the grotesquely mutated cult followers. They couldn't even make it close to the core of the city, being blocked at the outer perimeter.
Moreover, this was no longer human territory. The fleshed environment harbored immense malice towards humans. Structures built for cover could be animated and turned back to swallow the soldiers hiding behind. A cleared area of flesh carpet, the trenches and foxholes dug out, where soldiers still fought valiantly, would after a short while begin oozing pus from underneath, corroding the soldiers' uniforms, armor, and then their skin. Entering a building for combat, the structure itself might collapse the next moment. In contrast, their enemies could utilize the entire animated city to swiftly and stealthily appear anywhere. Pheno City had become a hell of flesh and blood for humans, and battling those plague demons within this hell was simply an impossible task. The million-strong force collapsed after suffering over 200,000 casualties. Even if they hadn't collapsed, they genuinely lacked the capability to fight any longer. There were significant additional losses during the retreat. And after so high a cost, they had only managed to delay Pheno City's advance by about 5 days before it set off once again. When Pheno City made contact with the other nest capital, at least 100 million people had not managed to evacuate in time. Then, those on the outside bore witness to a fusion of cities. Physical integration. Pheno City moved like a colossal beast of flesh, wrapping its tentacles, every part of itself, around every building and structure of nest capital. Where it enveloped, biological signs of life began to synchronize. Within just 3 days, Pheno City had devoured the entire nest capital along with the 100 million people who had not managed to escape. Then, it paused, stopping for what appeared to be a week. It was digesting. Today, Jiyu Hang learned from intelligence gathered on the planet's surface that Pheno City had likely finished its digestion and officially resumed movement. Its next target was Coralia's largest nest capital, also the central city with a population of 3 billion, Mingan City. The two locations were 2,700 kilometers apart. According to the speed of Pheno City, it would reach its destination in 3 months. Even more terrifying was the thought that it might plan to visit each of the dozens of nest capitals on Coralia at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour, approximately 30 kilometers a day. It would consume the entire planet. As Jiyu Hang watched all this, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. He had arrived in Coralia's orbit today, invited by Nel Lavis. This star domain's chief tax officer now had an emergency commission granted by the star domain government to resolve the Coralia 3 issue. Jiyu Hang had already learned about the situation on Coralia through star communication. But reading the report was entirely different from standing on the bridge of a starship in planetary orbit and witnessing the massive soar on this huge planet with his own eyes. What's the solution? Jiyu Hang muttered to himself. Even he was at a loss. The alliance had been growing remarkably fast over the past 4 years. Hagian Star's 3 industrial hubs had absorbed a huge population, industrialization was rapid. Agriculture had essentially been mechanized, further boosting output while significantly reducing the dependent population. The population on Rage Owl star grew to 110 million through immigration and pro-birth policies, and productivity kept on rising rapidly along with the increase in population. The annual output of the two planets had exceeded 600 million. While quality of life was continually improving, financial surpluses could still reach nearly 150 million a year with annual taxes at only 45 million. Everything was on the right track. The Alliance no longer needed to pay a human tax. They could even reinvest the abundant output. The future seemed so bright. Given another 4 years, or perhaps a bit longer, Gu Heng could create two prosperous, powerful planets with his strong technology. But before that, the neighboring Corelia presented him with a massive debacle. Gu Heng had considered that if Corelia continued to deteriorate, it would eventually spiral out of control. But this happened too quickly. No matter how fast and well the alliance developed, it was still too small to fill the massive hole left by Corelia. Of course, this was not his responsibility in the first place. This is the duty of the Empire. Actually, it's not that the Empire really has no way to deal with such things. Some landforces equipment, such as the Grand General Cannon, can pose a terrifying threat to void shields, overloading even city-level shields after a few shots, and then with one more shot, nearly destroy a city. There are also some powerful bombs that can be carried in to blow up the city. Not to mention, there is an even more fearsome weapon nearby: starships.
If the Empire were to issue an extinction order on a planet, there are actually many ways to do so. The most straightforward is for starship cannons to meticulously, comprehensively, and devastatingly strike the planet's surface, blasting every inch of it clean, also known as glassing.
Of course, there are other ways to carry out an extinction order. Glassing, with ship cannons, is actually quite costly, as it uses a lot of ammunition, is expensive, and takes a considerable amount of time, so it's not common. But when an extinction order needs to be carried out and no other weapons are readily available, they'll have to make do with what they have. However, ordering a fleet to bomb requires ensuring that there is no threat to orbit from the ground. Otherwise, instead of executing an extinction order, it turns into a shootout with the planet's anti-orbital firepower.
Even with other extinction order weapons, like neutron purge, skyborne torpedoes, or planet burst annihilator, these weapons don't require as high a level of orbital security, but it's still best to ensure a certain safety before launch.
Neutron purge is used to exterminate all organic life forms on a planet's surface. Its advantage is that after the neutron storm subsides, the planet can be recolonized and used again. But the disadvantage is that it's expensive and some individuals may find deep hiding places to escape extinction.
Planet burst annihilator can directly penetrate the crust and detonate the core, shattering the planet.
Of course, this doesn't mean blowing the planet to smithereens. The matter itself will still exist as gravity will maintain the state of a planet, but this is just astronomical in nature. In reality, the entire planet is shattered and recombined by gravity, turning it into a molten state, making it impossible for anything to survive. The effect of this weapon is the best, but it is also the most expensive and rarest. Compared with the former two, skyborne torpedoes mainly ignite the atmosphere, burning all gases while scorched the planet's surface. The planet, when seen from a cosmic perspective, will look like a burning amber for several days. However, like the previous weapons, there is also the possibility of individuals deeply hidden escaping extinction. And after burning, the planet is also wasted, but the advantage is that it's much cheaper. But even the cheapest skyborne torpedoes almost cost as much as a cruiser. The price of extinction order weapons themselves is so high, and their breakthrough effectiveness isn't great. If the enemy has strong anti-orbital firepower, they are easily intercepted. If intercepted once, an extinction weapon is written off, and that's not sustainable. In short, on an entire imperial level, if an extinction order can be executed, let alone the destruction of a city, even if the nest capital is moving. However, when it comes to the Tianma star sector, and especially to Corelia 3, there is just no way. Enacting an extinction order on Corelia is nonsense. So many people live on this planet, along with other industries valued at hundreds of billions, even trillions of tax currency. Without reaching a completely irretrievable state, such a decision would not be made. And to obliterate Pheno City, weapons like the colossal cannon or the light spear array on the starships would suffice. But the problem lies in the inability to resolve the ground-based void shield and anti-orbital forces.
Using starships to bombard the ground is foolish. Your fleet may be formidable, but the opponent is truly a planet. The firepower that starships can be equipped with is limited, as is the armor and the supportable energy shield. For stronger firepower, thicker armor, or more abundant energy, the starship must be larger, but a larger size means the cost skyrockets exponentially.
However, on the surface of a planet, these problems don't exist. Firepower? Fit as many cannons as you can. There's no lack of space. Don't worry about armor. No ship's armor is thicker than the ground itself. Energy shields or void shield generators don't have to consider size, on the surface or underground. There's ample space to accommodate. This is akin to a stationary, yet unassailable, starship. If the land forces can't take out the anti-orbital firepower, the Tianma fleet can't wipe out Pheno City. But obviously, the current land forces on Corellia can't do it. Unless the main forces of the Tianma fleet were urgently recalled from the battlefield against the green-skin orcs. Even if they abandon all concerns and immediately withdraw from the battlefield, but will it be in time? To cross multiple star sectors and return to Corellia might also take 3 to 4 months. By then, Mingan City would be gone. If the creeping nest capital is greatly strengthened again, the strength of the void shield and the anti-orbit sinister energy cannon will likely be further increased. By the time the main forces of the Tianma fleet arrive, the problem may still not be solvable. If it reaches that point, considering an extinction order might be a bit too late. Mr. Gu, the meeting is about to start, a servant reminded from behind. Gu Heng nodded slightly, turned around, and left for the starship's battle conference room. As a special envoy of the Star Domain, Lois's first task in resolving the Corellia issue was to gather the heads of all influential factions within the star sector. Then watch them quarrel. At present, the Tianma star sector had gradually formed a triangular political pattern, which was much more stable than the tumultuous 2 years following Pei Desi's death. Although the two Ivans, the parliamentary faction and Fatches, never ceased their strife, the emergence of a third neutral faction led by Fufana and the Gu clan played mediator. Fighting was permissible, but should anyone go too far, the third party would intervene. In such a scenario, although it didn't stop the two sides from sabotaging each other, the situation had somewhat improved. However, the problem with Corellia was a core conflict. The neutral faction could at best only maintain the status quo. And now, a major incident had occurred. Fatches and the parliamentary faction had resumed their fierce, non-solution-focused conflict. At one moment, Fatches would demand an immediate movement towards declaring Corellia a battle zone, halt the payment of imperial tax, and call for increased commitment from the Star Realm army inside the Star Domain, insisting at least another army group be transferred here. They also needed substantial military aid to arm Corellia's local defense forces. They claimed that if their needs had been met earlier by amassing 50 million Star Realm soldiers and 1 billion planetary defense force troops, the issue would have been resolved long ago, without dragging on to this extent. On the other side, the Star Sector's leadership would curse Ivan Fatches, calling him incompetent and foolish, claiming that Corellia's corruption and inefficiency were the real culprits behind the worsening situation.
In recent years, through population exports and accepted aid, Corellia had already acquired plenty of resources. Coupled with its production capabilities and large populous base, it had every capacity to arm itself. However, the abysmal performance of the Corellia government turned everything to ashes, leading to the current deplorable state. Fatches promptly retorted with similar scathing remarks, accusing the Star Sector government of being utterly useless and only capable of hindrance, claiming that Flying Wing Star, as the capital planet, had provided less support than Fatches single-handedly. The parliamentary faction immediately retorted by insinuating that the Fatches Tri-Star hadn't taken the crisis seriously at all, only focusing on their own power struggles while completely disregarding the lives of Corellia's people.
They blamed each other, attacked each other, but none could offer a solution. Lois, sitting to the side with an ashen face, couldn't help but speak up. Originally, she wanted to put an end to this meaningless squabble and refocus on resolving the real issues. But in the end, she too was dragged into the argument. Resolving the real issues sounds nice, but how? It was precisely because there was no solution that they could only resort to hurling accusations. Gu Heng attended this meeting, watching and listening intently, but in reality, his mind had gone blank. The meeting had gone on for a whole day yesterday without producing any results. Serious discussions were indistinguishable from blame-shifting arguments in essence. Without viable solutions, no outcome would emerge. And what Ji Yu Hang was doing now was searching for a real solution. His blank mind allowed his spirit to enter his divine realm. He was observing the changes in the subspace from an entirely different perspective. The root of the problem stemmed from the so-called benevolent father, the evil god. To resolve the issue, one had to start with the subspace. Subspace did not correlate directly with the real world. In fact, in subspace, notions like position, time, and distance were extremely weak. Yet within Corelia, cult followers' chants and the countless souls tormented by the plague had mapped a portion of the eternal kingdom of the benevolent father onto Corelia itself.
In Ji Yu Hang's vision, he could see the yellow-green and rotting subspace clinging tightly to the entire world of Corelia. Legions of demons raged in the subspace, salivating at the brink of reality, only to be pushed back time and again. Swirling winds of yellow-green plague battered and corroded reality's veil, trying to break through. The veil of reality, though still present, was riddled with holes. The weakest point, the location of Pheno City, was practically overlapped.
Ji Yu Hang's gaze swept through this portion of subspace. He was cautious, consolidating his storm vision extended from his divine realm. He could not be discovered, as that would mean exposing the storm god kingdom to these plague demons' sight, an extremely dangerous situation. Even this brief observation allowed Ji Yu Hang to catch a significant piece of information. Or rather, he saw a familiar face. It was the great unclean one, Zhe Wijia.
The name originally came from Rajal Star, where the leader of the Nature Salvation Society, now deemed a cult, resided. According to Hu Ke, who had traveled through the long years from the pre-war era of Rajal Star to the present via hibernation pods, Zhe Wijia was a former student of his. Somehow, the man survived into the post-war period, established such an organization, and was corrupted by the evil god at an unknown time, sparking unrest.
Worse yet, Zhe Wijia himself had nearly caused significant trouble when a great unclean one used his body and soul to cast its avatar onto him. And the creature that had beguiled and corrupted Zhe Wijia, this unclean entity, was the very one that Ji Yu Hang saw before him now. Humans couldn't grasp the real names of such powerful demons, so the official records of the Alliance simply used the name of Zhe Wijia to designate this abomination. You really are restless. Ji Yu Hang thought to himself, failing at Rajal Star. You immediately tried another trick here at Corelia. As he said this, he also became aware of a problem. Probably Corelia was the primary target for Zhe Wijia all along. The plague cult had sprung up so fiercely that these heretics must have been developing covertly in the various nest capitals of Corelia for quite some time. The outbreak 6 years ago was simply a sudden detonation of past accumulations. Zhe Wijia's actions at Rajal Star were inconsequential at best. This place here was its true delight. Ji Yu Hang could even discern in his spiritual vision, this colossus in subspace wearing a sincere smile, which made Ji Yu Hang feel nauseated, his hand itching to strike it down with a sword. Huh? Strike it with a sword? An item that Ji Yu Hang had almost forgotten suddenly came to his mind. It was a sword. On Rajal Star, after the human warriors expelled Zhe Wijia's incarnation, the filthy entity left behind a giant, rusty demon sword. Once brought back, the sword underwent systematic purification and became an award for the event that expelled the great demon, transforming into a lesser holy artifact that could be wielded. Its properties were quite impressive, but there was a chance of being influenced by whispers of the abyss. Being cautious, Ji Yu Hang had not activated that weapon but had sealed it away. But Ji Yu Hang hadn't forgotten the explanation the system gave as a reward after the event was completed. Lesser holy artifact. Purifying god plague great sword, false. Contains a small fraction of the unclean entity's chaotic essence, which could be wielded by humans after purification. The chaotic essence of the unclean entity. Could this thing perhaps be of some use at this moment? An idea started to form, vague and indistinct, in Ji Yu Hang's mind. But a mere thought wasn't enough. Ji Yu Hang inspected more closely, focusing on where the curtain between subspace and reality merged. That was the moving Pheno City. He couldn't see Pheno City in the real world, but he could see Pheno City dragged into subspace. Within subspace, Pheno City was a playground for demons. Cultists completely corrupted by subspace were holding one terrifying orgy after another. offering one innocent soul after another as fuel to the evil god in exchange for power. This power, mixed with the essence of subspace, created many things that caused endless headaches for humankind today. For example, the plague demonic cannon, also known as Pheno City's anti-orbital firepower. This thing was entirely a construct of subspace, made up of warped sinister energy resembling the concept of a cannon, with no relation to technological products. A powerful demon engine played the role of a void shield, which formed for the same reason. These things, of course, were not the creations of the heretics or plague monsters of the Bottom Nest district. They more resembled the grace and power bestowed by the evil god, a tangible thing, completely unrelated to technology, industry, or skill. Only in places where the reality curtain was excessively torn, like Pheno City, could these devices function. Once outside the boundaries of Pheno City, they would be squeezed and expelled by the reality curtain, turning into nothingness. If only the connection between Pheno City and subspace could be temporarily blocked, the void shield and anti-orbital firepower would fail. If these failed, the Tianma fleet and Lois's tax fleet would then be able to unleash a barrage of fire, using the colossal cannon and light spear to destroy Pheno City. If Pheno City were destroyed, all the tormented souls would be liberated, all demons and plague monsters serving as stable anchors for subspace would be annihilated, and then the reality curtain would seal the breach once again. This would form a closed loop. Combine this with his own storm god kingdom, and with the purifying god plague great sword. Ji Heng's heart gradually conceived a plan. This plan carried great risks, but after pondering over it again and again and considering the forces at his disposal, it appeared to have a fairly high chance of success. Moreover, even if it failed, he should be able to make a full retreat. That made it worth taking the risk. But this gave rise to a new problem. Why the rush to risk life and limb over Corellia's affairs? Actually, there was a most crucial reason. Corellia couldn't truly be doomed. Otherwise, a world with a population of 40 billion being completely dragged into subspace would result in a huge tear in the fabric of real space. By then, the Father's power manifesting outside wouldn't be a matter of many anti-orbit cannons, wicked void shields, or even a single crawling nest. It would be far simpler. By then, starships constructed through dark magic chaos would appear in the physical universe. They would bring terrible divine plagues through the star realm tunnels and begin attacking other planets. Any planet attacked would instantly fall into an extremely horrific disaster. The Chaos Fleet itself would pose a terrifying orbital threat, and at the same time, they would be anchors to subspace, easily tearing open the reality fabric wherever they went. Then, with the Chaos Fleet above, countless abyss cracks would open on the ground. Mortals would be corrupted into Chaos followers, and demons would directly descend upon the world. And unfortunately, Rage Owl Star was the world closest to Corellia, just one star realm tunnel jump away. Ji Heng couldn't imagine what would happen if this scene unfolded on Rage Owl Star. From the perspective of defending his own world, if Ji Heng had the means, it was certainly necessary to do everything possible to save Corellia. But still, if it were just about self-rescue, it wouldn't be enough. On the other hand, since this was something that had to be done anyway, why not strive to gain enough additional benefits? With this thought, Ji Heng opened his eyes. The people in the room were just getting into an argument about the position of the Corellia governor itself. Ivan Fatches was saying if they thought he wasn't good enough, then they could replace him, letting another Ivan, the great, extraordinarily capable Star Sector governor, take on the role of Corellia governor and see if he could do any better. A month ago, when Pheno City hadn't come back to life yet, if Ivan Fatches had said this, the parliamentary faction would have immediately agreed. Wasn't this what they had been dreaming of? But now, the head of the parliamentary faction, Ivan Martinez, snapped back, saying that after turning Corellia into this mess and now wanting to throw in the towel was absolutely an act of disloyalty. He demanded that the Fatches family take responsibility for this and must devote even more efforts to solve Corellia's problems. Lois, the special envoy of the Star Domain, was sitting on the side, rubbing her head in frustration, not saying a word. 4 years ago, she wanted to replace Ivan Fatches, but now she had stopped bringing it up. If he were replaced, who could solve the problem? Now, everyone knew that Corellia was a mess, and both sides saw it as a hot potato that none had a solution for. The Fatches family was even ready to give up and throw it away, but the parliamentary faction wouldn't let them. And at that moment, Ji Heng raised his hand and said softly, If that's the case, let me take the position of planetary governor of Coralia. His voice was not loud, but it rang out like a loud bell in the room, silencing everyone's voices, and all eyes converged on him. Wang Qi, sitting beside him, was shocked. I was just sitting on the bench on the side, eating melon seeds and enjoying the drama, only to discover that it's actually my own house on fire. She clutched the corner of Ji Yu Hang's clothes tightly. Though she didn't speak, her knitted brows and facial expressions clearly conveyed a message to Ji Yu Hang. Just enjoy the show, why are you getting involved? Ji Yu Hang gently patted his mother's hand, signaling her to be at ease, then turned his gaze toward the other attendees of the meeting. No one spoke. Those who had recovered from the initial shock of his declaration instinctively began to weigh the pros and cons of the situation. What was the Ji Yu clan's youngest up to? No one could fathom his thoughts. Ivan Fatches pressed his lips tightly together, he dared not speak. Earlier, when he talked about letting go of the Coralia governorship, it was with 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts vexation. He knew that either way the parliamentary faction wouldn't let him get away, and this huge mess was clearly meant for him to bear, so his words were somewhat empty. He indeed wished to let go, not wanting to carry this dark burden. The Fatches family, backed by 3 worlds, was also struggling to cope, and the pit that was Coralia seemed bottomless. If Coralia fell while in his hands, the entire Fatches family would be in deep trouble. Previously, he regarded Coralia as a juicy piece of fat that had finally fallen into his lap. Now, he realized he'd leapt into a giant manure pit, impossible to climb out of. But when someone really stepped forward to take over, he began to hesitate. His instincts led him to one thought. Did the Ji Yu clan's youngster have a solution for Coralia's problems? At that moment, he suddenly heard Martin Nelly, the sector head, speak up. Mr. Ji Yu, do not delude yourself. The responsibilities of Fatches must be borne by Fatches himself. Do you understand what you're doing? This star sector head seemed to have some misunderstandings. He probably thought that Ji Yu Hang had accepted some form of benefit from the Fatches family, which is why he was taking the fall for them. But Ivan Fatches himself knew that wasn't the case. He was even more puzzled. Mr. Ji Yu, do you have a solution? He asked cautiously. Would you elaborate, please? To this question, Ji Yu Hang seemed to turn a deaf ear, only smiling and turning his gaze toward the person who truly had the authority to decide. Envoy Lois appeared hesitant. She met Ji Yu Hang's gaze with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. She, too, wanted to know if Ji Yu Hang had any solutions. But Ji Yu Hang chose not to discuss the matter any further. He regained control of the rhythm of the conversation. Since the disaster of Coralia became apparent, we have witnessed far too many unsightly performances. The incompetence of the former governor Acuna led to continuous chaos in Coralia, placing 40 billion imperial citizens in hardship and suffering. The incompetent planetary government has been unable to fulfill the development of the planet and the burden of imperial tax, and has also allowed the plague cult to fester and spread. The ongoing strife between the current governor and the star sector government has long disgusted countless individuals. You never thought to solve the real problems, instead, you used the disasters facing the imperial citizens as tools to attack your opponents and pursue personal gains. The past 4 years, which were the golden opportunity to address these problems, were utterly wasted by your vile actions, exacerbating the situation to its current state. You have failed the trust of the empire, failed the trust of 40 billion people, you all should apologize. With these words, Ji Yu Hang launched an indiscriminate attack that included both Fatches and the parliamentary faction. Both parties looked uncomfortable, as no one enjoys being scolded. But many others revealed expressions of relief. The die-hard supporters of the 2 factions were, after all, in the minority. The neutrals had long been fed up with it all, and even a significant number who had chosen sides out of entanglement of interests had similar attitudes. Seeing the unfavorable momentum, someone from the struggling factions wanted to interrupt Ji Yu Hang and retort. But was stopped by Lois. Let Mr. Ji Yu continue, she said.
Ji Yu Hang's words hit home for Lois. To the Star Domain government, the state of affairs in the Tianma Star sector was exactly as Ji Yu Hang described.
However, Lois hadn't put it so bluntly in her previous arguments. After all, as she saw it, no matter how distasteful the 2 factions were, the problems in Coralia still needed to be solved by them. Insulting and lashing out would not solve the issues. However irritated or disgusted she felt inside, she had to coddle both parties. But that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy someone lambasting them here, blasting them all over. At that moment, Lois's look toward Ji Yu Hang was filled with expectation. Come on, give a few more scathing remarks. At the very least, it would be a fierce reprimand of the two factions. But Ji Yu Hang abruptly changed course, unleashing even fiercer artillery fire. Therefore, I propose here, since Ivan Fatches is considering resignation, then please, Envoy Lois, approve it. The words, seemingly less harsh than his previous scolding, were, in fact, a real move to force Fatches to resign. If it were before, Lois would not have agreed. Without Fatches, there was no alternative. But now the circumstances were slightly different. Ji Yu Hang had said earlier that he was willing to take on the governorship. This alleviated Lois's worries. Anyway, insisting on Ivan Fatches continuing the task wasn't solving anything. His removal wouldn't matter anymore. More crucially, Ji Yu Hang had already heightened the atmosphere to this point. Lois turned her gaze toward Ivan Fatches. The latter still wanted to struggle, but in the end, he caved in. Better to discard this hot potato sooner. This strategy was predetermined by the Fatches family. He agreed to resign, then said with a sour tone and under his breath, I really want to see what great solutions Mr. Ji Yu has in mind. Ji Yu Hang laughed. What good method do I have? Of course, I have a method. Coralia should be completely militarized. The Coralia governor should unyieldingly become the commander of the battle zone, establishing a unified front and command centered on Coralia. The Imperial Navy and the Imperial Star Realm Army should temporarily fight together under unified command to eradicate the cult disaster in Coralia. In the next 3 months, I will gather my troops, arm Mingan City to the fullest, ally with the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy, and summon the Phoenix Battle Group that signed a loyalty and cooperation agreement with the Alliance, to fight a determined battle to defend Mingan City. I will surely achieve victory, the Emperor will bless me. After victory, Coralia will maintain its militarized state for 6 years, which equates to 3 tax seasons. A part of the Tianma fleet and the 3rd Group Army of the Dragonhawk Legion should continue to fight around Coralia, following the commands of the Battle Zone Commander. The Star Sector government and the Star Domain government should provide the necessary material support. And I will establish a complete and efficient administrative system to eradicate the inefficiency and corruption that the Coralia government has continued for countless years, better mobilize the entire planet's potential, and completely solve the plague cult problem within 6 years. By then, the Star Sector government and the Star Domain government will see a whole, with ample potential for development, a brand new Coralia. Ji Yu Hang's words were quite impassioned. Moreover, they might not entirely be empty or false promises. In Rage Owl Star, in Hagian Star, he had set an example. In fact, within the Star Sector, many people had already become quite interested in the newly formed Alliance, starting to study what the Alliance's system was really about. Of course, studying it didn't necessarily mean it could be replicated. The Alliance's highly centralized and strongly planned economy wasn't anything novel. However, practically no other planets could replicate it. The Alliance was able to do this because they had almost entirely smashed the original systems on 2 planets and then rebuilt from the ruins and blank slate. Where else would such conditions exist? Not to mention that the rulers on other planets were the greatest beneficiaries of the existing systems. Overthrow their own regime? Impossible. However, handing Coralia over to the Alliance in such a chaotic war environment and afterwards, with the need to recover from the destruction of war, might actually allow Ji Yu Hang to really achieve something significant. Though that would be difficult, of course. But all of this is predicated on resolving the huge crisis Pheno City presents. Without addressing that, with its daily progress of 30 kilometers, it would swallow Mingan City in just over 3 months, and then it would be on to the next target. The entire planet couldn't withstand such consumption. And what solution did Ji Yu Hang mention in his speech? A decisive battle outside Mingan City. What was the method of victory? The support of the interstellar warriors, the unification of the planet's forces, promises of direct troop deployment from the Alliance. The last 2 points, actually, weren't taken seriously by many. If people believed that the planet's own strength was enough to solve the crisis, they wouldn't all be so pessimistic and desperate. As for the Alliance's troops, the Rage Bear Legion's performance did indeed prove that Alliance forces were quite capable, but it was only at the level of the Star Realm Army, at best, slightly better. But the key point is that this so-called alliance, With a combined population of just 500 million across 2 planets, how much could they really provide? It's a question of scale. But what really caused some commotion was the first point Ji Yuhang mentioned, about the interstellar warriors. The Phoenix landing on Rage Owl Star initially caught some people's attention. But at that time, people's attention was mostly on the political impact brought by this battle group. Their identity was rather special. They were a battle group that was charged with guilt during the Circe's Flower Rebellion, sentenced as a traitorous legion, but in the end, the battle group did not resist, voluntarily disarmed, and surrendered. The tribunal, after reviewing their past records, communications, and considering they were misled and coerced, gave them one last chance: redemption through an expedition. And the Phoenix willingly accepted. That was an event from a century ago. No one expected the Phoenix to return. But they really did return, and they came to the Tianma star sector. This made the Great Rebellion, which in the eyes of the Tianma star sector 100 years ago was merely an occasion to watch from a distance, become a reality. In 100 years, many things can change, but not for the interstellar warriors. In the Circe's Flower Rebellion, a massive civil war involving more than a dozen interstellar warrior battle groups, the Phoenix battle group was the only traitor that ultimately survived. Moreover, during the Civil War, many of the 6 loyalist battle groups suffered heavy losses under the Phoenix's assault, which probably left behind some resentment. What's worse, initially the tribunal insisted on executing all the Phoenixes, as traitors should not be forgiven. However, the Phoenix's parent group, the Phoenix Legion, played a significant role, with many subgroups from the Phoenix series pleading on their behalf, coupled with the fact that the Phoenix was indeed misled and had surrendered, eventually led to this outcome. But the tribunal still harbored hatred, as did the battle groups that had made enemies during the Civil War. The people of the Tianma star sector, with regards to the arrival of the Phoenix, mostly feared that this trouble-ridden battle group would bring their troubles to Tianma. As for the combat strength of the Phoenix itself, with only 7 veterans alive, what does that amount to? But no one anticipated that in just 8 years, the Phoenix would already show signs of revival. Although people did not know the extent to which the Phoenix had revived by now, their performance in the battle on Hagian Star had already formed into intelligence, landing on many people's desks, being repeatedly reviewed. People didn't understand how Ji Yuhang, this youngster from the Ji family, managed to command a group of interstellar warriors to obey him and fight to death on his behalf, nor did they know how the scale of Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star supported the revival of an interstellar warrior battle group. But for now, if the state of Phoenix's revival was good, then promoting Ji Yuhang to his position was indeed the most likely solution to the problem. At this stage, apart from a minority of people engrossed in political intrigues, the rest had to accept the resolution of the Coralia issue as the top priority in face of reality.
I support Mr. Gu as the acting governor of Coralia.
I support the transfer of Coralia to the Alliance's jurisdiction. I move for reconsideration. Listening to these voices, the leader Ivan Martinelli fell silent. Envoy Lois stood up. I understand. As the special envoy from the Star Domain government, fully responsible for the Coralia campaign in the Tianma Star sector, I approve the resignation request of Governor Ivan Fatches of Coralia 3 and appoint Ji Yuhang as the acting planetary governor of Coralia 3.
I authorize the establishment of the Coralia Battle Zone, appointing Ji Yuhang as the commander of the Battle Zone, in charge of overall military affairs in the Coralia star system. Tianma Fleet's remaining forces, the 3rd Group Army of the Dragonhawk Legion, should fully comply with the unified command of the Battle Zone commander.
The Coralia Battle Zone will continue for 6 years, and the Star Domain government will strive to provide material and troop support. The first batch of military aid will arrive in 2 months. As he said this, Nell Lois's gaze deeply focused on Ji Yuhang. The first strategic goal of the Coralia Battle Zone is to ensure that Mingan City must not fall. The second goal is to destroy the Plague Cult's hub, Pheno City. The third goal is, within 6 years, to solve the problem of the Plague Cult infestation on Coralia 3, and to restore the payment of the imperial tax. Governor Gu, I hope you will not disappoint me. The 4 billion people on Coralia, the Tianma Star Sector government, the Dragonhawk Star Domain government, everyone is watching your performance. Ji Yuhang solemnly performed the Sky Eagle salute. I swear to the Emperor, I will not fail in my mission. You're too impulsive. After the meeting, Wang Qi was criticizing Ji Yuhang. But Ji Yu Hang was still smiling. I've gotten what I've dreamed of, Corellia 3. No matter how much this place is a cesspool, how terrible the situation is, having 40 billion people in hand is everything. While everyone else is thinking about how important the position of Corellia governor is, to me, it's these 40 billion people who are the real opportunity to rise to great heights, the harvest I wanted most. Wang Qi certainly knew the value of Corellia, but what of it? She emphasized, this is a trap, even Fatches couldn't fill it. You're right, there are significant problems here now, and if they're not handled well, everything could collapse. But on the other hand, if it weren't for this situation, where would our opportunity come from? Moreover, facing her son's puzzlement, Ji Yu Hang continued. Treating Corellia as a pit to be filled is of course impossible, but maybe Corellia itself doesn't need filling at all? Corellia 3 is a world with tremendous potential, where I see the most precious resource. People. People are more important than anything. First have the people, then you have everything. With such tremendous potential and abundant resources, Corellia actually doesn't need anyone's help. No matter the difficulty, it can cope. The premise is that no one holds it back. But precisely, for a long time, there have been many things holding back the progress of Corellia. The imperial tax taking Corellia's remaining wealth. Even the wealth isn't enough to satisfy the empire's appetite, as it requires population tributes. Corellia's own bloated, yet incompetent and corrupt bureaucratic system, which doesn't capitalize on its potential but is a major reason for its misfortune. Just change these, and Corellia on its own power is sufficient to change the situation.
And I'm here to change these. Wang Qi sighed, I won't even say whether you can do it or not, you can't even get past the first hurdle.
That's the biggest difficulty. Ji Yu Hang knew his mother was referring to the problem of Pheno City, but I already have an idea for a solution. Your Salt City decisive battle plan? Ji Yu Hang, smiled, yes, and no, as things stand now, the odds of winning such a decisive battle are too slim. But I have some other thoughts. If successful, the subsequent so-called decisive battle is just a showcase match. What do you plan to do? Even you, I cannot tell. Wang Qi looked deeply at her son's face, helplessly saying, well, what can I say at this point? Whatever help you need, just tell me. The Ji Yu family. The Ji Yu family can only give our full support to our family head. I indeed have many things that require the help of the Ji Yu commercial firm's fleet. From Hajian Star, Rage Owl Star. There are massive amounts of materials and personnel that need to be transported. However, don't worry, it won't be for nothing. Now, as Battle Zone Commander, commandeering Empire Commerce Guild fleets to carry out military actions, the Military Affairs Department will foot the bill. Wang Qi nodded slightly. She wasn't worried about this at all. No matter how the battle turns out in the end, for now, the Ji Yu commercial firm stands to make a killing from military orders. After finishing the conversation with his mother, Ji Yu Hang took a landing shuttle heading for the planet's surface, towards Mingan City. He needed to show his determination in this manner. One couldn't be like Ivan Fatch as a governor, upon hearing the news of the crawling nest capital, used the pretext of a meeting to swiftly board a starship, hiding in the planet's orbit, too scared to go down. Aside from his family background, a man of no merit, Ji Yu Hang truly looked down on this Ivan. On the shuttle, Ji Yu Hang gazed at the increasingly enlarging view of Corellia 3 in front of him, filling his entire field of view, his mind teeming with countless thoughts. In the meeting, he was fervent and impassioned in front of everyone. With his mother, he appeared confident and sure of victory. But, in truth, he himself knew, it wasn't going to be that easy. The final words of Lois giving him his orders actually implied a lot. Firstly, they confirmed his position, Corellia Governor and Corellia Battlezone Commander. The latter was actually more significant, at least for the war at hand. Military zone status meant, first and foremost, that Corellia wouldn't have to pay taxes. And as the commander, Ji Yu Hang also meant that after the battle zone status of Corellia, he could decisively deploy all the Empire's forces stationed in the Corellia battle zone. Military forces, as well as all manpower and resources, were at his discretion. This power was quite substantial, with land, sea, and planetary defense force. Ji Yu Hang became the supreme commander of all three military branches, not to mention having control over administration and finance as well. To cope with this disaster, the Star Domain government and the Star Sector government would continuously transport various types of materials according to the battle zone's requirements. Gu Hang could even request further reinforcement of Star Realm army forces. Of course, this last part was only within Gu Hang's right to ask, not necessarily to receive. After all, the empire itself was short on resources. But at least for what was already present in the Corellia battle zone, Gu Hang could have complete control. Of course, there was a caveat to all this. Gu Hang and Lois were at best acquaintances, hardly even friends, let alone insiders. 4 years ago, when she invited Gu Hang to replace Ivan Fatches, she had her own motives, and today was also the same. Her final support for Gu Hang was to solve problems, and the core goal was to quickly restore the imperial tax from Corellia. Meanwhile, whether Gu Hang was capable of achieving all this still left doubts in people's hearts. Therefore, that phased goal had become inevitable. Not losing Mingan City was the bare minimum. Now, since no one else could solve the problem, they let Gu Hang try, throwing the mess at him to see if he could save it. If Mingan City were to be swallowed up by the Nest capital, that would mean failure, and Gu Hang would likely be dismissed immediately. In fact, although Lois didn't explicitly state it, Gu Hang could guess that the relevant reports had probably already reached higher levels. The Star Domain government and possibly even the higher-level Space Domain government were probably making preparations for both outcomes. If Gu Hang failed to solve the issue, the Star Domain government would abandon the wishful thinking that Corellia could be settled with the current forces at hand. Afterward, whether it meant giving up the frontline battle or seeking assistance from the Space Domain government preparing for a Revelation-level battle, mobilizing hundreds of millions from the Star Realm army, more fleets, and even forces like the Tribunal, State Church Fleet, and specialized forces such as the Interstellar Warrior Battle Group, they would resolve the Corellia issue. But by that time, it would have nothing to do with Gu Hang. The loser should step aside, expecting the Empire to intervene and then to profit from the leftovers. Gu Hang felt he didn't have the political clout to manage that. And if the situation became even worse, such as if the Space Domain and Star Domain governments assessed that they couldn't mobilize sufficient forces to quell the rebellion, then a small chance remained that they would directly issue the extinction order. The destruction of Corellia was far preferable to it becoming a great demon's lair, continuously exporting its influence to the outside. For Gu Hang, his window of opportunity was just a few months. Gazing at the surface of Corellia 3, his mind continuously recalled various data about the planet, while switching to spiritual vision to check the subspace conditions. His brain was always in motion, constantly refining the plan he had come up with at the beginning. Previously, he had contacted the Alliance government on Rage Owl Star through the Star Language Tower on the starship. Subsequently, 3 key figures would bring their teams to Corellia at top speed. These 3 individuals were Alliance Chief Justice Lambert Hodgson, who would bring a group of demon hunters and anti-corruption bureau officials. With a population of 3 billion in Mingan City and 40 billion on Corellia, Gu Hang needed to utilize the potential of this world, which was impossible without dealing with the existing administrative system. He couldn't replace all Corellia people with officials from the Alliance. First, the Alliance didn't have that many officials to spare, and second, the administrative personnel dropped in from above were not familiar with Corellia and would struggle to be effective immediately. However, Gu Hang was particularly distrustful of Corellia's existing administrative system, both their capabilities and attitudes. That was where Lambert and his anti-corruption department came in. It was impossible to turn around Corellia's climate immediately and create a highly efficient and corruption-free administrative system, but at least to ensure these people would accurately execute Gu Hang's will. Major General Tadius, the head of the Alliance military and political department, would bring a large number of military commissioners. At that time, the Star Realm army wouldn't need his supervision, but Corellia's enormous native defense forces required restructuring to truly improve their combat effectiveness. Phoenix Battalion leader Maddens would bring the freshly numbered Phoenix Battalion, which now barely exceeded 100 members. The size of these interstellar warriors was already equivalent to a typical battle group's company.
Many battle groups, unless facing a high-intensity battle, wouldn't gather all their forces in one place. Some would stay to guard their headquarters while the rest followed the Empire's assignments or responded to support requests at their discretion, dispatching some of their troops according to the situation.
And this, some troops, generally meant a company-sized unit. A 100-member company was already a significant independent unit for interstellar warriors in action. The phoenix had revived to this extent, and it was actually enough. It was only lacking in some foundations, such as the absence of dreadnought mechs, heavy-duty vehicles exclusive to interstellar warriors, and the like. But those could be supplemented by the Alliance's land forces. These were the key individuals that Ji Hang would need moving forward.
Of course, it wasn't just them. Following that, the Alliance would send a large number of administrative personnel, transport a tremendous amount of material, and even armed forces, to participate directly in the conflict. However, given the massive demand for transportation, they had to wait until the Alliance had prepared all these items and personnel, and the GU commercial firm's fleet was also ready.
At the latest, within 3 months, everything that was supposed to arrive must be in place. That was the requirement Ji Hang had made to the Alliance government. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Osana, the Alliance government had already begun to operate at full capacity. After landing, Ji Hang moved into the governor's residence on Corellia, welcoming its third occupant in recent years. In Rage Owl Star and Hajian Star, Ji Hang also had governor's residences. The governor's residence on Rage Owl Star was nothing to speak of. It was 2 floors taken from the top of the old Alliance Parliament building, with the government offices still below, small and dilapidated, only recently having had the chance to be renovated. As for the governor's residence on Hajian Star, the Alliance government had initially planned to repurpose a certain nation's palace for the esteemed governor, but Ji Hang had declined. Those palaces should either remain as historical monuments or serve as government buildings. As for his residence, a simple, plain white house built in the suburban area of Pincer City sufficed. Adjacent to it was the central government of the Alliance on Hajian Star, spacious enough and conveniently located, which was all that mattered. Leading by example, precisely because Ji Hang himself advocated frugality, practicality, and efficiency, the general atmosphere within the Alliance was similar, at least publicly, in official settings. However, the situation on Corellia was starkly different. The governor's residence, situated in the upper district of Mingan City, epitomized opulence. It primarily featured gold as its main color, complemented by red and purple, lending an aura of grandeur and elegance. Countless exquisite, handcrafted reliefs filled the inside and outside of the building, remarkably intricate. Fine lacquer-coated sculptures and ornaments, along with skillful paintings as decorations, made the architecture exceptionally rich in detail. Indoor fountains and pools were also ubiquitous. Maintained at constant temperature and humidity, the environment, although not as stringent as some tech research labs, was kept at the optimal level for human habitation. The governor's residence covered a vast area, even larger than the largest palace on Hajian Star, and this was only the governor's dwelling, not even the seat of the Corellia planetary government. Within this residence, there were also tens of thousands of staff members. They were servants, attendants, and various kinds of cultural workers. Among them, there were many art troupes of all sizes. Symphonic orchestras, opera troupes, song and dance ensembles, clown troupes, drama troupes. These artists almost exclusively served the governor. Accompanying these troupes, there were also numerous support staff and attendants. Even in these most perilous times, these individuals still, steadfastly, held their positions. Ji Hang had never dealt with such extravagances, and for a while, he didn't even know how many resources were needed to maintain such a palace and its countless attendants. Ji Hang never denied the value of art, but he rejected the value of the art he currently witnessed. Ji Hang shook his head but didn't immediately take any action. Disbanding these art troupes straight away wouldn't recover the resources already spent. Since the money had already been spent and couldn't be refunded, they had to be utilized to their fullest extent. At Ji Hang's request, these troupes began to stage various dramas. Robust military anthems, plays reflecting the people's resistance against cults, and dramas extolling the frontier warriors. The demands had been made. The specifics were left to the artists. Meanwhile, how to fully promote these works and performances to all social strata within the scope of Mingan City would be the task of the Alliance Propaganda Department officials soon to arrive on Corellia. Subsequently, Ji Hang, stationed at the governor's residence, extended invitations to the important figures from all sectors of Mingan City. This was not Isla Hood's first visit to the governor's palace, nor was it his first time witnessing a new master upon the governor's throne. Yet, as he came to meet with the governor this time, he was still very nervous. It was his last chance to save his political future.
Originally, he didn't even have this opportunity. His background was rather humble, but by some stroke of luck, he was noticed by someone important. With genuine capability, he began by working for a notable figure in the Lower Nest district and delivered a commendable performance that brought him into the government system. Later, he had the opportunity to further his education at an upper district academy in Mingyan City, and when he returned, he was a mid-level official.
In theory, that was about as high as someone of modest origin could hope to climb in life.
But fortunately, during his work, he happened to meet Governor Acuna on an occasion. His work report won the female governor's approval, and just after turning 40, he rapidly ascended the ranks. In merely a decade, before reaching 60, he had taken up the post of mayor of Mingyan City.
Within Coralia, that was quite a distinguished position. Mingyan City was the largest of Coralia's Nest capitals and also its capital city. As the mayor of Mingyan City, one more step up would allow him to enter into the cabinet of the planetary government and even compete for the most important position of Grand Secretary by the governor's side. Throughout his entire political career, he always remembered what his first benefactor and later Governor Acuna had told him. Even though they had phrased it differently, the gist was the same. He came from humble beginnings, had no influential background as he climbed the ladder, and relied entirely on his superior's favor. And what did the superiors value in him? It was that he had no complex network of relationships, his work abilities were extremely outstanding, and he was an upright man who never reached for things he shouldn't take. He could hold on to his status, adhere to his responsibilities, yet not be rigid. He knew when to be firm, when to use tact, and when to close his eyes. That was good. On Coralia, there were too many people at the top entangled in various interest groups, and when they acted, made decisions, they often didn't think about right or wrong, but rather considered pros and cons related to their interest groups. However, these pros and cons often contradicted the interests of the planet and the city. Under such circumstances, the role of Hood became evident. Everyone was grabbing, lying down, behaving like parasites. Someone had to do the work. And that was his value. If one day, he too began to grab and act like a parasite, then there would be one too many such people on Coralia, and they wouldn't miss him. He heeded the teachings and conducted himself in this manner throughout his life. This allowed him to establish considerable prestige in Mingyan City, especially among the lower and middle classes of the population. But likewise, he had also offended quite a few people. In the past, he wasn't afraid. Governor Acuna knew what kind of person he was, needed him, and trusted him. However, in what was left of his life, he never imagined that Governor Acuna, the ruler of the entire planet, could actually die one day. The changes that death brought were too great. The newly appointed governor didn't know what he had done in the past. Moreover, from the few interactions he had with Ivan Fatches, he could tell that the governor's concern wasn't so much with governing the entire planet. Instead, his focus seemed to be outside the planet. His political enemies, on the other hand, were stirring. Over the past few years, they never ceased their attacks on him. Worse still, Governor Fatches appeared to trust these enemies more. This was normal. He was a typical bureaucrat. His power stemmed from the system of the Coralia planetary government, and the support of those in power. Now, the support was gone, and his enemies, holding substantial actual resources, became the objects Governor Fatches needed to win over more. Although he was never removed from office, many of his powers were gradually taken away by subordinate agencies. Compared to the real power he held as mayor, under the tacit approval of Governor Fatches, he had nearly become reduced to a rubber stamping machine. Being marginalized was already a reality, and soon, dismissal would become a matter of course, and he smelled danger. After that, he feared, would be the loss of his entire family's lives. Once he lost the protection of his position, his political enemies would not let him off. And it was at this moment that the governor changed again. He realized this was his last opportunity. If he couldn't regain trust in front of Mr. Gu, the governor who had taken charge during the crisis, then everything would truly be over. He had prepared thoroughly for this meeting. Of course, he knew that the greatest crisis at the moment was the cult insurgents, the living cities that were slowly encroaching. Mingyan City had to be fully mobilized, optimally allocating resources and rallying the workforce, all for the sake of survival. And he, who had been the mayor of Mingyan City for a dozen years and had risen from the ranks, knew how to improve administrative efficiency, how to mobilize manpower, which forces could be persuaded to cooperate, how to persuade them, which individuals were parasites and dead weight intent on fleeing, and how to eliminate them.